Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support, but when you said that you loved watching me paint, I decided to take it seriously. That's one of the reasons I started learning to paint. But there's another reason too. There's another reason? What is it? Tell me, sister. After a moment's hesitation, Hibiki blushed and confessed, I want to paint you in a wedding dress. She then leaned over and kissed Seiko on the cheek, her voice soft but serious as she added, after you graduate from university, I'll tell mom and dad everything and work hard to gain their approval. Then we'll get married. Should I start picking out rings now? That's way too early. You should focus on your studies and get into a good university first. Sister, you're so strict. Even stricter than mom. No, you're even stricter than her. If I wasn't strict, how could I keep you, this little troublemaker, in line? The two continued their playful banter, but their hands remained intertwined the entire time. As the sun set, their shadows stretched out behind them, and at a certain point, their straight shadows began to curve and eventually intertwined with one another. Let's love each other in secret, away from the prying eyes of the world. Chapter 40, Izumi Kotomi, both pure and alluring Izumi, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to the girls from the art club at the school gate, Izumi Kotomi started walking home alone. It was 5 p.m., and walking alone on the street made her feel a bit lonely. Has Kato already gotten home by now? She wondered aloud halfway through her walk. Not yet. Almost as if in response to her thoughts, Megumi Kato's voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Izumi Kotomi. Izumi Kotomi jumped in surprise, like a startled little penguin, before turning around with wide eyes to see the short-haired girl who had suddenly appeared behind her. It was none other than Megumi Kato, who had left school with Uegahama an hour ago. Kato? Izumi Kotomi asked, puzzled. She couldn't understand why Megumi Kato, who had left school an hour earlier, was now appearing at the school gate. Megumi Kato smiled slightly, indicating the cake shop bag in her hand. She then pulled out a bottle of ramune soda and handed it to Izumi Kotomi. Thirsty? Here, have some soda to quench your thirst. Those cute lips shouldn't go dry, you know. Izumi Kotomi, feeling a bit thirsty, accepted the ramune soda from Megumi Kato without questioning why she had come back. She eagerly drank more than half of the bottle in one go. The refreshing taste of the original ramune soda was incredibly satisfying. Whether in her previous life or now, her love for the taste of original ramune soda had never changed. It was one of those small, simple joys. As they walked, Megumi Kato casually mentioned, Uegahama and I went to a cake shop. She mentioned. Do you know what the shop is called? What's it called? The cake shop has a cute name, Dango Cake Shop. Oh, Izumi Kotomi nodded, responding simply. For some reason, she still felt a bit of a sour emotion in her heart. Megumi Kato had noticed Izumi Kotomi's expression from the start. Her gaze never left Kotomi's face as she observed her closely. Did something at the art club make you unhappy? Megumi Kato's words were indirect, but Izumi Kotomi understood that she was being asked if she was feeling upset. Izumi Kotomi bit her soft, pink lips and softly admitted, just a little. I don't know why, but I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Seeing Izumi Kotomi's cute response, Megumi Kato's smile deepened, and she reached out as if she had been planning this all along. Does it hurt around your chest? Want me to massage it for you? Izumi Kotomi, about to nod and agree out of instinct, suddenly realized what Megumi Kato was suggesting and quickly shook her head, her face turning red. And no, that's okay. Haha. Megumi Kato couldn't help but laugh at the cute, flustered expression on the little penguin in front of her. Do you know who owns Dango Cake Shop? Who? Uegahama's mother. What? Uegahama's mother owns it? Yeah, that's why she invited us so eagerly after school. I noticed that and decided to go with her. I also bought you a delicious cake. I had just enough time to get to the shop, come back, and wait for you at the school gate. Megumi Kato say this while showing off the cake shop bag she was holding. After hearing this, The sour feeling in Izumi Kotomi's heart disappeared. But wait, was that feeling jealousy? No way, was I really jealous just now? Did you enjoy the art club today? Megumi Kato asked again. This time, Izumi Kotomi finally smiled and answered, yes. Megumi Kato wasn't really asking about the art club, and Izumi Kotomi wasn't really answering about the art club either. Kato, your way of asking if someone is happy is pretty unique. Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but comment. Is it? I don't know what you're talking about, Megumi Kato replied, dragging out her words and pretending not to understand. As they neared her home, Megumi Kato suddenly remembered, oh, I just realized we haven't eaten the cake I bought. But I won't be able to finish this millefil alone. If I put it in the fridge, it won't taste as good later. Kotomi, do you have time? Would you like to come to my place to share the cake? Go to your house? Is it okay to bother you now? It's fine. My parents are at a reunion and won't be home until at least 9 o'clock. It's only 5 now, so we still have 4 hours. Megumi Kato say this while casually reminding Izumi of the time, though her true intentions were unclear. Izumi Kotomi didn't think much of it. She knew she needed to be home by 6:30, but there was still more than an hour left. That should be enough time to eat the cake. If it got late, she could always call her mom and let her know she'd be home a little later. With that thought, Izumi Kotomi nodded and said, sure, that sounds nice. I'm glad you're coming. The two of them headed to Megumi Kato's house. Like the Izumi residence, Megumi Kato's home was a detached house with its own yard. While the Izumi house had 2 floors, the Kato house had 3, with a small attic on the 3rd floor. Megumi Kato unlocked the door and stepped inside, changing into indoor shoes at the entrance. Your garden is lovely, Izumi Kotomi said as she removed her brown leather shoes. Her petite feet, wrapped in delicate white pantyhose, peeked out like playful little rabbits. She had noticed the beautiful flowers in the front yard as they walked in. My mom doesn't have many hobbies, but she loves gardening, Megumi Kato replied as she neatly placed her shoes by the door. My mom tried gardening once too, but she didn't have the patience for it. After a few days, she handed the responsibility over to my sister. Izumi Akina wasn't generally an impatient person, but when it came to gardening, she had no patience at all. She'd be all excited about planting flowers, but after a few days, she'd lose interest and leave the work to Amy. Maybe gardening just isn't for your mom, Megumi Kato said softly as she led Izumi Kotomi upstairs to the 2nd floor. Her bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and as soon as they entered, the soft scent of cherry blossoms filled the air. The fragrance was delicate, much like the petals of the cherry blossom themselves. It was light and airy, and when noticed, it brought a refreshing and serene feeling. Megumi Kato's room was just like that of any other girl. The walls were adorned with pink and white wallpaper, and a study desk was placed near the balcony. A single bed was set against the wall, not too big, not too small, with a cute hamster plushie sitting on top. The round little hamster clutched a seed, looking adorably silly and cute. In the middle of the room was a large mat with a low square table on top of it. According to Megumi Kato, once autumn arrived, she would put a quilt over the table to turn it into a keiretsu. That way, she could snuggle under it for warmth. In the keiretsu, with an orange in hand and watching something on a tablet, that was the epitome of comfort during autumn and winter. But since it was still technically summer, they'd have to wait a bit longer to enjoy the keiretsu. Megumi Kato placed the cake on the table, and it was only then that Izumi Kotomi noticed the shop's logo. 2 round dango, 1 big and 1 small. The Baumkuchen she had eaten yesterday had the same logo on its box. So, the Baumkuchen my sister bought yesterday was from Dango Cake Shop, Izumi Kotomi remarked. Oh? You've already tried their Baumkuchen? Yes, my sister bought it for me yesterday. It was really delicious. If you go there again, I recommend trying it. I'll definitely try it the next time, Megumi Kato said with a smile as she stood up. I'll go downstairs and prepare a drink to go with the cake. Would you like some tea, lemon tea, or hot cocoa? I'd like some tea. Got it. I'll be right back. With that, Megumi Kato left the room. Izumi Kotomi sat on the mat, her smooth, fair legs wrapped in sheer white pantyhose that shimmered enticingly. Her dainty feet, elegantly arched, peeked out from under her skirt as she adjusted her seating position, revealing the delicate curves of her legs. She casually shifted her legs under her, only her toes peeking out, curling slightly with a movement. The pale soles of her feet, adorned with soft little wrinkles, looked impossibly tender. She continued to play her mobile game, Azurlane, while waiting for Megumi Kato to return. Sorry to keep you waiting. I made some lemon tea. I noticed we were out of lemons, so I took a bit longer. Soon, Megumi Kato returned with 2 cups of freshly brewed tea. Megumi Kato had also removed her black knee socks, revealing her bare feet, which looked like delicate flowers with each toe perfectly shaped. Lemon tea? Yay, I love lemon tea. The sugar cubes are right here. Add as much as you like to suit your taste, Megumi Kato said as she opened the packaging of the Milfill cake. Chapter 41, I won't let her take it away. On a crepe layered with cream and mango, each bite offers a combination of 3 distinct flavors, tripling the delight. As Izumi Kotomi enjoyed the Milfill cake, Megumi Kato, sitting beside her, rarely picked up her fork. Instead, she propped her face on one hand, her eyes reflecting a faint, unreadable depth as she watched Kotomi eat. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she asked, "Do you like it?" It's delicious," Kotomi replied with a satisfied smile as she continued to eat. "Do you prefer Baumkuchen or Milfill?" Megumi suddenly inquired. "Which do I prefer?" Kotomi pondered for a moment before answering, "I think I like Baumkuchen more. But really, I just love sweets in general, so I enjoy anything sweet." Hearing Kotomi's response, Megumi's smile deepened for some reason. "Is that so? I'm pretty good at making desserts myself. If you're interested, you can come over to my place often, or I can bring some desserts over to your house when I make them." "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Kotomi asked, feeling a bit shy. "It's no trouble at all. I've been wanting to meet your family. You often mention your sister, almost every day in fact. It makes me curious about what kind of sister could make you think about her so much," Megumi said softly, lowering her gaze slightly. "Do I really talk about my sister that much? Hey, I can't help it, she's just so adorable. Every time I think of her, I can't help but mention her." "Oh? So, does that mean you think about your sister even when you're at school?" Megumi asked, her grip on the fork tightening ever so slightly, though her tone remained light. "Yes," Kotomi admitted with a nod. Megumi's smile widened as she put down her fork and poured more warm tea into Kotomi's cup. "You really love your sister, don't you? She must be very happy to have you as her sister." "Happy? That's a bit of an exaggeration," Kotomi said, embarrassed, as she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Megumi didn't push further and instead steered the conversation in a different direction. Before they knew it, it was 6 o'clock. Kotomi, realizing it was getting late, stood up to leave. "I'm about to start cooking. Would you like to stay for dinner?" Megumi asked as she stood up, seeing Kotomi off. Kotomi shook her head and replied, "I'm afraid I can't tonight. I didn't tell my mom beforehand. Maybe next time, I'll stay for dinner. I'll be looking forward to that day." "I hope it comes soon," Megumi said in her usual light tone, though there was an unusual undertone in her voice. "Goodbye." After putting on her shoes, Kotomi said goodbye to Megumi and walked out the door. "Take care," Megumi said. She didn't close the door right away but instead walked outside and watched Kotomi's figure as she left. Only when Kotomi was completely out of sight did Megumi smile faintly and turn back into her house. It took Kotomi only a few minutes to get home. As Megumi had mentioned earlier, the Izumi and Kato homes were quite close to each other. "Mom, I'm home," Kotomi called out as she took off her shoes at the entrance and walked into the living room. "You're so slow, sister," came the response, not from her mother, but from her sister, Izumi Amy. "Where's Mom?" Kotomi asked, looking around. "Mom said she and Dad are still at the tailor's, getting fitted for suits and dresses for that wedding they're attending. They won't be back until later, so she said we should order takeout for dinner." "Oh, right. So, what do you feel like eating tonight?" "Ramen Kairaku is probably closed today. How about Yoshinoya's beef bowl? I'm really craving their extra-large beef bowl." Kotomi set her bag down on the couch and began scrolling through her phone, looking for the restaurant's number. As a seasoned foodie who loved her meals, Kotomi had saved the numbers of dozens of takeout restaurants in her phone. From Chinese cuisine to Japanese food, desserts, and fast food, she had them all meticulously labeled with details about their specialties. One word, professional. Oh, 2 words, actually. "Yoshinoya? Sure, but I don't want a beef bowl. I'll have the teriyaki chicken bowl with a soft-boiled egg." "Okay, I'll order it now." Kotomi dialed the number for Yoshinoya, ordered an extra-large beef bowl, a teriyaki chicken bowl, and an extra soft-boiled egg, confirmed the delivery address, and then hung up. "All set. Have you finished your homework?" "I haven't finished it yet," Amy replied. "Delivery will take at least 40 minutes. Why don't you work on your homework in the meantime?" But Amy didn't respond directly. Instead, she asked quietly, "Sis, you usually get home early after school. Why are you so late today?" "Huh?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Kotomi hesitated for a moment before smiling slightly. "I joined the art club at Sobu High School, so I'll be getting home a little later from now on." "The art club? Since when were you interested in drawing?" "I've always been interested in drawing, but I usually just doodle. Now that I have the chance to join the art club and use proper materials, I couldn't pass it up." Once I get better, I'll draw a picture of you." Kotomi giggled as she spoke, then picked up her bag and headed to her room to finish her homework quickly. She still had writing to do later, so she needed to get her assignments done as fast as possible. Left alone in the living room, Amy suddenly realized something. Even if her sister joined a club, it would only make her an hour late. But today, Kotomi was more than 2 hours late. Amy's eyes narrowed slightly. Sister. She must have gone somewhere else after school. Upstairs in her bedroom, Kotomi sat at her desk, working on her homework. Even though she now had the system's help with her studies, allowing her to instantly understand any problem and know how to solve it, there was one thing the system couldn't help with: copying down poems. She had to write out the verses, not just once, but 3 times. System, do you have a pin that makes writing super fast and automatically writes the correct answers? I really don't feel like copying all these poems. You'll have to write it yourself. Even though I'm a system, I'm not Doraemon. I don't have gadgets. If I had a pen like that, I would have used it when I was studying that thick textbook. 5 years of system, 3 years of transmigration for my system exam. Hearing this, Kotomi sighed and resigned herself to copying the poems. She would occasionally take breaks to read a manga, study how manga artists create their works. Yeah, that's it. After about 40 minutes of on and off work, she finally finished her homework. Finally done. Kotomi murmured, resting her cheek on the desk. Ding dong, at that moment, the doorbell rang. Is that the delivery? Kotomi got up, walked to the door, and opened it. The delivery person, who had been getting impatient, looked up as the door finally opened. When he saw Kotomi, he was momentarily stunned and then spoke excitedly. Hello. I'm the delivery person from Yoshinoya. Is this the Izumi residence? Yes, sorry for the wait. I was coming downstairs, Kotomi apologized as she took out her wallet to pay. It's no trouble at all. The delivery person quickly replied. Here you go. Kotomi handed over 1,700 yen to the delivery person with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. After taking the delivery bag, Kotomi closed the door. Delivering food isn't such a bad job after all, the delivery person muttered as he got back on his scooter and headed back to the restaurant. Being pretty has its perks, doesn't it? Even when making small mistakes, you can still be forgiven. Kotomi carried the takeout into the living room, grabbed 2 cold sodas from the fridge, and went upstairs to call her sister for dinner. Amy, dinner's here, Kotomi called as she knocked on Amy's door. Coming, Amy replied softly, opening the door and following Kotomi downstairs. Did you finish your homework? Kotomi asked as she dug into her extra-large beef bowl. I still have 1 English worksheet left, Amy replied. She cut open the soft-boiled egg in her teriyaki chicken bowl, letting the yolk flow over the rice and chicken. This was something Kotomi had taught her 6 years ago. There sure is a lot of homework in your 3rd year of middle school, even more than I have as a high schooler, Kotomi commented with a hint of schadenfreude. Perhaps most older siblings are like this. When they see their younger siblings drowning in homework, they can't help but feel a little smug. Yeah, with the high school entrance exams next year, there's more homework, and the teachers are speeding through the material. They said they want to finish the new content before the midterms and then start reviewing. Hang in there. Which high school are you planning to go to? Are you thinking about staying in Chiba City or going to Tokyo? Honestly, the schools in Tokyo have better resources and higher college acceptance rates. I was torn before, but now I've made up my mind. Amy put down her chopsticks and looked directly at Kotomi. I'm going to Sobu High School. The same school as me? Hee, that means you'll be my little junior, won't you? Kotomi laughed at the thought of her sister attending the same high school. Amy smiled faintly as she watched her sister eat, thinking to herself, yes. I'm definitely going to Sobu High School. Otherwise, that short-haired woman will steal my sister away. The closer I am to my sister, the less chance anyone else will have to take her from me. Chapter 42, Uncontrollable Love, expressed through actions. At that moment, Izumi Kotomi had no inkling of the deeper intentions hidden within her sister's heart. She merely believed that Amy's goal was to get into Sobu High School. Even though it's not a school in Tokyo, getting into Sobu High School is no easy feat. You'll need to work hard, but when you do get in, you can ask for any reward you want, and I'll make sure you get it, Kotomi encouraged her. Upon hearing this, Amy's eyes lit up with excitement, unable to suppress her joy as she asked, a reward? If I get into Sobu High School, no matter what I ask for, you'll give it to me, right? Kotomi was taken aback by her sister's sudden excitement. Though she didn't quite understand why Amy was so thrilled, she figured her little sister couldn't have any bad intentions. So, without much thought, she nodded and agreed, deal. As long as you get into Sobu High School, no matter what reward you want, I'll make sure you get it, except for something impossible, like fetching the moon from the sky. Kotomi added a playful jest at the end. Don't worry, sister, it's nothing like fetching the moon. It's just that I want. Amy trailed off, quickly covering her mouth with her hand before she could finish. I'll tell you what it is after I get into Sobya High School next year. I'll be looking forward to that day, Kotomi said, affectionately ruffling Amy's hair. This time, Amy didn't shy away from her sister's touch. Instead, she enjoyed the moment, savoring the affection. After dinner, Amy returned upstairs to finish her homework, while Kotomi lay on the couch, watching TV. What about writing? Well, she had eaten a bit too much, felt full, and was a bit tired. Just a little rest before getting back to writing wouldn't hurt. 2 hours later, the sound of keys turning in the lock signaled that her parents had returned home. Hearing their familiar voices, Kotomi sat up from the couch. Dad, Mom, did you get the suits and dresses for the wedding? Kotomi asked as she greeted them. Izumi Kaneyoshi, while loosening his tie, replied wearily, we found what we needed as soon as we got to the store, but your mom insisted on doing a bit more shopping. So, we ended up walking around for 2 hours. By the time we left the mall, my legs were shaking. I've never been so tired, not even after a full day of showing clients around the company. Wow, shopping for 2 hours, no wonder even a workhorse might drop from exhaustion. Kaneyoshi, are you getting weaker? Izumi Akina teased as she put down the shopping bags. Even if I worked out every day, I couldn't keep up with 3 hours of shopping without a single sip of water. By the time we finally ate, I not only finished a huge bowl of ramen but also drank all the soup. With that, Kaneyoshi set a cake box on the coffee table. I bought your and Amy's favorite cream puffs. Do you want one? I'll have some later. I'm still too full from dinner to eat anything else right now. That's fine. We'll wait for Amy to finish her homework, and then you two can enjoy them together. What did you have for dinner? Yoshinoya's beef bowl, teriyaki chicken bowl, and a soft-boiled egg. Yoshinoya, huh? Now I'm craving it, Kaneyoshi said, sounding a bit envious. Kaneyoshi wasn't someone who lacked stamina. Even though he was a salaryman, he had a pretty regular workout routine, spending a couple of hours at the gym on weekends. But shopping at his wife's pace was a whole different challenge. Kotomi, too, couldn't handle long shopping trips. She'd rather do anything else than spend 2 hours shopping. After putting the new clothes away in the bedroom closet, Akina Izumi passed through the kitchen, grabbing a can of soda from the fridge and placing it in front of Kaneyoshi. Here you go, dear. Thanks, Kaneyoshi said, taking a sip. Unlike most middle-aged men who preferred a cold beer in the summer, Kaneyoshi was a strict teetotaler. The only stereotypically middle-aged habit he had was smoking, usually limiting himself to 1 cigarette a day. Is Amy still doing her homework? Akina asked. Yeah, she went back to work on it after dinner. The workload for third-year middle schoolers is intense, Kotomi said with a hint of smugness. If she had a tail, it would surely be wagging high. If you want to keep gloating about having less homework than your sister, you better enjoy it while you can. Once she's done with her high school entrance exams and you're in your second year, you won't have any room to brag, Akina said, tapping Kotomi on the head to remind her. Got it, Kotomi said, rubbing her head with both hands. A while later, Amy finally finished her homework and came downstairs. Upon seeing the cream puffs her parents had brought, she immediately sat next to Kotomi and began eating. The cream puffs were a treat mainly for Kotomi and Amy, as their parents didn't particularly care for them. By the time Amy had finished her third cream puff, Kotomi had just finished her first. She wiped her mouth and hands with a napkin as if she were full. Akina noticed and asked, Kotomi, are you not feeling well today? You usually eat the most cream puffs, but today you only had one. I stopped by a friend's house after school and had a slice of milfil there. I think I had a bit too much cream, Kotomi explained. If it weren't for the cake at Megami's house, she could have easily eaten 3 more cream puffs. The moment Kotomi mentioned this, Amy's eyes narrowed slightly, and her grip on the cream puff tightened, almost crushing it. Fortunately, her movements were subtle, so no one noticed. A friend? Which one? Akina asked. Unaware of her sister's reaction and the potential consequences, Kotomi answered honestly, my classmate, Megami Kato. She's the first friend I made at Sobya High School. We went to school together this morning, and after school, she invited me to her house for cake. Megami Kato? Isn't she your seatmate? She sounds like a nice girl. You should invite her over sometime. She treated you to cake, so it's only fair to reciprocate, Akina said with interest. Akina was pleased to hear that her daughter had already made a good friend, someone close enough to spend time with after school. It piqued her curiosity to meet Megami in person. I think there's a Kato family that lives nearby, Kaneyoshi recalled. Yes, that's her family. Their house is close to ours, and we're on the same route, Kotomi confirmed. Morning walks to school together. Classmates. Friends. Walking home together. These words swirled in Amy's mind, driving home the reality she most dreaded. When Amy had seen her sister walking with an unfamiliar girl this morning, laughing and chatting so closely, she had held on to a glimmer of hope. Deep down, she had told herself that this short-haired girl was just a random classmate, someone who happened to be on the same route to school. But Kotomi's words had shattered that fragile hope, revealing a harsh truth. Her sister had grown close to a girl named Megami Kato without her even noticing. They walked to school together, walked home together, and Kotomi even went to her house to eat cake. And after that, who knows what else might happen? Amy clenched her teeth, unwilling to think any further, but she realized one thing: if she didn't take action, her sister might drift further and further away from her. No. I can't let that happen. Amy screamed internally. So the short-haired girl from this morning is named Megami Kato, huh? It looks like. I definitely need to get into Sobu High School. That's the only way I can stay close to my sister. Amy? Amy? Kotomi's voice cut through her thoughts, bringing her back to reality. Kotomi's face was tinged with concern as she asked, I called you several times, but you didn't respond. Are you feeling unwell? Amy quickly shook her head and explained, I just got a little sleepy. Sister, Mom, Dad, I think I'll go to bed now. Okay, good night. Amy left the living room and returned to her bedroom. The claim of being sleepy was a lie. She just wanted to retreat to her room and calm her turbulent emotions. But every time she thought about Kotomi, the fire in her heart, which had just settled down, flared up again as if someone had thrown gasoline on it. It was as if this flame, fueled by her overwhelming feelings, would never truly die out. Unless it was doused by the spring water she so deeply desired. When had she first realized these feelings toward Kotomi? It was a late summer night when she had been staying up late to finish her homework. Feeling thirsty, Amy had put down her pen and gone downstairs to get a drink of water. It was already very late, and her parents had gone to bed. As Amy finished her drink and prepared to return upstairs, she passed by her parents' bedroom door and heard them talking inside. Driven by curiosity, Amy had lowered her footsteps and carefully listened to the conversation through the door. Kaneyoshi, Kotomi's school year starts in a few days. I don't know why, but I'm feeling a bit nervous and worried about her starting high school. Nervous? Just take it easy, like me. You're just pretending not to be worried. Don't think I can't tell. You're nervous too, aren't you? Akina playfully retorted. Kaneyoshi could only chuckle, admitting, alright, I won't lie to you. I'm a little bit nervous too. Kotomi's starting high school, and before we know it, she'll be 18 and graduating. But what really keeps me up at night is thinking about her maybe getting a boyfriend in high school. Ever since I realized that could happen, I haven't been able to sleep. Wow, Kaneyoshi, you're taking this really seriously. I just started worrying today, and I thought I was ahead of the game. But you've been worrying since 2 days ago? I can't help it. Once I thought about Kotomi getting to that age, my mind went straight to thoughts of her getting married someday. And from marriage, I started thinking about her having kids. Your thoughts are all over the place. But you're right, though. After all, we met in high school, didn't we? By our 3rd year, we were already serious. Exactly. Akina realized the gravity of the situation. Even though it seemed a bit early to be concerned, what if their daughter took after them? What if she found a serious relationship in high school? After a long silence, Akina couldn't stay calm. Kana, have you picked out names for our future grandchildren? And what about Kotomi's wedding? Will she wear a wedding dress or a shiramaku? She should definitely wear a shiramaku. No, wait, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Kotomi hasn't even started high school yet, and we're already talking about grandkids. Well, let's leave that discussion for when the time comes. Haha. You know, after talking with you, I'm not feeling as nervous anymore. Akina laughed. Remember when we first brought little Kotomi home from the park? She was so tiny. It feels like just a blink of an eye, and now she's grown into such a beautiful young woman. Yeah, it feels like only yesterday that we brought little Kotomi home. I used to think about finding her biological parents, but after a year of searching with no results, I stopped worrying about it. If we can't find them, then so be it. She's our daughter now. Let's make sure Amy never finds out about this. Of course. As the voices from her parents' bedroom quieted down, it seemed they had finally gone to sleep. Outside, Amy stood frozen, processing the shocking information she had just overheard. Her sister Kotomi had been adopted from a park by her parents, meaning they weren't biologically related. I'm not related to my sister. Unwittingly, the long-hidden truth had been revealed to Amy. The memory pulled back into the present. Amy sat up in her bed, replaying the conversation she had overheard that night. The sister she had grown up with wasn't her biological sister after all. Not related by blood. That's great. That means no matter what kind of feelings I have for my sister, Mom and Dad will accept them in the end. Amy whispered, a smile as pure and radiant as a blooming lily spreading across her face. Her eyes gleamed with a desire fueled by love. Slowly, Amy got out of bed. In the darkness of her room, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 at night. No matter what kind of feelings I have for my sister, they'll be accepted. No matter what I do to her, it doesn't matter, after all. We're not really sisters. This thought propelled her forward, guiding her steps as she left her room and made her way to Kotomi's bedroom door. Knock, knock. She rapped on the door. Who is it? Kotomi, busy typing away at her computer, paused and walked over to the door, opening it to find Amy standing there. Amy? Why aren't you asleep yet? Sis. Amy slowly raised her head, allowing the desire in her eyes to show through as she softly asked, There's something I want to discuss with you. Can we talk? Now? Kotomi was a bit surprised. Yes, now. Amy nodded. What could it be? Could she be troubled by something and need her sister's gentle comfort and guidance? At that thought, Kotomi's sisterly instincts kicked in, and she nodded, a warm smile spreading across her face as she said, Sure, come in. No matter what's bothering you, you can always talk to me. This was her chance to offer her sisterly warmth and understanding, and Kotomi was eager to help. Amy stepped into Kotomi's room, a satisfied smile curling on her lips as she said, Thank you, sister. She walked into the room, then subtly closed the door behind her. As Kotomi turned away, Amy quietly twisted the lock, securing the door shut. Chapter 43, You have to belong to me forever, okay? Izumi Kotomi returned to her bed, patting the spot next to her with a smile. Amy, come sit here. I'd rather sit facing you, sister, Amy replied, choosing to sit in the chair Kotomi had been using earlier instead of beside her. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? Kotomi asked, curious. Instead of answering directly, Amy looked over at the laptop on the desk, where a Word document filled with ongoing writing was open. Were you writing your novel just now? Yes, I was. Since I've already signed with Denjiki Bunko, I need to maintain a steady pace. I want to finish the manuscript for Volume 2 before Volume 1 is published, Kotomi explained with a nod and a smile. You're amazing, sister. You got your first novel published on your first try. I never even knew you were interested in writing novels. I mean, I didn't even know you liked reading them. It makes me feel like an idiot. I should be the one who knows you best, who's closest to you, but somewhere along the way, you started to change in ways I didn't notice, Amy said quietly, lowering her head. People change, you know, Kotomi responded gently. But why wasn't I the first to notice those changes? It's so strange, isn't it? We've lived together for so many years. We should be the closest to each other. I should be the person who occupies all of your heart, Amy continued, her voice tinged with frustration. The closest. Kotomi tilted her head, feeling a bit out of sync with Amy's thoughts. The girl who goes to school with you, who eats cake with you until late, is Megumi Kato. Is she a very close friend of yours, sister? Amy's tone shifted, becoming more urgent, almost as if she were a different person. Hearing Amy mention Megumi, Kotomi thought she understood. It seemed Amy wanted to know more about Megumi. In that case, she needed to explain thoroughly, as if she were well acquainted with Megumi. Izumi Kotomi, master of high emotional intelligence and skilled conversationalist, was ready. A close friend? Well, I've only known Kato for a few days, so I wouldn't say we're very close yet. But who knows? Maybe in a year or 3, we could become really close friends. Kato has a great personality, even just sitting beside her without talking feels comfortable. If possible, I'd like to be friends with her for life. As Kotomi spoke, a bright smile spread across her face, a smile so radiant that it could captivate anyone who saw it, holding their gaze until the end of time. Amy's eyes narrowed slightly as she saw this smile, a sense of danger shrouding her heart. Ever since she learned that she and Kotomi weren't biologically related, a dangerous impulse had been awakened deep within her. Though she had tried to suppress these feelings, to redirect them toward a more sisterly affection, the reality of Kotomi growing closer to someone else had shattered that illusion. She no longer wanted to be just sisters with Kotomi. She wanted something more. Do you really want to stay close to Megumi Kato for the rest of your life, sister? Amy's expression darkened as she stood up and walked toward Kotomi. If Kotomi wouldn't take the initiative, then Amy would. She would be the one to break through this dangerous haze and let her true feelings come to light. Well, you could say that, Kotomi hesitated, sensing that something was off but still nodding. Tomorrow, you'll go to school with Megumi Kato again, attend classes together, walk home together, And maybe even go to her house again? Back in middle school, you rarely walked to school or home with me. You always left first. You couldn't do that for me, but you can do it for her? Am I really less important to you than Megumi Kato? Amy's questions came out with an intensity that caught Kotomi off guard. Wait, why are you suddenly bringing this up? I've always cared about you, Kotomi started, but Amy cut her off with a faint cry. Am I less important to you than Megumi Kato? Amy's voice trembled with emotion as she interrupted. No, you're not, Kotomi replied firmly. Amy was taken aback by Kotomi's directness, but hearing those words brought some comfort to her anxious heart. The tension in her face slowly faded, replaced by a relieved smile. Kotomi reached out to gently stroke Amy's hair, speaking with tenderness. You'll always be my precious little sister. Sister. Amy's eyes trembled slightly. That wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. Kotomi picked up her phone and opened her photo album, where the first image in her favorites was a picture of the two of them together. Looking at the photo of the two sisters, Kotomi smiled softly. When did it start? Probably when I entered middle school. I used to love teasing you and making you cry, but as time went on, I began to feel more protective of you. It was then that I realized how lucky I was to have a sister. So, you've always been the most adorable and important little sis. Stop. Amy shouted, cutting Kotomi off. She couldn't bear to hear any more. She didn't want their relationship to remain just that of sisters. Before Kotomi could react, Amy lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Kotomi and pushing her back onto the bed. The sudden, forceful action left Kotomi momentarily stunned, her arm frozen in the air. If this had been a simple hug between sisters, she would have hugged Amy back, but this was something else. Was this really just a sisterly hug? I don't want to hear it, Amy murmured in Kotomi's ear, her voice laced with tears as she clung to her tightly. Amy? Kotomi turned her head slightly to look at her sister, while the light from her phone screen gradually dimmed, casting the room in shadows. Ever since I can remember, I've always looked up to you, sis. The times we spent together, sitting side by side, walking together, sleeping in the same bed, those were my happiest moments. I want to be your little sister forever. Amy's voice wavered with emotion as her heart raced. The scent of Kotomi's hair filled her senses, intoxicating her. As if to close the distance between them, as if to make sure her sister would never leave her side, Amy shifted slightly, pressing her body closer to Kotomi's. I want to be your little sister forever, so you have to be mine forever too, okay? Kotomi wasn't naive, she understood Amy's feelings at this point. She sighed deeply, realizing the situation had escalated beyond what she had expected. Amy, I'm your sister. We're both Izumas, it's okay. We're not really sisters, Amy interrupted with a light laugh, tightening her grip on Kotomi. She began to move subtly against her, as if savoring the warmth and softness of Kotomi's body. When Amy revealed this, Kotomi's eyes widened in surprise. You know about that? Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Kotomi's phone rang, cutting through the tension in the room. On the screen, the caller ID showed the name Megumi Kato. Is it Megumi? Kotomi was surprised that Megumi would call her so late, but she knew this wasn't the right moment to answer. Kotomi reached out to grab her phone, intending to decline the call and explain things to Megumi the next morning. But Amy, sensing her sister's intention, swiftly snatched the phone from her hand. Seeing Megumi's name on the screen, she let out a cold laugh. It's Megumi Kato, isn't it? Go ahead, answer it. I don't want to, Kotomi shook her head, refusing. She could answer Megumi's call at any other time, but not now. If you don't answer. Amy trailed off, her expression growing more mischievous. Wait, Amy, what are you going to do? Don't you understand? Amy asked softly. Kotomi's face paled as she realized what Amy meant. Fine, I'll answer. I'll answer. Kotomi relented, realizing she had no choice but to comply. You know, Kotomi, you could choose not to answer, Amy said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. What's going on? This girl is getting bold. She's even calling me by my name without honorifics? I just want to call you by your name, Kotomi. I've wanted to for a long time, Amy replied with a smile, then pressed the button to answer the call. Kotomi, good evening. You're still up, right? Megumi's calm and familiar voice came through the phone. Chapter 44, It's Becoming Twisted. I'm still awake, Izumi Kotomi replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She wanted to retrieve her phone, but Izumi Amy showed no intention of handing it back. Do you want to have cake again tomorrow, Izumi? Megumi Kato asked from the other end of the call. Cake? I do love sweets, but eating them every day might make me gain weight, so maybe I'll skip tomorrow, Kotomi answered. Alright, then I won't go to Yu's place to get cake after school. I'll wait for you at the library, and we can walk home together after your club activities. How does that sound? Megumi said, and then, with a light chuckle, added, besides, you don't need to worry about your figure, Izumi. You're perfectly slim, and everything is in the right place. Everything is in the right place? Kotomi was initially confused by Megumi's words until she glanced down at her chest. Then she understood. Amy, listening to their conversation, scoffed softly. She leaned closer, her lips dangerously close to Kotomi's neck, intentionally bringing the phone near as well. In this position, any sound could easily be heard by Megumi on the other end of the line. What is she planning? A sense of foreboding rose in Kotomi's mind, but before she could react, Amy gently pressed her soft lips against Kotomi's delicate neck and then bit down, not too hard, but firmly enough to leave a mark. Kotomi felt a peculiar mix of pain and something else, something she couldn't quite describe. The resistance she had been ready to offer melted away as if Amy's bite drained all the strength from her body. She found herself too weak to move, let alone resist, allowing Amy to do as she pleased. Izumi, is everything okay? I thought I heard something strange just now, Megumi asked, concerned. It's nothing. Just the sound from a horror movie. I'm watching one right now, Kotomi managed to say, trying to keep her voice steady. A horror movie at night? That's quite an unusual hobby, Izumi. I'm curious, what kind of horror movie are you watching? Megumi's voice was laced with mild amusement. I was having trouble sleeping, so I just picked one at random, Kotomi replied, doing her best to sound calm. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why Megumi had called at such a time. Was it really just to chat? Kotomi desperately wanted to end the call, not because she didn't enjoy talking to Megumi, she could chat with her all night under normal circumstances, but right now, with Amy still on top of her, there was no telling what her sister might do next. Amy might deliberately do something to make Kotomi produce a sound that Megumi would definitely misinterpret. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about, Kato? Kotomi asked, hoping to steer the conversation to a quick conclusion. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something I wanted to tell you, but I seem to have forgotten what it was. I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow morning at school, Megumi said with a soft, almost teasing laugh. Good night, Izumi. Rest well, Megumi said as she bid farewell. Good night. Kotomi stammered before Megumi hung up. With the call finally over, Kotomi breathed a sigh of relief. Amy finally released her bite, leaving a small, strawberry-like mark on Kotomi's neck. Amy. Do you realize what you just did? Kotomi panted, her breath ragged. But you looked like you were enjoying it, sis, Amy teased. She almost heard it. So what? Isn't his what you like? I do not. Kotomi denied, her face burning red. Amy smirked, gently stroking Kotomi's cheek. What I said and did just now was my way of expressing my feelings, sister. Even if you don't accept them now, I'll keep showing you until you do. With that, Amy pointed to the mark she had left on Kotomi's neck. Get ready, sister. This is just a taste. Next time, I'll be going for the main course. Amy climbed off the bed, tucking the exhausted Kotomi under the covers and brushing her messy hair behind her ear. Good night, sister, she whispered before leaving the room, closing the door quietly behind her. Kotomi lay in bed, panting heavily. When Amy had pinned her down, it was as if all her strength had been sapped away. This girl. She's really. Kotomi sighed deeply, her hand reaching for the spot on her neck where Amy had left her mark. Did she really just give me a hickey? Wow, the first battle for Izumi has begun between Amy and Megumi. This plot twist is wild. The voice of the god-level heroine system suddenly chimed in, filled with excitement. Wait, you saw what just happened between me and Amy? You useless system. I'm your host. Why didn't you help me? Kotomi cried out in frustration. I wanted to help, but I got too caught up watching. The system replied, giggling. You. Kotomi could only sigh at her sometimes reliable, sometimes not system. But then, something struck her as odd. Usually, when she communicated with the system, its voice echoed in her mind, with a unique, ethereal quality. But now, it sounded more like a real voice, spoken aloud in the room. Could it be? Kotomi turned her head toward the chair by her desk, where she saw a girl with long pink hair, sitting with her slender legs crossed, gazing back at Kotomi. As Kotomi's eyes met hers, the girl stood up slowly. The pink-haired girl pressed her lips together, smiling slightly. It gets a bit stuffy staying inside your body all the time, so I decided to come out and stretch my legs. As she spoke, a beam of moonlight slipped through the window, illuminating her form. She stood in the cool glow of the moon, her body half in light, half in shadow. Though youthful in appearance, her beauty was undeniable, her snow-white complexion untouched by makeup yet still perfect, her long pink hair flowing gracefully around her. Looking at her was like gazing at a delicate pink flower, blooming in a serene lake beneath a clear sky, making everything else lose its luster, leaving only the soft hues of pink and red. "You're the system?" Kotomi asked in disbelief. The pink-haired girl nodded with a smile and then lay down beside Kotomi on the bed. "This is my true form. It's pretty comfy staying inside you, but I've been in there for so long that I just had to come out for a bit. I came out just in time to see Amy giving you the hickey, so I thought it was best to stay quiet and not interrupt," she said, giggling mischievously. Chapter 45, This Kid is Only 3? You can take on a human form too? Even though Izumi Kotomi had grown accustomed to the surprises and shocks that the god-level heroine system often brought her, seeing the system manifest as a pink-haired girl was something she couldn't easily wrap her head around. How could my system be so cute? But now that she saw it, she had to admit, it was indeed quite cute. "This isn't a transformation, this is my true form. I just forgot to mention it to you earlier," the god-level heroine system explained with a smile. "Is there anything else you forgot to tell me?" "Well, there's one thing related to your queen of all females physique. When I explained it before, I forgot to mention that there's a side effect. The system interface hides this information automatically, so you'd have to open it manually to see it. I was so focused on telling you the benefits that I completely forgot to mention the downside. I knew it. Nothing is ever that perfect. So, what's the side effect? Anyone with the queen of all females physique is always a bottom." "Huh?" For a moment, Kotomi thought she had misheard. "That's why, when Amy pinned you down just now, you felt weak and couldn't resist her. Anyone with this physique is naturally submissive," the system elaborated, twisting the knife a bit more. "But honestly, you don't need to worry too much. Even without this physique, you'd still be a bottom. So in a way, you're getting a bonus. Can I pin you down and beat you up?" "Nope. Technically, I'm only 3 years old in human years, so you can't bully a child." Kotomi sat up and scrutinized the girl lying beside her, the system, with her delicate and picturesque face, slender figure, and dainty legs. After a moment of contemplation, Kotomi blurted out, "There's no way you're 3 years old." "I really am 3, the system insisted firmly. Okay, 3 it is. I'll just call you Little 3 God from now on." "Little 3 God? What kind of weird name is that?" "Kotomi, no offense, but your naming skills are a bit lacking. It's still better than god-level heroine system. Besides, what's wrong with Little 3 God? Your name starts with God, and you're 3 years old, so it fits perfectly," Kotomi retorted, confident in her logic. The system gave Kotomi a look as if she were staring at a fool. "Kotomi, actually, I do have a real name." "Oh? What is it?" "Kazumi." "Wow, what a cool name. In another world, you'd definitely be one of the protagonist's love interests with a name like that." "I'd be the protagonist, thank you very much." "When I was born, the entire system race gasped in awe and fear. Plus, I was born at night, which is why my parents named me Kazumi." "Is that true?" "Not at all. I don't even know who my parents are. I made up the name Kazumi myself," Kazumi replied nonchalantly, as if discussing someone else's background. Kotomi looked at Kazumi and then said, "How about you stop calling me Kotomi and just call me Mom instead?" Kazumi stared at Kotomi as if she were out of her mind. "Or Dad works too," Kotomi added. Kazumi started fiddling with the system interface as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" "A signal axe labeled It's Go Time." "You're killing me here. I thought you didn't have any tools." "Isn't the signal axe a tool?" "Oh no, the signal axe isn't a tool, it's a collectible." "What other collectibles do you have?" Kazumi rummaged through her things and pulled out a revolver, an M1917, made by Smith & Wesson in the USA. Okay, put your collectibles away before you hurt someone." Kazumi put the revolver back and continued, "You know, Kotomi, you could have accepted Amy's feelings. After all, you two aren't blood-related." Amy's confession was so touching, even I was moved. I almost shed a tear and wanted to shout, "Go for it." "Were those tears really from your eyes?" "If you don't nitpick the details, we can still be friends." "Fine, let's be serious for a moment," Kotomi sighed and lay back down. "I didn't expect Amy to find out that I'm not her real sister. This makes things complicated." "It's not complicated. You just need to remember one simple truth." "And what's that?" "If you can't resist, then learn to enjoy it." "Can I let you enjoy it instead? I'm just a harmless little 3-year-old Kazumi. How could I have any bad intentions?" Kazumi said, sucking on her finger and tilting her head innocently. Sure, you're the most innocent of all." Kazumi stood up and stretched. "Feelings like this are something you need to decide on your own, Kotomi. It's getting late, and you have school tomorrow, so I won't keep you up. I'll head back into your body now. Kotomi glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 a.m. If she didn't get some sleep soon, she'd end up nodding off in class like you. It is late. So, how do you get back into my body? It's simple. Like this. Kazumi said as she suddenly pushed Kotomi down, leaning closer. As their faces and lips drew nearer, Kotomi screamed internally, "No way, not again. Why am I always the one being pinned down? Are you thinking naughty thoughts, Kotomi? Don't worry, I'm a healthy and civilized system." Kazumi giggled as she lightly touched her nose to Kotomi's, and with a burst of pink light, Kazumi vanished. Did she really go back inside? Kotomi asked in disbelief. The next moment, Kazumi's familiar, ethereal voice echoed in her mind, "Yep, I'm back inside now. Easy, right?" After bidding Kazumi good night, Kotomi didn't waste any more time and closed her eyes to sleep. Tonight had been full of one bizarre event after another. The next morning, Kotomi woke up early to get dressed. "I was too tired last night to notice, but Amy really left a deep mark on my neck. It hasn't even faded overnight. What should I do? If Mom, Dad, or my classmates see this, there's no way I can explain it." Kotomi frowned at the mirror, worried about the conspicuous hickey on her neck. She suspected that Amy had deliberately bitten hard to make sure it was noticeable. Chapter 46, Catnip. After pondering for a while, Izumi Kotomi finally decided to take out a box of band-aids from her desk drawer and applied one to the hickey on her neck. She also stuck another band-aid on the back of her hand for good measure. This way, if her classmates asked, she could say she got scratched by a cat while petting it last night. If her parents asked, she could claim she scratched herself in her sleep. Satisfied that the hickey was covered, Kotomi grabbed her school bag and headed downstairs. Izumi Akina had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for Kotomi and Amy to join her. As Kotomi entered the kitchen, she noticed that Amy was already sitting at the table, eating breakfast. When Amy heard Kotomi's footsteps, she looked up with a smile and greeted her, "Good morning, An-chan." "Good morning," Kotomi replied, slightly nervously as she sat down. After last night's events, seeing Amy again brought back memories of what had happened, making Kotomi a bit uneasy. She focused on eating her breakfast, which was a delicious beef stir-fried noodle dish prepared by her mother. However, perhaps due to her anxiety, she didn't really taste the food and just wanted to finish quickly and head to school. Amy glanced at Kotomi, who was eating like a nervous little penguin, and then turned to their mother, saying, "Mom, do we have any vinegar? I'd like to add some to my noodles." "Vinegar? Sure, just a moment. That's unusual, I remember you didn't like vinegar before," Akina remarked as she walked over to the cupboard. "Sometimes I feel like trying something new," Amy replied with a smile. Akina opened the cupboard but frowned slightly in confusion. "That's strange. I used this vinegar just the other day when cooking, and there was plenty left. How did it run out so quickly?" Looking at the empty vinegar bottle, she tried to recall if she had used that much vinegar recently, but nothing came to mind. "Mom, check the second drawer in the cupboard. I remember seeing a vinegar packet there," Amy suggested. "A vinegar packet? When did we have that?" Akina asked as she opened the drawer. To her surprise, there really was a vinegar packet inside. "Oh, there actually is one here. I kept it after I didn't use it with instant cold noodles. I thought it would be a waste to throw it away, so I put it aside," Amy explained as she took the vinegar packet from her mother. "I see. I looked in this drawer yesterday and didn't notice it. Maybe I just missed it," Akina mused, wondering if her memory was starting to fade with age. Amy tore open the vinegar packet with a bit of force. A few drops of vinegar splashed out, landing right on Kotomi's face. Kotomi looked puzzled, wondering how she had gotten caught in the crossfire. "Sorry, An-chan." Amy quickly apologized, putting down the vinegar packet. "It's fine," Kotomi waved it off, thinking it was no big deal. She could just wipe it off with a tissue later. "It's not fine. What if it got on your uniform? You're too careless, An-chan. Come with me," Amy insisted, not giving Kotomi a chance to protest as she pulled her towards the bathroom. "Amy, I can just wipe it off with a tissue. MMPH. MMPH." Before Kotomi could finish speaking, Amy pressed her lips against Kotomi's in a forceful kiss, her movements filled with a possessive intensity. After what felt like an eternity, Amy finally released Kotomi, leaving her breathless. "I've cleaned up the vinegar on your lips, An-chan," Amy said with a satisfied smile, licking her lips as if savoring the taste. "Amy, you're being ridiculous," Kotomi scolded, her face flushed as she spoke in a hushed, embarrassed tone. Amy didn't reply, only smiling before turning and leaving the bathroom. Kotomi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks still burning with embarrassment. She sighed deeply, splashing her face with cold water to cool down her flushed skin. Returning to the dining table, Kotomi quickly finished the rest of her noodles and stood up, announcing, "Mom, Amy, I'm heading to school now. Take care. Be careful on your way." On-chan Kotomi nodded, grabbed her school bag, and left the house. The moment she stepped outside, she saw Megumi Kato standing under a street lamp, crouched down and petting a small cat. "Kato-san." Kotomi hurried over, wondering how Megumi always managed to arrive earlier than her, even when she tried to leave the house extra early to meet her at the gate. What time did Megumi leave her house each day? "Good morning, Izumi-san," Megumi greeted her as she stood up and picked up her school bag. "Oh, what a cute little orange cat," Kotomi cooed, crouching down to pet the small orange kitten. The kitten, small and fluffy, looked like it was only a few months old, but it already showed the characteristic chubby body of an orange cat. The kitten responded warmly to Kotomi, nuzzling her hand with its fluffy head and meowing softly. After petting the kitten, Kotomi and Megumi began walking toward their school together. As they walked, Megumi smiled and remarked, "The stray cats around this area aren't usually so friendly. Take that orange kitten, for example. I had to feed it small fish treats for a long time before it warmed up to me. But Izumi-san, you managed to get close to it right away. Could it be that you're like a walking catnip? I've loved cats ever since I was little. I just can't resist any plump, round cats. As for why they seem to like me, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's just that people have different auras," Kotomi responded. Megumi suddenly noticed the band-aid on Kotomi's neck. Her eyes briefly narrowed before she composed herself and asked in a concerned tone, "Izumi-san, what happened to your neck? Did you get hurt?" When Kotomi heard Megumi ask about the band-aid on her neck, she tensed up for a moment before smiling wryly and waving her hand. "Oh, this. Last night, I tried to pet a stray white cat on my way home, but as soon as I picked it up, it scratched me. It got my neck and my hand too. But don't worry, I've already had it treated at the hospital. The band-aid is just to cover the scratches until they heal, which will take a few days." Feeling proud of her quick thinking, Kotomi couldn't help but mentally congratulate herself on her cleverness. "I, Izumi Kotomi, am a genius. A cat scratch, huh?" Megumi repeated, looking at Kotomi thoughtfully before her smile grew wider. "Izumi-san, you really are like a piece of walking catnip." "Huh? Why do you say that?" "Because cats love to bite catnip," Megumi teased with a soft laugh. Chapter 47, Chainsaw Man. After entering the classroom and sitting at her desk, Izumi Kotomi found that there was still some time before class started. With nothing better to do, she pulled out her usual notebook and began doodling with her pencil. Recently, whenever she had free time, Kotomi enjoyed sketching in her notebook. Even though the drawings were just rough sketches, it was a good way to practice and improve her drawing skills. Of course, she didn't just draw mindlessly. After finishing each sketch, even if it was just a casual doodle, Kotomi would carefully examine it, comparing it to her previous sketches. She would note where she had improved and where there was still room for improvement. Finding areas of progress motivated her to keep going, while identifying flaws allowed her to focus on areas that needed work, turning those flaws into strengths. As she sketched, Kotomi suddenly paused, realizing something. She had been using the blank pages at the back of this notebook for her drawings lately, but what was this notebook originally meant for? Kotomi had a habit of labeling the first page of each notebook with the subject it was designated for. This made it easier to find the right notebook when studying for exams. She flipped to the first page, and there it was, written clearly in large letters, Japanese. Flipping another page confirmed it, this was her Japanese homework notebook. Oh no. She could only hope that Miss Shizuka Hiratsuka, her teacher, wouldn't notice when grading her homework. "Kotomi-san, are you drawing again?" Megumi Kato asked curiously as she looked over. She was the only one in the class who knew about Kotomi's drawing skills. "Yes, I was a bit bored, so I decided to doodle a little," Kotomi nodded, explaining. "Let me see. Wow, this character looks so cool. His arms and head are chainsaws. And this cute little animal, is it a dog? But why does the dog have a chainsaw on its head too?" Megumi was fascinated by the two sketches in Kotomi's notebook. She occasionally read manga but rarely saw character designs as unique and unconventional as these. Whether it was the combination of human and chainsaw or dog and chainsaw, these creatures paired with such an intimidating tool created an odd sense of unease. Yet, the way Kotomi drew them, the characters and their chainsaws seemed to coexist in a strangely harmonious way, an absurd yet seamless fusion. "Kotomi-san, does this character and the dog have names? They look so interesting. Are you planning to turn this into an illustration?" Megumi asked with keen interest. "The guy is named Denji, and the dog is Pashida. I'm not planning to make an illustration, I want to turn it into a manga," Kotomi replied. "A manga? Does that mean you want to become a manga artist, Kotomi-san?" Ever since I was little, I've wanted to do something creative, whether it's writing novels, drawing manga, or making games. I want to try out careers in creative fields, Kotomi explained earnestly. This is the first time I've seen you talk about something so seriously, Kotomi-san, Megumi praised, holding the sketches and looking at Kotomi with admiration. I believe you can do it. If you write novels or draw manga, I'll be your first loyal reader. And if you make games, I'll be your first devoted player. Megumi-san, you're making me blush, Kotomi murmured, her face turning a little red as she shyly looked away. Not just classmates but friends. Because we're friends, I want to see your dream and be there when it comes true, Megumi smiled warmly. So, were you touched by my words? Just a little, Kotomi admitted quietly. A little, or a lot? Kotomi thought for a moment before replying softly, a lot. As time passed, more students began filling the classroom. When Yukino walked toward her seat and saw Kotomi, she slightly opened her mouth and greeted her, "Good morning, Izumi-san." Her tone was still as cold as before, but now Yukino was trying to greet others more proactively. "Good morning, Yukino-san," Kotomi nodded, pleased with the progress. She wasn't aiming to melt Yukino's icy exterior, she had never considered that. She just wanted to grow a little closer to her. As for melting the Ice Queen, that wasn't on her agenda. Besides, why would she want to? An Ice Queen has her own unique charm, cool on the outside but warm on the inside, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. She might be cold to others but sweet to you, creating an adorable contrast. Isn't that appealing in its own way? Yukino-san, what about my good morning greeting? Megumi Kata raised her hand and spoke up. When Yukino realized Megumi was in the classroom, a rare expression of surprise appeared on her face. "Kato-san? When did you come in?" Yukino asked, genuinely shocked. Had she noticed Megumi sitting beside Kotomi when she walked over? Apparently not. Yukino offered an apologetic smile to Megumi. "Sorry, Kato-san. I must not have noticed you. My apologies." "Good morning, Kato-san." "PFFT, it's okay. My presence is often like that of a background character in a novel, easy to overlook. I'm used to having low presence." "Good morning, Yukino-san," Megumi replied with a playful grin. "Maybe you could change your image a bit, like growing out your hair?" Yukino suggested, offering the first idea that came to mind. Yukino wasn't great at giving advice about changing one's image, she herself wasn't one to experiment with her own appearance. But she was trying to make conversation with Megumi, so she suggested what seemed logical. Megumi, understanding Yukino's attempt to engage in conversation, nodded as if saying, I get it, I get it. Long hair, huh? I thought about it in middle school, but I never grew it out. What about you, Kotomi-san? Do you prefer long hair or short hair? Kotomi, when asked, answered earnestly without hesitation, I like both. Chapter 48, the first manga creation begins. Uegahama walked into the classroom, carrying 2 cake boxes, and greeted the already seated Izumi Kotomi and her friends with a smile. Good morning, Kato-san, Yukino-san, Izumi-san. I brought these for you to try. The 2 cake boxes, stamped with the logo of the Dango Cake Shop, piqued the curiosity of everyone, making them wonder what kind of cakes were inside. Although Kotomi already knew that the Dango Cake Shop was owned by Yu's mother, she decided to play along and feign ignorance. Oh. It's from the Dango Cake Shop. My sister bought cakes from this shop before, and they were really good. Do you like cakes from Dango Cake Shop too, Yu-san? Hearing Kotomi's praise for the cake shop, Yu's face lit up with a shy smile. The Dango Cake Shop is actually run by my mom. If you like the cakes, you're always welcome to come by. That's so amazing, Yu-san. I'm so jealous. Your mom owns a cake shop, so you must get to eat delicious cakes all the time. Kotomi said in an envious tone, as if she had just found out. Haha, I used to think the same way. But there was one time when my mom was working on a new cake recipe, and I ended up eating nothing but cake for all 3 meals that day. I was so sick of it by the end, Yu laughed. Yukino opened one of the cake boxes, revealing a yogurt cheese mousse cake inside. It's a mousse cake. Can I have a piece now? Of course, go ahead. Do you like mousse cake, Yukino-san? Yu asked with a smile. Yukino nodded, taking a piece of the mousse cake and gently biting into it. This mousse cake is delicious. Your mother is really skilled at making cakes, Yu-san. Your taste is just like my sister's. She also loves mousse cake, Yu remarked. Do you have a sister, Yu-san? Kotomi asked curiously upon hearing about Yu's sibling. I have a much younger sister. She just started kindergarten this year. Her name is Yuahara Uegahama. My mom usually runs the cake shop by herself, but I help out during holidays. Uehara loves sneaking bites of the cakes while we're working, Yu explained with a fond smile. Does your father help with the cake shop? Yukino asked. At the mention of her father, Yu's expression dimmed slightly. She let out a dry laugh before answering, my father passed away in a car accident 5 years ago. I'm sorry, Yukino apologized softly. It's okay. It's been years now. My mom always says that we can't stay sad forever, we have to keep going, for ourselves and for those we love, Yui replied, waving her hand as if to brush away the sorrow. She then encouraged the others, Kato-san, Izumi-san, you should try some too. I brought 2 cakes, one is the yogurt mousse, and the other is a chocolate chiffon cake. Then I won't hold back, Kotomi said, picking up a slice of the mousse cake. As for the chocolate chiffon cake, though it looked delicious, Kotomi couldn't bring herself to eat it. She had never liked chocolate. She had hoped that after reincarnating, her tastes might change, but to her dismay, she still disliked chocolate as much as she did in her past life. No matter how good the chocolate was supposed to be, all Kotomi could taste was bitterness. People always said chocolate was sweet and smooth, but to Kotomi, it was just bitter, like medicine. It made her wonder more than once if there was something wrong with her taste buds. Uegahama's chocolate chiffon cake certainly looked appetizing, but it was a shame she just couldn't enjoy chocolate. Kotomi-san, aren't you going to try the chiffon cake? Yu asked, noticing that Kotomi had only been eating the mousse cake. Kotomi smiled apologetically and admitted, Yu-san, the chiffon cake your mom made looks really delicious, but I don't really like chocolate. You don't like chocolate, Kotomi-san? Then next time, I'll bring a different flavor of chiffon cake for you to try, maybe matcha, orange, or lemon. I'd love to try the orange one. I'm planning to buy an orange chiffon cake from your mom's shop this afternoon. Thank you in advance for your patronage, Yui replied with a playful tone. As the time for class drew near, the 4 of them quickly divided the remaining cake and finished eating before the bell rang. If it were any other class, they might not have been in such a hurry. They might have even snuck bites during the lesson. But today, the first period was math with Nakamori-sensei. In her previous life, math was absolute torture for Kotomi. In fact, any science-related subject was a challenge for her. She would try her best to listen and understand, but most of the time, she couldn't grasp what the teacher was explaining, nor could she make sense of the numbers and symbols on the board. Back in elementary school, she could still improve her math grades by practicing lots of exercises. But by the time she reached middle and high school, it became clear that math was either something you got, or you didn't. No matter how much effort you put into it, some people just couldn't wrap their heads around it. Even private tutoring might not make much of a difference. This was especially true in high school, where teachers often advised students with poor math skills to choose humanities over sciences. In her previous life, Kotomi had been one of those students who just didn't get math. She wasn't unintelligent, but she just couldn't grasp mathematical concepts. So, when she had to choose her subjects in high school, she went with humanities. But in this life, thanks to the learning ability granted by the God-level heroine system, Kotomi could now breeze through any academic challenge, whether it was science or humanities. This left her with much more free time to devote to her creative pursuits without worrying about her studies. Kotomi-san, can you solve this problem? Nakamori-sensei asked, calling on her during class. Kotomi, who was now quite used to being called on, stood up confidently and accurately walked the class through the solution to the problem on the board. After she finished, Nakamori-sensei nodded with satisfaction and even smiled, a rare occurrence. Very good, Kotomi-san. It seems you've mastered the common problem-solving approach for this type of question. Let me show you another method that might be useful for more advanced problems. This approach can simplify your work, especially when dealing with additional questions on exams. After explaining the new method, Nakamori-sensei wrote the supplementary problem on the board and asked Kotomi to solve it. Kotomi, playing along, pretended to think for a few minutes before correctly solving the problem using the new method Nakamori-sensei had just taught. Perfect answer, well done. Please take your seat, Nakamori-sensei said, clearly pleased that Kotomi had so quickly grasped the new technique. Seeing a student like Kotomi, Nakamori-sensei thought to herself, she's a natural for mathematics. When it comes time to choose subjects, I must persuade her to pick sciences. A student with potential like hers needs to be nurtured. But Kotomi herself wasn't thinking about this at all. After returning to her seat, she resumed sketching in her notebook. As she continued her doodles, her pencil suddenly paused. She then began writing down some dialogue for the opening of her manga. Cutting trees. Can earn you 60,000 yen a month, right? That kidney I sold brought in 1.2 million yen. My right eye. 300,000 yen. How much did I get for selling my testicle? I think it wasn't even 100,000 yen. The remaining debt is 38.04 million yen. Woof. Pashida, I know what we have to do. Let's cut it up. Hunting demons nets you around 300,000 yen. Yep, being a devil hunter is the best gig out there. Just to survive, a dark hero's tale that will shake the world, begins. Kotomi smiled to herself. She had decided that her first manga would be Chainsaw Man. Chapter 49, The Friday Night Invitation. Nakamori-sensei, who was standing at the podium teaching, casually glanced toward the window seats and noticed that Izumi Kotomi was once again hunched over, writing or drawing something in her notebook. He had noticed this habit of hers before, frequently bowing her head to scribble in her notebook during class. At this point in his math course, there wasn't much that needed meticulous note-taking, it was more about understanding the concepts. Although he considered reminding her to focus on the lecture, Nakamori-sensei remembered how brilliantly Kotomi had answered questions in the past. No matter how difficult the problem, she always provided the correct and detailed answer in the shortest time possible. Could it be that Kotomi's constant scribbling was part of her unique study method? This thought made Nakamori-sensei feel as though he had figured something out. Every excellent student has their own specialized way of studying, enabling them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Realizing this, Nakamori-sensei concluded that Kotomi was simply using her own method to study and wasn't actually distracted. With that in mind, he decided to ignore it and continued teaching. 20 minutes later, the math class that left some students drowsy finally came to an end. As Nakamori-sensei packed up his textbooks, he left the classroom in high spirits. As a teacher, discovering a student with great potential was one of the most gratifying experiences. Now that he had found such a student in his class, how could he not be pleased? Meanwhile, Izumi Kotomi, who was engrossed in drawing her Chainsaw Man manga, had no idea that she had already become a student with potential in her teacher's eyes, worthy of nurturing. Kotomi spent the majority of the day at school working on the rough draft of Chainsaw Man's first chapter, particularly focusing on the first page. She had always heard that creating manga was a time-consuming process, but now she was truly experiencing it firsthand. Despite having an innate talent for drawing, she found that even a simple rough draft took a significant amount of time. She started working on it during the first class in the morning, and by the time the final class in the afternoon ended, she had only just completed the rough draft for the first page. And this was just a preliminary sketch. With the help of the drawing skills provided by the gun-level heroine system, Kotomi was able to get into a good rhythm, and each stroke felt natural. However, she realized that without the system, it would have taken her much longer to complete even a single page. It made her appreciate the difficulty of a manga artist's job even more. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Kotomi finally snapped out of her focused state. She packed up her things and prepared to head to the art club. She was feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement, as this was her first time seriously attempting to create a manga. The progress was slow, but the sense of accomplishment with each stroke kept her motivated. Even though she was only working on rough drafts at the moment, Kotomi knew that she needed to pour her heart into every detail. The actual work on Chainsaw Man would begin in earnest once her drawing tablet, which she had ordered from Amazon, arrived. It was scheduled to be delivered the next day, and Kotomi was eager to familiarize herself with it and begin creating the digital version of her manga. Kotomi was checking the delivery status on her phone when she heard a familiar voice. "How's the progress on your manga coming along, Izumi-san?" Kato Megumi asked, approaching Kotomi's desk. She had noticed Kotomi drawing throughout the day and had given her space to work uninterrupted. But now that classes were over, Megumi couldn't resist talking to her friend any longer. "Not much progress yet, just working on the rough drafts," Kotomi replied, feeling a bit embarrassed about the slow pace. "When will your drawing tablet arrive?" "It should be here tomorrow, according to Amazon," Kotomi said with a small smile. "Tomorrow?" Megumi's expression shifted slightly, and she seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, as if trying to keep her tone casual, she asked, "Izumi-san, do you remember the phone call I made to you last night?" "Yes, I remember," Kotomi replied. Of course, she remembered, it wasn't every day that she received a call like that, especially under such peculiar circumstances as last night. After all, last night had been one of the most unforgettable nights since she was reborn in this world. "After we hung up, I remembered why I called you, but it was already late, so I didn't want to bother you again," Megumi explained softly. "I also didn't want to interrupt you today since you were so focused on your manga. That's why I'm only bringing it up now." "What is it?" Kotomi asked, feeling a slight pang of guilt for having been so engrossed in her work that she hadn't paid much attention to her friend today. "It's nothing serious," Megumi reassured her. "I just wanted to ask if you're free after school tomorrow. If you are, I thought maybe we could go somewhere a bit farther away, just to relax and enjoy the start of the weekend." She paused for a moment, then continued with a hint of disappointment in her voice, There's a movie I've been looking forward to, and it's premiering tomorrow. But it won't be showing in Chiba City until next Sunday. If we want to see it sooner, we'd have to go to Tokyo. But going to Tokyo alone to see a movie doesn't sound like much fun. So, I was hoping you could come with me to Roppongi after school tomorrow. But I understand if you'd rather stay home and work on your manga. Kotomi quickly understood what Megumi had been trying to say. She was inviting Kotomi to go to Tokyo with her to see a movie, an outing that Kotomi would normally be excited about. However, she also remembered her previous plans. With a bit of regret, Kotomi shook her head. I'm really sorry, Kato-san, but I already have plans with my sister tomorrow evening. We're going out for yakiniku, and I promised her I'd be there. Oh, I see, Megumi replied, trying to hide her disappointment. That's perfectly understandable. Family comes first, after all. Chapter 50, Senior Tendo from the Kendo Club. After hearing Izumi Kotomi's refusal, Megumi Kato sighed softly, then smiled and said, "Oh, so Izumi-san already has plans for Friday. In that case, can I book you for Saturday?" Huh? The movie is premiering on Friday, but it won't only be showing for one day. If you're free on Saturday, would you like to go watch the movie with me then? If it's on Saturday, Kotomi thought, she would have plenty of time. After all, she usually spent her Saturdays lying in bed playing games or watching anime and manga. Sure, let's go see the movie on Saturday. By the way, what kind of movie is it that you want to watch, Kato-san? Hee, that's a secret for now, Megumi replied, maintaining a bit of mystery. She then glanced at her wristwatch and said, Izumi-san, it's almost time for the art club activities. If you don't head over now, you might be late. Hearing Megumi mention a time, Kotomi suddenly realized how late it was. It's already this late? Kato-san, I have to go. See you later. I'll be waiting for you in the library, Megumi called after her, smiling as she watched Kotomi hurriedly leave. Such a cute little scatterbrain. I wonder if she's like this in bed too? Kotomi dashed to the art club, relieved that her queen of all females physique kept her from feeling too winded. She knew that as this physique improved, her physical abilities would also increase, which might even lead to her performing exceptionally well in her high school physical exams. However, Kotomi had little interest in sports. The career she envisioned was one centered around creativity. The reason was simple, she loved creating. She wanted her hobby to become a profession that she could make a living from. As she entered the art club room, she noticed that she was the last one to arrive. Everyone else had already gathered. Izumi-san, you're late, Ngi Hibiki remarked. Sorry, I got held up in the classroom. Oh? And this person is? When Kotomi walked into the art club, the first thing that caught her eye was a beautiful girl dressed entirely in black. Her straight black hair was shiny and smooth, her skin was as delicate as snow, and her attire consisted of only black and white colors, except for the red ribbon tied at her chest. She had sharp, slightly upturned eyes that gave her a slightly stern look, though Kotomi was sure that if this girl smiled, she would be incredibly cute. However, she currently wore a rather gloomy expression. Kotomi immediately recognized the girl from her previous life's anime, Tendo Kisaura from Black Bullet. This is my classmate, Tendo Kisaura. I accidentally left my bag in the classroom, and she found it and brought it to me, Ngi Hibiki explained, then turned to Kisaura and said, Thanks, Kisaura. Do you want to grab some ice cream afterward? No, I have to practice with the kendo club later. I don't have time, Kisaura shook her head, picking up her black sports bag containing her kendo uniform and bamboo sword, then turned to leave the art club. As she passed by Kotomi, she paused and, with her sharp eyes, looked at Kotomi and said, I heard from Ngi this morning that you're good at drawing. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit the kendo club. Surprised by the invitation, Kotomi asked, Tendo-senpai, what connection is there between drawing and kendo? In Japanese history, many renowned kendo masters were also excellent painters. Drawing requires using your eyes, hands, and heart to perceive the world, and kendo is the same. So, if you're interested, you should come and observe the kendo club, Kisaura explained. Isn't it a bit unfair to try to poach our new art club member right in front of me, Kisaura? Ngi Hibiki teased with a friendly smile. I'm just saying. Don't be so petty, Kisaura shrugged, then left the art club. Tendo-senpai seems like an interesting person, Kotomi said with a wry smile. However, speaking of kendo, she had always been interested in it. With her kendo skill already at level 3, Kotomi was curious about how that skill would manifest in real life, especially since she had yet to try using a bamboo sword. If she had the time, she definitely wanted to visit the kendo club and, if possible, test her skills against the members there. Kisaura really is an interesting person. She's the captain of the Sobu High School Kendo Club and a well-known figure in the kendo world. Despite being only 17 years old, she's an exceptional swordswoman, having reached the rank of 6th Dan in Kendo, which is extremely rare. Her terrifyingly powerful battle jutsu has earned her the nickname Sword Demon, Ngi Hibiki explained. Although in this world, Kusagakure wouldn't have the vengeful drive she had in Black Bullet, she still retained her fearsome kendo prowess. Sword Demon is Tendo Senpai's nickname? That's so cool. Kotomi said with admiration in her eyes. She had always dreamed of mastering the heightened Mitsurugi Ryu, Flying Heaven Governed Sword style, from her Rurouni Kenshin. After chatting briefly with the other art club members, Kotomi returned to her seat, pondering what to paint next. She had already completed the practice painting yesterday, and now that she was familiar with the techniques and process of oil painting, she was considering what her original work should be. Each new member of the art club had an assignment, to complete an original oil painting by the end of the semester. Original, meaning a painting they conceived and executed on their own. Kotomi had many ideas but hadn't settled on one yet. She didn't want to just paint something to get it over with. She wanted to create a serious, heartfelt piece. As Kotomi sat on her small stool, deep in thought, Ngi Hibiki approached her, holding a flyer. Izumi-san, are you interested in the National Painting Award? Painting Award? Kotomi asked, tilting her head in curiosity as she looked at the flyer in Ngi Hibiki's hand. The 7th Tokyo Kyoto University National Youth Painting Award? Tokyo Kyoto University? Looking further, Kotomi realized that the painting award was co-hosted by the University of Tokyo and Kyoto University. I didn't know that the University of Tokyo and Kyoto University would collaborate on an award like this, and it's already been held 6 times? This is the 7th. Sometimes universities collaborate on projects like this. And because the first 6 events were so successful, winning a prize in this award carries a lot of prestige. Would you be interested in participating, Izumi-san? Chapter 51, The 4 Preparatory Steps. Is there a prize? Izumi Kotomi didn't bother asking about the specifics of the painting award and directly inquired about the prize money. Whether it was a prestigious award or not was secondary. What Izumi Kotomi cared about most was whether there was prize money. Ngi Hibiki was momentarily stunned. For other art students, just being qualified to participate in the Tokyo University and Kyoto University National Youth Art Award was already something to be happy about. But Izumi Kotomi seemed uninterested in whether she would participate or not. What she cared about was how much prize money she could get if she won. As expected of Izumi-san, she hadn't even entered yet and was already confident of winning the award. Perhaps this is what it means to be strong, someone whose eyes are always fixed on the benefits they can obtain after victory. There is a prize. Since it's a national award, just making it to the final selection will earn you a prize of 200,000 yen. That's a bit low. Upon hearing the amount of the prize, Izumi Kotomi's first thought was just that, it was low. Writing just 1 volume of Sword Art Online would net her an after-tax income of 860,000 yen. And that doesn't even include the royalties from publishing the standalone volumes or the income from the novel's copyright. Add it all up, and earning a few million yen a month isn't a dream as long as she keeps pushing hard. There's no need to spend time and energy participating in some art competition. With this in mind, 200,000 yen did indeed seem a bit low. So, Izumi Kotomi shifted her attention to the fact that the National Youth Art Award was co-hosted by Tokyo University and Kyoto University. If she won the award, would she have a chance to be admitted to one of these prestigious universities without taking the entrance exam? Ngi-senpai, besides the prize money, are there any other benefits to winning this award? This is the first time I've heard of the National Youth Art Award, so I'm curious. Izumi Kotomi asked softly, pretending to be curious rather than assuming she would win. After all, she hadn't yet shown any outstanding talent in painting. If she acted as if she was certain to win the award right from the start, she might be seen by others as an overly confident student with no sense of her limits. Benefits? Of course. Any award under the national award category has one common benefit, and that is an added advantage for university admissions. Admission to university. This was exactly what she wanted. If she were to take the university entrance exams, she was 100% confident she would meet the admission requirements for Tokyo University or Kyoto University. But now that there was a shortcut to university admission, why wouldn't she choose to take it? In Izumi Kotomi's eyes, the allure of guaranteed university admission far outweighed the 200,000 yen prize. Guaranteed admission to Tokyo University or Kyoto University? That's right. Moreover, if you manage to win this award, even the Tokyo 5 Arts universities might extend an olive branch to you. There have been cases where the Tokyo 5 Arts universities and Tokyo University have competed fiercely over award-winning students. It's said that during the most intense disputes, teachers from different universities even got into physical altercations, and the principals were eager to join the fray with chairs in hand. If winning this award meant guaranteed admission to university, then she absolutely had to participate. And not just participate, she had to win the award with an overwhelming advantage, secure the admission spot, and claim the prize money. After all, 200,000 yen is still money. It could be used to buy diamonds in games, single-player games, gaming consoles, or even some risque life-size pillows and figurines. Who wouldn't want that? Kotami really wanted a PS5. So, are you interested in signing up? Hibiki asked. Izumi Kotami nodded without hesitation. If she missed this opportunity, who knew when another chance to secure university admission might come her way? When the opportunity presents itself, grab it firmly and hold on to it with all your might. This has always been Izumi Kotami's philosophy. Good, then I'll help you sign up. Huh? You can sign me up, Ngi-senpai? Izumi Kotami had thought she needed to apply through a teacher, but it turned out Ngi-senpai could handle it. Hibiki let out a proud little laugh. Well, I am the president of the Sobu High School Art Club after all. Of course, I can help you sign up. Since you're participating, that makes two of us representing the Sobu High School Art Club at the Tokyo University and Kyoto University National Youth Art Award. Just the two of us? Yes, you didn't think just anyone could enter the Tokyo University National Youth Art Award, did you? Right now, in the Sobu High School Art Club, only the two of us have the ability to participate, as the third-year seniors have already left to focus on preparing for their university entrance exams. Hibiki shrugged and smiled as she said this. Originally, I was the only one participating, but now that you've joined the art club, it's gone from just me to the two of us. If I'm not mistaken, when it comes to the final selection, everyone will be a competitor, perhaps even an enemy. Having more people participating just means more competition pressure, Izumi Kotami said. You're absolutely right, especially with a talented artist like you joining the competition. This isn't just a bit more pressure, it's probably increased several times over, Hibiki admitted with a wry smile. Then why did you tell me about this, Ngi-senpai? If you had kept it to yourself and gone to the competition alone, wouldn't your chances of winning be higher? Hibiki shook her head and said, I did have that thought before, especially when I saw how much better your painting skills were than mine yesterday. For a moment, I really didn't want to tell you about the National Youth Art Award. But my father always told me that losing isn't scary, what's scary is winning without honor. So I figured it out, it's okay if I lose to you. I want to fully enjoy the process of participating in the competition. The result, for me, isn't that important anymore. As she said this, Hibiki turned to look at the art club room, a slight smile playing on her lips. Because of my little sister, I chose painting when I was a child. I don't even know if I liked it back then or not. But somehow, I've stuck with it for so many years. I must really like painting now. Being recognized by the excellent seniors in the art club and becoming the new president, I'm honored. I have 1 year left. When I enter my third year, I won't be able to continue as president of the art club, so I'll have to quit and focus on preparing for the entrance exams. That's why I want to create some beautiful memories while I'm still part of the art club. If I could win the National Youth Art Award, that would be the best. Ngi-senpai, you give it your all. But I definitely won't hold back. You want to win, and so do I, Izumi Kotami said with utmost seriousness. Yes, same here. We both need to give it everything we've got. I'd like to see what kind of painting you'll create when you go all out, Hibiki replied just as the bell signaling the end of club activities rang. As Izumi Kotami left the art club room and walked down the hallway, she looked at the flyer for the painting award in her hand. The Tokyo University and Kyoto University National Youth Art Award. It seems it's time to stop slacking off and start giving it my all. On the other side, Hibiki, as usual, was the last student to leave the art club. After turning off the lights, she grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. On-chan. Garagiri Seiko came running over with a backpack on her back and a plastic bag in her hand. Seiko? I thought you said the mystery club was going to play a murder mystery game today, so you'd be home late, Hibiki asked. They said we'd play the game, but the club president didn't finish writing the script, so today's game was postponed. I see. Then let's go home together. Hey, what's in the plastic bag you're carrying? Is that a pineapple? Garagiri Seiko mischievously shook the plastic bag with a pineapple inside, then clung tightly to Hibiki's arm, whispering in her ear, eat pineapple, trim nails, brush teeth, tie hair. You know what I want to do, right, big sis? Hearing Seiko's words, Hibiki's cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. She looked around and then asked softly, tonight? Of course, sister, it's been half a month since we last did it. I can't hold back anymore. Tonight, I won't let you sleep. All night? But what's wrong, sister? Weren't you the one who initiated it in the first place? Are you saying you don't like it anymore after I took the lead? Garagiri Seiko teased, holding on to Hibiki's arm tightly. I don't. Then it's settled, tonight, all night. Hibiki's face was flushed, but she eventually nodded slightly and softly responded, okay. Chapter 52, 3 Dangos. As Izumi Kotomi left the school building, she happened to see Megumi Kato walking towards her. It seems like I left the library at just the right time. Did you draw anything today in the art club, Izumi-san? Megumi Kato asked with a smile after approaching Izumi Kotomi. Not today. I ended up chatting with the president of the art club, and before I knew it, the time had flown by. By the time we finished talking, the bell signaling the end of club activities had already rung, Izumi Kotomi replied as she walked out of the school with Megumi Kato. Oh? Who's the president of the art club? Is it a boy or a girl? What did you two talk about? Are you really that curious, Kato-san? Yes, very curious, Megumi Kato answered without a hint of hesitation, as if that was her genuine thought. Then, she turned to Izumi Kotomi and chuckled softly. I'm just a bit curious about what you and the art club president talked about. Hearing Megumi Kato's response, Izumi Kotomi then shared the details of her conversation with Ngi Hibiki, which was mainly about the Tokyo University National Youth Painting Award. Even if Megumi Kato hadn't asked, Izumi Kotomi would have told her anyway. The Tokyo University National Youth Painting Award? I've heard of that before. It's a painting award co-hosted by Tokyo University and Kyoto University, specifically for students. It's said that winning the award comes with a 200,000 yen prize and a guaranteed spot at university. Are you planning to participate, Izumi-san? Yes, because opportunities to secure a guaranteed spot at university don't come by often. If I miss this one, there's a good chance I won't have another opportunity like this throughout high school. Izumi Kotomi shared her thoughts. She hadn't considered the possibility of securing a guaranteed spot at university before, because she hadn't had such an opportunity until now. With this chance available, she wasn't going to let it slip by. Every year, many talented art students, especially high school students, apply for the Tokyo University National Youth Painting Award. After all, the chance to secure a spot at a prestigious university is very tempting for any student. If you want to win, Izumi-san, you'll have to work really hard, Megumi Kato said encouragingly. Of course, I know that. But I won't back down just because there are many competitors. No matter the outcome, if I don't participate, then there's no chance of any result at all. That's how I see it, which is why I chose to sign up for the award. Then I'll definitely be cheering for you in my heart, Izumi-san. Megumi Kato shook her clenched fists up and down, cheering on Izumi Kotomi. As they reached an intersection, Izumi Kotomi suddenly remembered that she had planned to visit the Dango cake shop in the morning. Oh right, Kato-san, I want to take a small detour to the Dango cake shop to buy some cakes. Would you like to come with me? Of course, I'll go. It won't take too much of your time, will it? I'm free every day, Megumi Kato replied with a slight smile. She then gently tugged on Izumi Kotomi's sleeve and said, the light's green. Let's hurry to the Dango cake shop. Because the Dango cake shop was a bit out of the way, it took them an extra 10 minutes to get there. When they finally arrived at the shop's entrance, they saw Yui Uegahama, who had changed into her shop uniform and was standing at the cash register, counting money and putting it into the cash box. Uegahama-san, Izumi Kotomi greeted her. Hearing Izumi Kotomi's voice, Yui Uegahama looked up and smiled happily. Izumi-san, Kato-san, welcome. Did you two just get back from school? Yui Uegahama had already been home for almost an hour, while Izumi Kotomi and Megumi Kato were still wearing their Sobu high school uniforms, which made Yui Uegahama curiously ask. Izumi-san stays at school for an extra hour every day after school to participate in art club activities. I think it's a bit boring to walk home alone, so I also spend an hour in the school library after school doing homework, waiting for Izumi-san's club activities to end, Megumi Kato explained. Do you and Izumi-san live close to each other? Not only close, but it's also on the way, Izumi Kotomi said as she was selecting cakes. But does Izumi-san like to draw? That's something my mom enjoys too. When my mom has some time off, she likes to draw as well. The shop's logo was personally designed by my mom, Yui Uegahama said, pointing to the 2 dangos on her bakery apron. These 2 dangos are so cute, Izumi Kotomi said, a bit surprised that Uegahama's mother could draw. But the cute dangos quickly captured Izumi Kotomi's attention. Seeing the 2 dangos, Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but recall one of her favorite songs from her previous life, Dango Daikazaku. Huh? Did you also mistake them, Izumi-san? Yui Uegahama couldn't help but laugh after hearing Izumi Kotomi's comment. Mistake? Izumi Kotomi asked, puzzled by Yui Uegahama's words. Haha, before, the shop's logo was often mistaken for 2 dangos, but actually, it's not just 2 dangos, it's 3, Uchiha explained while pointing to the top of the light pink dango. Izumi Kotomi squatted down and looked closely, finally realizing that there was a small orange dango on top of the light pink dango. There weren't just 2 dangos, there were 3. There are actually 3 dangos. I hadn't noticed before, Megumi Kato said in surprise when she saw it. It's understandable. The large orange dango represents my mom, the light pink dango represents me, and the tiny orange dango represents my sister. When my mom was drawing it, she was focused on drawing the dangos as she envisioned them, without considering the size. That's why the 3rd dango looks so tiny. My sister Yuko has complained about it quite a bit, Uchiha said with a laugh, as if the mention of the 3rd dango reminded her of her sister. The egg tarts are ready. Place them in the number 2 cabinet. We're also running low on paper bags for the baguettes, so grab some more from the storage. Oh? Kato-san, welcome. And who is this cute girl with white hair? At that moment, Uchiha's mother came out from the kitchen. Seeing Izumi Kotomi, she asked with great interest. Mom, this is also a friend from my class, Izumi Kotomi. Izumi Kotomi. Just hearing the name makes me imagine the sound of the koto resonating over a blue ocean. What a beautiful name, Izumi-san, Uchiha's mother said with a smile. You're too kind, auntie. My sister bought some of your baumkuchen before, and it was so delicious that I asked her which cake shop made such a delicious cake. When I found out today that this shop is called Dango Cake Shop and that it's run by Uchiha-san's family, I came over right away to buy another piece of baumkuchen and a chiffon cake. It's the greatest joy for a pastry chef when someone enjoys their cakes. I've heard from you that you don't like chocolate, right? Today's chiffon cake comes in several flavors besides chocolate, like fruit and matcha, Uchiha's mother said, her face naturally lighting up with a bright smile. For a moment, Izumi Kotomi found herself stunned, her heart beating a little faster. She wanted to shout out, Auntie, I like you. Chapter 53, The 2 female owners of the BBQ restaurant. Is this the orange chiffon cake? Izumi Kotomi asked as she pointed to the orange chiffon cake in the display case. That's right, the orange and chocolate flavors are quite popular for chiffon cakes recently. They were all sold out by noon today, and these pieces were made in a rush this afternoon, Uchiha's mother said with a slight smile, her lips softly curving. For a moment, Izumi Kotomi felt that while the cake might be sweet, it couldn't compare to the sweetness of Uchiha's mother's smile. After selecting the orange chiffon cake and the baumkuchen, Uchiha helped Izumi Kotomi pack the 2 cakes into a box. As Izumi Kotomi looked around the shop, she remembered that her sister Amy Izumi really liked egg tarts, so she bought a box of them as well. Tomorrow's Friday, so we finally get a break, Uchiha said with a smile as she saw Izumi Kotomi and Megumi Kato off at the door. She was the kind of student who thought about the end of the school day as soon as classes started and dreamed of Friday once Monday arrived. If Izumi Kotomi knew that Uchiha thought that way, she would have grabbed Yui's hands and said, me too. Like she had met a kindred spirit. After parting with Uchiha, Izumi Kotomi and Megumi Kato headed home. Since both of their houses were a bit far from the commercial district, there was no shortcut to take. They had to return to the intersection from earlier, then turn left to head home. Are you going to have yakiniku with your sister after school tomorrow, Izumi-san? I promised her earlier. After school tomorrow, we'll go. Megumi Kato casually mentioned, if you're planning to have yakiniku, I have a place I'd recommend. It's not far from your house, Izumi-san. It's reasonably priced, and the meat is both delicious and served in generous portions. Oh? Really? This is the first I've heard of such a yakiniku place near my house. What's the name? Do you have the address? Izumi Kotomi asked. She had been wondering where to take Amy for yakiniku tomorrow night, and Megumi Kato's recommendation came at just the right time. Yes, I do. I'll send you the address on my phone. But if you plan to go in the evening, make sure to reserve a table in advance. Otherwise, it'll be hard to find a seat when you get there, Megumi Kato advised. After saying that, she sent Izumi Kotomi the location of the recommended yakiniku restaurant. Agshima Yakiniku? Is this a newly opened yakiniku place? I've never heard of it before, Izumi Kotomi said after receiving the location and name of the restaurant. She recalled that the spot used to be a gyoza and fried rice shop, but the owner had moved to a location with cheaper rent, leaving the original place vacant. She had often seen renovation trucks passing by recently, which must have been for this new yakiniku place. Yes, the restaurant just opened a few weeks ago. It's run by 2 girls. I don't know their first names, only their last names. One is called Adaki Sakura, and the other Shimamura Hagatsu. The restaurant's name might be a combination of their names. Adaki and Shimamura. Agshima Yakiniku. Thinking of this, Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Megumi Kato asked when she saw Izumi Kotomi suddenly smiling. Nothing, I just find the restaurant's name amusing. It makes me really want to go there for yakiniku, Izumi Kotomi said with a soft laugh, her eyes twinkling with amusement. In her past life, she hadn't gotten to see the ending of Adachi and Shimamura before she died, and it had always been a regret in her heart. But she never expected that in this life, she would find out the outcome of Adachi and Shimamura's story in such an unexpected way. She wondered if the two of them had gotten married by now. Well, since they've opened a restaurant together, it seems they're already living together. When they reached the door to Izumi Kotomi's house, she stopped and said to Megumi Kato, "Would you like to come in for a bit, Kato-san?" "I'd love to, but my mom's making dumplings at home today, so I need to go help her," Megumi Kato said with some regret. "It's no problem. You're welcome to come over anytime, Kato-san." "I'll remember that, Izumi-san," Megumi Kato said with a slightly teasing tone before continuing on her way. She would remember. When Megumi Kato got home, she saw her mother chopping vegetables in the kitchen. "Mom, I'm back." "Ah, Megumi, welcome home. How was school today?" "It was great." "Really? I'm glad to hear that. By the way, Megumi, if I remember correctly, your school lets out at 4 p.m., right? How come you've been coming home so late these past 2 days?" Megumi Kato asked, concerned. Her daughter usually came home on time, but lately, she hadn't been arriving until after 5 p.m. As a mother, how could she not worry? "I've taken to finishing my homework in the Sobu High School library. That way, I have more free time to play when I get home," Megumi Kato explained with a smile, taking out the workbook from her bag to show her mother as proof. "You silly girl, you need to make sure you're still focusing on your studies when you play. Haven't you always wanted to go to Kyushu University? If you don't work hard, it'll be tough to get in," Megumi Kato said, stroking her daughter's head affectionately. "Mom, I want to talk to you about college. I don't want to aim for Kyushu University anymore." "You don't want to go to Kyushu University? Then what university do you plan to apply to in your 3rd year?" "Megumi, although it's hard to get into Kyushu University, I believe that if you work hard for all 3 years of high school, you still have a good chance of getting in. No, it's just that I've suddenly changed my target to Tokyo University and Kyoto University. As for which one I'll choose, I haven't decided yet. When I make up my mind, I'll definitely let you and Dad know," Megumi Kato said calmly. "When did you decide to change your goal?" Megumi Kato asked, puzzled. She didn't understand why her daughter, who had always said she wanted to go to Kyushu University, had suddenly changed her mind. Just now, on the way home, Megumi Kato replied nonchalantly, as if it were something she had casually decided. "Oh, well. Okay." Even though she didn't yet understand why her daughter had suddenly decided to aim for Tokyo University or Kyoto University, Megumi Kato nodded in agreement. She had always been supportive and doting when it came to her daughter's decisions. "Thank you, Mom. I'll head to my room now. Call me if you need any help. Don't worry about it. I can make these dumplings in no time," Megumi Kato said confidently. Megumi Kato went back to her room, closed the door, and immediately picked up the tablet on her desk to search for the train schedule from Tokyo to Chiba City on Google. However, Megumi Kato wasn't looking for just any train schedule. She wanted to know what time the last train from Tokyo's Roppongi to Chiba City departed. Saturday's train schedule. Ah, here it is. The last train departs at 12:30 a.m. It looks like after watching the movie with Izumi-san on Saturday night, I'll have to make sure we stay out until after 12:30 a.m. Oh right, I should also check if there are any available hotel rooms in the Roppongi area on Saturday night, preferably with a large bed. Even if we miss the last train, I'll take responsibility and make sure Izumi-san gets a good night's sleep. Chapter 54, Hanui. When Izumi Kotomi returned home and was changing shoes at the entrance, she noticed Izumi Amy's shoes, indicating that Amy had returned home earlier than her. The thought of last night's events left Kotomi unsure of how to face Amy. Even the idea of a casual greeting made Kotomi feel uneasy. The words "complicated feelings" were probably the best way to describe how she felt at that moment. With her head down, Kotomi walked into the living room, where she saw Izumi Amy, dressed in pajamas, sitting on the sofa and watching TV, her small feet swinging in the air. As usual, her black hair was tied with purplish-red ribbons on both sides. "Welcome home, An-chan," Izumi Amy said, squinting her eyes slightly and smiling at Kotomi as she heard her enter. Kotomi nodded, placing her school bag on a chair before sitting down next to Amy. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Amy, I think we need to have a proper talk about what happened last night." Even though she felt shy about it, Kotomi knew it was necessary to clear things up. Izumi Amy, as if already knowing what Kotomi was about to say, smiled slightly and calmly replied, "I know. I'm fully aware of what you want to say, sister. I was a bit impulsive last night, and I'm sorry for making you worry. Hearing Amy say this, Kotomi breathed a sigh of relief and was about to respond when Amy continued, but every word I said was sincere. The reason I apologized is because I revealed that we aren't related by blood. When I said that, I was only thinking about my own feelings and didn't consider yours at all. I'm sorry. Do you think I'm just a silly little girl? No matter how mature a younger sister is, she will occasionally show her childish side in front of her older sister. Kotomi couldn't help but smile, reaching out to gently pat Amy's head. I'm not mad at you. Actually, I've known for a long time that I was adopted. I overheard it by accident. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I didn't know how to describe my feelings. No, I should say that I was so shocked I almost forgot how to speak. You've known all along, sister? Yes, I've known for a long time. But what difference does it make if I was adopted? Even though they are my adoptive parents, they've raised me as their own for so many years. They are my real parents. They gave me life and raised me, no bond could be stronger. Even without blood ties, the years of affection we share cannot be forgotten. I am a member of the Izumi family. After hearing Kotomi's words, Izumi Amy let out a long breath, her eyes welling up with tears. After I left your room last night, I was really scared. I worried that after finding out the truth, you might overthink things. If my impulsiveness made you unhappy, I would have regretted it deeply. It's okay. I didn't overthink it, and I'm not mad at you. I was just surprised you knew about it and by what you said to me last night. Kotomi blushed slightly, embarrassed, and touched her neck. Suddenly, she froze. The band-aid she had on her neck was gone? After checking again, she confirmed that the band-aid was indeed missing. Did it accidentally fall off? When did it come off? She clearly remembered that it was still on her neck before she left the dango cake shop. Although she didn't know when it fell off, at least it hadn't fallen off at school. If her classmates or teachers had seen it, she wouldn't have known how to explain it. Until the mark on her neck faded, she would need to keep using band-aids to cover it up, just in case. Tomorrow morning, she'd bring a couple of extra band-aids to school as a backup. Sister, yesterday I told you what was on my mind. Can you give me an answer? Amy asked softly. Despite her assertiveness last night, she had been anxious all day, so much so that she had been distracted during class, startling Iroha Ishiki. Amy, I don't know how to give you an answer right now because I don't even know how to respond myself, Kotomi said. Amy's face showed a hint of disappointment, but after a moment, she smiled. I see. I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position. With that, Amy stood up and was about to head back to her room. Just as she was about to leave the living room, Kotomi hesitated, biting her lip, before finally standing up quickly. Amy. Although I don't know when I'll be able to give you an answer, I have a feeling that it won't be long before I can tell you how I feel, word by word. And I promise you, you won't be disappointed with my answer. Amy stopped in her tracks, surprised, and turned to look at Kotomi, her face breaking into a teary smile. See? You've known in your heart how to answer me all along, sister. Yes, I knew it the moment you left my room last night. I just don't know how to express that answer yet. It's like I know it in my heart, but when it comes to saying it, I just don't know how to put it into words. I'm willing to wait, Amy said, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she looked at Kotomi with utmost seriousness. I'm willing to leave it to time. I'll wait eagerly for the day when you tell me your answer, sister. Let's go for yakiniku tomorrow night, Kotomi suggested with a smile. Amy nodded vigorously. Since you've earned so much from your writing, I'm going to make sure you treat me to a big feast. Even though the answer hadn't been spoken yet, they both started to understand each other's feelings more clearly. Now they just had to wait for it to be said out loud. Kotomi's answer was simple, just 4 words. As for when she would say them, very soon. The day Kotomi would say the words she had in her heart would come soon. And that day would surely be a happy one. Phew, now that I've had that talk with Amy, I feel like a huge weight has been lifted from my heart, Kotomi said, stretching lazily as she headed back to her bedroom. Today's homework was just some preparation assignments. As everyone knows, preparation homework doesn't really need to be done, which means tonight she had no homework. Let's just say the teacher didn't assign any homework today. Kotomi casually tossed her school bag aside and opened her laptop. Since it was rare to have no homework today, she wasn't about to waste the opportunity. It was the perfect time to do some writing. After writing over 1,000 words, just as Kotomi was about to take a break and play some games, her phone rang. When she picked up her phone and saw who was calling, it was Yukinoshita Haruno. Why does my phone always seem to ring at the most critical moments? Kotomi couldn't help but complain as she answered the call. Editor Yuki Noshita, is there something you need? Kotami-sensei, we've narrowed down the candidates for the illustrator of Sword Art Online. If you're available, I can send you the materials for you to review. Kotami's heart leaped with joy. Had they finally chosen the illustrator for Sword Art Online? Awesome. Yes, please send it over for me to take a look. This time, the illustrators were personally selected by Chief Editor Hiratsuka and me. We've narrowed it down to 5 suitable candidates. The one I recommend the most is Hanui-sensei. Hanui? Kotami asked, unfamiliar with the name. Hanui-sensei only became a new illustrator for Denjiki Bunko at the beginning of this year. She used to upload her work on Twitter. Although she's new and works as a part-time illustrator, both her color and black and white illustrations are of very high quality. I meet with her often. She's an interesting person and always cheerful, a real madam in every sense. Chapter 55, This weekend is a bit busy, madam. Is Hanui-sensei married? Izumi Kotami asked, keenly picking up on the word and curious about it. Yes, but her husband passed away in a car accident a few years ago. Now, she's raising 2 daughters on her own. Her older daughter just started high school this year, and the younger one is in kindergarten. Upon hearing this from Yuki Noshita Haruno, Kotami nodded and said, I think I understand why Hanui-sensei didn't choose to become a full-time illustrator. If she were a full-time illustrator for Denjiki Bunko, her income from illustrations would increase significantly, and it might even make her life a bit easier. However, relying solely on illustration work as a career can carry some instability. From Yuki Noshita Haruno's description, it was clear that Hanui wasn't a student or a recent college graduate just starting out in society. She not only needed to earn a living for herself but also had to support 2 daughters who were still in school, sustaining her family on her own. Under such pressure, it was natural for Hanui to avoid becoming a full-time illustrator. Although her illustration quality was high, she still had only a modest reputation and couldn't confidently rely solely on illustration to sustain a career. She once told me that the reason she didn't become a full-time illustrator was because she needed to raise her 2 daughters alone. Raising 2 children who are still in school requires a lot of money. Although illustration work can be lucrative, she's unwilling to give up her job at the shop. A shop? Is Hanui-sensei's main job running a store? Izumi Kotami asked. She couldn't help but feel that Hanui's situation sounded a bit like Uegahama's mother's. No matter how you think about it, that seems unlikely. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Yes, she mentioned before that her drawing time is after the shop closes at night. She draws in her bedroom when her daughters are asleep. Knowing this, I've extended her monthly deadlines as a small favor, Yuki Noshita Haruno said with a light laugh. Editor Yuki Noshita, you're unexpectedly kind, Kotami teased. She was met with Yuki Noshita Haruno's slightly disgruntled murmur, what are you talking about? I'm naturally very kind, okay? It's just that some authors love to procrastinate, which has gradually made me more strict. I've just sent the documents to you via email, Kotami-sensei. Please take a look. Seriously, why is the editing department's internet so slow today? It took forever just to send one email. Let me check. Kotami saw a notification for the email pop up in the corner of her computer screen. She clicked on it and saw that Yuki Noshita Haruno had carefully compiled the information. Each illustrator's pen name was clearly listed, along with their previous works, and at least 10 sample illustrations were provided for Kotami to review. Since it didn't take long to review the information, Kotami decided to keep Yuki Noshita on the phone while she looked through it, so she could immediately share her decision. Although she planned to just skim through, she ended up spending 15 minutes on it. On the other end, Yuki Noshita Haruno patiently waited without saying a word. Occasionally, Kotami could hear the sound of a keyboard being typed on and a mouse clicking, indicating that Yuki Noshita was working while waiting for Kotami's thoughts. Another 7 minutes passed before Kotami finished reviewing the illustrator profiles. She picked up the phone and said, sorry for the wait. I took a bit of time to look through everything. Are you still there, Editor Yuki Noshita? I'm here, eating some koala cookies, Yuki Noshita Haruno replied, munching on her snack. Kotami-sensei, are you satisfied with these 5 illustrators? If none of them suit you, you have the option to choose any illustrator you'd like. As an A-ranked author for Denjiki Bunko, you have the privilege to freely select your illustrator. I remember that clause from when I signed the contract. But I don't think I need to choose another illustrator this time. I'll go with Hanui-sensei. Her style really resonates with me. Kotami made her decision firmly. She wasn't choosing Hanui out of pity, it was because, after reviewing the 5 illustrators' works, she found Hanui's illustrations the most appealing. It wasn't that Hanui's work was extraordinarily groundbreaking. Rather, her style just happened to align perfectly with Kotami's preferences. Of course, it matched the more normal part of Kotami's preferences. The reason for choosing Hanyui as the illustrator was just that simple. Alright then, Kotami-sensei, are you free this weekend? I'd like to arrange a meeting between you and Hanyui-sensei to discuss the illustrations for the first volume of Sword Art Online. Knowing that Kotami was a high school student who had to attend classes, Yukinoshita Haruno had specifically scheduled the meeting for the weekend. Since Kotami had plans to go for yakiniku with her sister on Friday night and to watch a movie with Megami Kato in Roppongi on Saturday, it seemed like Sunday was the only available time. I'm free on Sunday, Kotami said after thinking it over. Well then, with plans for both Saturday and Sunday, it looked like there wouldn't be any time to stay home and play Azur Lane over the weekend. Still, going out for a bit during the weekend and taking a break from gaming wasn't such a bad idea. Sunday it is? Perfect. Hanyui-sensei is also available on Sunday, so that saves me the trouble of coordinating your schedules, Yukinoshita Haruno said with relief. Coordinating meeting times between authors and illustrators was one of the most exhausting tasks. It wasn't so bad when both parties responded quickly, but the worst was when you couldn't reach someone by message or phone. Usually, it wasn't a problem, but not getting a reply in a crucial moment was nerve-wracking. After finalizing the meeting with Hanyui, Kotami hung up and continued looking at Hanyui's illustrations. To be honest, even if there were better illustrators, Kotami would still choose Hanyui. It couldn't be helped, Hanyui's illustration style just resonated with her so strongly. The kapow, the black and white stockings, the figure, the blush on the cheeks. It hardly seemed like the work of a mother of two. That's the end of Volume 2 for today. Time to open the browser. Phone, visiting this site may be risky. Kotami, proceed anyway. Risks are fine, if it's not risky, I'm not interested. Chapter 56, Go ahead and spoil her. Despite feeling at a loss, I forced an awkward smile and shook the outstretched hands of everyone. The only female player, a black-haired lancer, was the last to grasp my hands with both of hers, tearfully repeating her words to me, "Thank you. Truly, thank you." I was so scared, but when you came to save us, I was incredibly relieved. I'm really grateful to you. After writing this passage, Izumi Kotami's hands paused on the keyboard, and she let out a long breath. Reaching this point meant she had completed Chapter 4 of Volume 2, The Red-Nosed Reindeer. This was also the final chapter of Volume 2 of Sword Art Online. Thank goodness for fast typing. I managed to finish Volume 2 with ease. If I maintain this pace, I should be able to finish by tomorrow night. Then I'll spend the next 2 weeks revising the manuscript. Well, 2 weeks might be a bit tight, so I'll extend it to 3 weeks. After all, the deadline is still far away. When Kotami said 2 weeks was tight, what she really meant was that she wanted to leave herself a few extra days to play games. After saving the unfinished Chapter 4 in the Volume 2 folder, Kotami moved her mouse and clicked on Steam. CS launched. Seeing her familiar AK-47 skins, Bloodsport and Fire Serpent, Kotami felt her rhythm coming back. Even if her gameplay was subpar, as long as her gun skins looked cool, she could still play with the confidence of a pro. As for the kill count, the most important thing about playing games is to have fun, so who cares about the number of kills? Little Three God-san, are you there? Kotami asked as she started the game. Kotami, how many times do I have to tell you? My name isn't Little Three God, it's Kazumi. Also, why did you summon me? The God-level heroine system, or rather Kazumi, appeared behind Kotami, sounding a bit displeased. She had such a lovely name, Kazumi, but Kotami insisted on calling her Little Three God-san. Had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have told Kotami her age was only 3 years old. Well, do you have a way to get me some souvenir crates from Castle? Preferably with a higher drop rate. Huh? Souvenir crates from Castle? You mean the ones in CS? Yep, those crates. I wanted Dragon Lore. Even though I'm a system, I can't directly manipulate in-game loot box probabilities. Not that it's impossible, but it's a bit of a hassle. So, you called me out just for this? Yep, Kotami nodded. Kazumi sighed helplessly. You just want a souvenir crate to try for a Dragon Lore, right? Kotami nodded again. You're impossible. Fine, go check your inventory now, Kazumi said, exasperated but doting. Kotami checked her inventory, expecting to see the crate, but instead found 2 sniper rifles and a butterfly knife. AWP, Dragon Lore, Factory New, AWP, The Eternal, Factory New, Butterfly Knife, Slaughter, Factory New. Even if you raise the drop rate, opening a crate doesn't guarantee you'll get what you want. You should have just asked me directly for the guns you wanted. I went ahead and got you the Dragon Lore you wanted, plus an Eternal and a Slaughter butterfly knife, Kazumi explained from behind Kotami. Despite their frequent banter, Kazumi was quite fond of Kotami. Other systems would definitely exclaim, you spoil her too much. Thank you, Kazumi. Let me give you a hug. No way. Last time you hugged me, I could barely breathe, Kazumi said, feeling aggrieved, her eyes involuntarily glancing at Kotomi's chest. Why was Kotomi's chest so big while she herself was still so flat? Sensing Kazumi's gaze, Kotomi smiled awkwardly. I can't help it. It's not like I wanted them to grow this big. While Kotomi was happily sniping with her dragon lore in CS, over at the Dango cake shop, Uegahama's mother had just put the last tray of bread into the oven before finally taking a break, sitting down on a chair to rest. Even though Yui helped her every day, making cakes was no easy task. Almost every day was spent working from the shop's opening in the morning until closing at night. However, for Uegahama's mother, staying busy was a good thing. At least it meant that her cake shop had many customers, and she didn't have to worry about the shop's income. After her husband's death, it was up to her alone to support the family. Of course, the fatigue was undeniable. Often, as soon as she sat down, she felt an overwhelming urge to fall asleep. Just like now, having just sat down, the exhaustion swept over her, making her feel drowsy. No, I can't. The shop's still open for another 2 hours, I can't fall asleep now, she muttered, rubbing her eyes and trying to stand up to go to the bathroom and splash some water on her face to wake herself up. Ring ring ring. Just then, her phone rang from her pants pocket, jolting her awake. She quickly took out the phone. Editor Yuki Noshida? Why is she calling me at this time? Uegahama's mother wondered aloud. Yuki Noshita Haruno was her editor, and Uegahama's mother would always send her completed illustrations directly to her. Was she calling to check on her progress? Speaking of progress. Thinking about her progress, Uegahama's mother could only smile wryly. Out of the 5 black and white illustrations due this month, she had only finished 3. One was still in the rough sketch phase, and the other hadn't even been started. After a moment of consideration, she decided to answer Yuki Noshita Haruno's call. Hanui-sensei, do you have a moment? Yes, I do, but I still have 2 illustrations left to finish this month, Uegahama's mother replied apologetically. She had hoped to finish them before the deadline, but the workload at the Dango cake shop had increased lately, keeping her very busy. Even staying up late to draw, she found it hard to keep up with the pace. That's right, the moderately well-known illustrator in the art community and newly recruited part-time illustrator for Denjiki Bunko, Hanui, was none other than Uegahama's mother herself. However, she had never told Yu or Yuka about her modest fame as an online illustrator. Initially, she had just started drawing illustrations as a hobby to pass the time. But after uploading her work online, she unexpectedly gained some popularity, with her follower count on Twitter and Pixiv surpassing 10,000. She even received an invitation from Denjiki Bunko to become an illustrator. Though she didn't opt to go full-time, even working as a part-time illustrator earned her a decent amount of royalties, easing her financial burden. This was why, despite having to stay up late to draw every night, Uegahama's mother chose to keep doing it. Her motivation wasn't a deep love for drawing, but rather the simple fact that raising 2 school-aged daughters on her own required a lot of money. People rush about, all for a few pieces of silver. But that silver can ease the endless anxieties of life. Ah, no worries. I'm not calling to rush you. Hanui-sensei, are you familiar with Sword Art Online? Hearing that it wasn't about the deadline, Uegahama's mother felt slightly relieved and replied, isn't that a light novel that's been very popular on the Denjiki Bunko website lately? I've heard of it, and I read the first chapter. The story is quite captivating. She had read Sword Art Online before, and both the plot and writing were excellent. However, she hadn't had the time to continue reading. Her daily routine involved waking up at 10 a.m. to open the shop and then, after closing at 8 p.m. sneaking into her bedroom to draw while her daughters slept, leaving her no extra time to read novels. Hanui-sensei, you applied to work on the illustrations for Sword Art Online, didn't you? Congratulations, your application has been successful. You will be responsible for the light novel's illustrations. Chapter 57. The dish only you can cook. When Uegahama's mother heard that she would be responsible for the illustrations for Sword Art Online, her face lit up with joy. She had initially applied with a just give it a try mentality, never expecting that her application would actually be approved. If she could work on Sword Art Online, she would benefit from the novel's popularity, which would help boost her own reputation. Uegahama's mother didn't aspire to become a super popular illustrator, she simply hoped that if Hanui's fame grew a bit more, her fees for each illustration might increase as well. Her current fees were determined by the type and number of illustrations. Black and white illustrations were relatively inexpensive, with fees ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 yen per piece. For color illustrations, the income was higher. She could earn about 50,000 yen for each color illustration featuring 2 characters. If the illustration featured 3 or more characters, the fee would be even higher. However, although color illustrations were more lucrative compared to black and white ones, they were also much more difficult and time-consuming to complete. Moreover, since she wasn't a full-time illustrator, the only time she had to draw was after the cake shop closed each day. Her time for drawing each month was very limited. At most, she could manage 3 color illustrations and 10 black and white ones, and that was only if she stayed up late every night to barely meet the deadline. Am I really going to be the illustrator for Sword Art Online? Uegahama's mother asked, her voice filled with happiness. When she had applied, she hadn't expected to be chosen as the illustrator for Sword Art Online, but sometimes miracles happen unexpectedly, and she had passed the selection process. Yes, congratulations, Hanyui-sensei. Because Sword Art Online is a highly anticipated publication, the fees for your illustrations will also increase significantly, Yukino Shitaharuno said with a smile, knowing that what Hanyui cared about most was her payment. Thank you, Editor Yukino Shita. Uegahama's mother said excitedly. Her wish was simple, she just wanted to increase her earnings. After all, with her older daughter Yui now in high school, there would undoubtedly be many more expenses. Although her younger daughter, Yuka, was still in kindergarten, those 3 years would pass quickly, and once she started elementary school, there would be even more costs. If her illustration fees could be raised, it would be a tremendous help to Uegahama's mother. You shouldn't thank me. Even if I recommended you, that wouldn't have guaranteed you the job as the illustrator for Sword Art Online. After all, Izumi-sensei is a NI-ranked author, and A-ranked authors have the privilege to choose their illustrators freely. If she hadn't agreed, not even Chief Editor Hiratsuka's recommendation would have worked. Yukino Shitaharuno continued, perhaps it was just a perfect match. Before I even had the chance to recommend you, Izumi-sensei immediately chose you, saying she really liked your art style and believed you were the perfect fit to illustrate her novel. Izumi-sensei chose me from the start? Uegahama's mother asked in disbelief. While her illustrations were somewhat popular online, Izumi-sensei was an incredibly famous light novel author whose work had garnered millions of fans even before publication. In terms of fame, they were on entirely different levels. Usually, authors as prominent as Izumi-sensei would choose illustrators with much stronger credentials. Sometimes, the sales of light novels were partly driven by the quality of the illustrations. Yes, she said she really liked your art style and felt that your illustrations matched her preferences perfectly, so she chose you. So, Hanyui-sensei, this is an opportunity you earned through your own skill. Make sure to make the most of it. Yukino Shitaharuno encouraged her. Don't worry, I'll do my best to create great illustrations. Will the initial meeting to discuss the illustrations be held at Genjiki Bunko? Uegahama's mother asked. Yes, since Izumi-sensei is still in school, she only has time to come to Tokyo on weekends, so the meeting has been scheduled for this Sunday. Hearing this, Uegahama's mother was surprised. In school? Is Izumi-sensei still a student? Is she in college? That's incredible, to be able to write such an amazing light novel while still in university. Oh no, Izumi-sensei just started high school this year. After a brief moment of silence, Uegahama's mother asked again in disbelief, just started high school this year? You mean she's a first-year high school student? Yes, a first-year high school student. The first time I met her was during her summer vacation, when she was enjoying her break after finishing middle school. Uegahama's mother exclaimed in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Yukino Shitaharuno understood her shock. She had felt the same when she first learned that Izumi Kotomi was just about to enter high school after the summer vacation. The act of creating has never been limited by age, and Izumi Kotomi was a living example of that. That's incredible. So she's the same age as my daughter? Yes, that's right. And Izumi-sensei is a very cute girl too. A very cute girl? You'll get to meet her on Sunday. You two can have a good chat then. I see. Thank you, Editor Yukino Shita. Haha, no need to thank me. You can thank Izumi-sensei when you meet her. After exchanging a few more words, the two ended the call. Sitting in her chair, Uegahama's mother couldn't help but feel a bit dazed as she recalled Yukino Shitaharuno's description of Izumi-sensei. A cute girl who just started high school this year. Izumi. That surname is the same as Izumi-san's. But surely, no one would use their real surname as a pen name, right? After sitting for a while longer, Uegahama's mother slowly stood up and returned to her cake-making work. Friday morning. After finishing breakfast and stepping out of the house, Izumi Kotomi once again saw Megumi Kato waiting for her not far away. Kato-san is still earlier than me today. Izumi Kotomi remarked as she stood at her doorstep, then walked over to greet Megumi Kato. After exchanging morning greetings, the two walked to Sobya High School together, chatting and laughing along the way. How was the orange chiffon cake you bought yesterday? Megumi Kato suddenly asked as they approached the school gate. It was delicious. Amy liked it a lot too. My mom, who never used to eat chiffon cake, even had 2 slices last night and said it was very good. My mom usually only likes Black Forest cake, but she doesn't like the cherries on top. Oh? Is that so? Megumi Kato responded nonchalantly. However, she quietly made a mental note that Kotomi's mother liked Black Forest cake but didn't like the cherries. Kato-san, is there any food you particularly like? Well, I'm not very picky, so as long as something is delicious, I tend to like it, Megumi Kato replied after thinking for a moment. That's a pretty broad answer. Izumi Kotomi thought to herself. But there is one delicious dish I've always wanted to try, though I've never had the chance to eat it, Megumi Kato said, giving Kotomi a meaningful look. The emotion hidden deep in her eyes grew more intense. What is it? If it's something simple, I could learn to make it and cook it for you, Kotomi asked curiously. Hearing this, Megumi Kato's smile deepened, and she said softly, You'll cook it for me? Well, I'll remember that. I'm looking forward to the day you make it for me. Huh? So, what dish is it? Don't underestimate me, I'm actually quite good at cooking. I'll keep it a secret for now, but this dish is very simple, and only you, Izumi-san, can make it, Megumi Kato said with a meaningful tone before walking into the school. Izumi Kotomi was left completely puzzled. A dish only she could make? What kind of dish could that be? Chapter 58, Shizuka Hiratsuka's conversation after class started. The first period on Friday was Shizuka Hiratsuka's Japanese class. As usual, 10 minutes into the class, Izumi Kotomi took out her notebook and continued sketching, occasionally pondering how to write the next part of Volume 2. Izumi Kotomi's work on Sword Art Online wasn't just a direct copy of the original from her previous life, she had added her own modifications. Her goal was to make the less appealing parts better and the good parts even better. That was Kotomi's initial motivation for creating Sword Art Online. The story about Yuki, however, was bound to end in tragedy, but she planned to write an alternative story where Yuki survived. When she first had this idea, she felt so inspired that it seemed she could write the entire story in one night. But when it came time to actually plan out the details, she found herself hesitating. Despite having a rough idea in her mind, she struggled to decide where to begin writing. No, I still can't figure out how to start Yuki's if scenario. I'd better stick to writing the main volume for now. In the end, Kotomi, who hadn't yet figured out how to write the if story, decisively chose to continue working on the main story. She figured that she might start writing the if scenario after publishing Volume 5 of Sword Art Online. By then, the readers would have likely moved on from Yuki's death and would be focusing on the new plot. Releasing a Yuki if story at that point would be like delivering another blow to readers who had only just started to heal. This was Kotomi's way of preparing a bittersweet treat for her readers, sugar-coated with a hidden blade. After making this decision, Kotomi turned her attention to her work on the Chainsaw Man manga. Her new computer should arrive this afternoon, and once it was set up, she could dive into gaming. Ahem, writing novels and drawing manga. Kotomi-san? Just as Kotomi was eagerly anticipating the delivery of her package, Shizuka Hiratsuka suddenly called out her name from the front of the classroom. Ah. Yes, here. Kotomi hurriedly stood up, not fully grasping the situation, but knowing she had been called upon. Shizuka Hiratsuka glanced at the slightly flustered Kotomi and, after a moment of contemplation, decided not to ask her what she had been doing with her head down earlier. Instead, she tapped the board and asked, Please provide the answer to this question. So, she just wanted her to answer a question? Kotomi had feared that Hiratsuka had caught her daydreaming. Relieved, Kotomi calmed herself and confidently provided the correct answer to the question on the board. Correct, you may sit down, Hiratsuka said after Kotomi gave the correct answer. Then, as if she had just remembered something, she added, Came to my office after class. I have something to discuss with you. Huh? Why was she being summoned to the teacher's office out of the blue? Feeling a bit bewildered, Kotomi sat back down, deciding to figure out what it was about after class. After Kotomi sat down, Hiratsuka resumed her lecture. When the bell finally rang, she closed her textbook, pulled out a cigarette from her pack as if she had been holding back the entire lesson, and gave Kotomi a look that said, Follow me, before heading out of the classroom. It seemed she was eager to get outside and have a smoke. Kotomi had hoped that Hiratsuka might forget about their meeting after class, but it was clear that she hadn't. Even in her rush to get outside for a smoke, Hiratsuka made sure to give her a reminder. It seemed there was no escaping this visit to the office. With no other choice, Kotomi stood up and, after explaining the situation to Yukino and the others, left the classroom. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Hiratsuka standing by the corridor window, smoking. Miss Hiratsuka, Kotomi called out quietly. Hiratsuka stubbed out her cigarette and said, "Come with me to the office. There's something I want to talk to you about. Don't worry, I'm not going to scold you. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it in class." With that, she turned and walked toward the office without looking back. Faced with Hiratsuka's straightforward manner, Kotomi could only follow behind. She had no idea what Hiratsuka wanted to discuss, so she could only follow and find out. If it came down to it, she could always admit her fault and promise to improve, whether or not she actually intended to. When they reached the teacher's office, it was empty. Most teachers rarely ended class right on time, unlike Hiratsuka, who never extended her lessons beyond the bell. It was as if she believed those extra minutes would somehow dramatically improve her students' grades. Hiratsuka sat down, placed her textbook on the desk, and looked at Kotomi. "I've been hearing a lot of praise about you from other teachers lately. They say that whenever you're called on, you always give the most detailed answers. Mr. Nakamori, in particular, is already trying to persuade you to pursue the sciences, even though you've just started high school." "Really?" Kotomi asked with a wry smile. In her previous life, her poor performance in science had led her math teacher to suggest she pursue the arts for a better chance at scoring higher on college entrance exams. She couldn't help but find it ironic that, in this life, she had become the top candidate for the sciences. The contrast between her past and present was almost laughable. "Yes, but whether you choose the arts, sciences, or pursue an arts-related career, that's entirely up to you. Teachers and parents can only offer advice, the final decision should always be yours." Hiratsuka reached for her cigarette pack again, but seeing that Kotomi was still there, she refrained from lighting up. "I haven't really decided yet," Kotomi replied with an awkward smile. "That's okay. You've only just started high school, so there's no rush. Take your time to figure it out. Once you've made up your mind, just let me know. By the way, I heard from Gi in the art club that you're planning to enter the Tokyo University National Youth Painting Competition?" "Yes," Kotomi replied without hesitation. "Good, then do your best. Winning that competition could give you a chance to secure a spot in university. It's not an opportunity that comes around often," Hiratsuka said, taking a sip of water before continuing. "During class, were you thinking about how to approach your painting for the competition?" Kotomi was taken aback. She hadn't expected that Hiratsuka had called her to the office just to ask about this. It seemed she would have to be more careful in class from now on. Even if she pretended to be paying attention, teachers weren't easily fooled. From now on, she would need to keep a lower profile and not spend every minute of class thinking about her creative projects. "Yes. I'm sorry, Miss Hiratsuka. I'll be more careful in the future," Kotomi apologized earnestly. Even though she had actually been thinking about her light novel and manga, the art competition made for a perfect excuse. Why not use it? She couldn't very well tell Hiratsuka, "Teacher, I wasn't thinking about the competition, I was thinking about my light novel and manga." That would be like walking right into trouble. If Hiratsuka didn't scold her, who would? Kotomi wasn't that foolish. Sometimes, it was better to tell a small lie. Chapter 59, The Sleepless Garigiri. After learning that Izumi Kotomi had been thinking about her painting for the competition during class, Shizuka Hiratsuka nodded in understanding. "It seems I was right. However, even if you're preparing for the Tokyo University National Youth Painting Competition, you should still pay attention to what's expected during class. From the podium, I can't tell whether you're actually studying or just daydreaming. If you don't believe me, come up to the podium and see for yourself, it's quite clear. So, if you want to daydream during class, you'd better be more discreet about it." Shizuka Hiratsuka had been speaking seriously up to that point, but her sudden shift in tone nearly caused Kotomi to lose her composure. "Huh?" Kotomi looked at Hiratsuka, bewildered, wondering if she had heard her wrong. But Hiratsuka continued as if she were imparting some strange new wisdom. "Here's a tip. Next time you're in class, stack a few of your textbooks horizontally in front of you on your desk. That way, it'll be harder for the teacher to see what you're doing from the podium. Whether you're zoning out or even playing on your phone with the sound off, the teacher might not notice. This trick works well. I used it when I was in high school. If you sit by the wall, wear your Bluetooth earbud in your right ear. If you sit by the window, wear it in your left ear. It worked well for me. I only had 3 phones confiscated in 3 years." After she finished, Shizuka Hiratsuka let out a few proud hums, as if she were boasting about her achievements. Wow, losing a phone a year? What kind of family situation must she have had to be able to afford that? "Miss Hiratsuka, are you being serious?" "Half serious, I suppose. Of course, I don't actually recommend you do that. But since you're currently focused on the painting competition, it's understandable. Right now, is there anything more important than that?" Shizuka Hiratsuka spoke earnestly. Though she sounded like she was joking, she genuinely meant what she was saying. In her view, while high school was still part of academia, it was already starting to reflect the harsh realities of society. In Japan, some students treat high school like college, entering the workforce right after graduation. However, even in such cases, there are still many high school students who take the university entrance exams every year. In any competition, the more participants, the fiercer the competition. Similarly, in a nationwide competition like the college entrance exam, scoring just one extra point could be the difference between thousands of people. If Izumi Kotami wanted an easier path to university, getting a recommendation was an excellent shortcut. Securing a recommendation meant that you wouldn't have to struggle through exams, you could gain admission to a prestigious university without needing to test for it. While others in their third year of high school would be desperately studying for a slim chance, you could relax and prepare to receive your acceptance letter. There's nothing fair or unfair about it. Even within schools, absolute fairness doesn't exist, it's only relatively fair compared to society. A recommendation is something earned through one's own abilities. This was exactly like the Tokyo University National Youth Painting Competition. Winning that competition would earn you 200,000 yen and a recommendation, but out of the thousands who enter, only one would be chosen. One winner means thousands will be eliminated without mercy. Even an outsider can see how brutal the competition for this painting award is. But even so, as a teacher, knowing that her student had the opportunity to secure a university recommendation, Shizuka Hiratsuka chose to let Izumi Kotami focus on the competition for now, putting academics aside temporarily. If it were any other teacher, they would likely never allow a student to do this. It's not that other teachers are strict, they simply don't want their students to take on unnecessary risks. If the competition failed, it would mean not only wasted time but also falling behind in studies. In high school, even a minute wasted could allow someone else to overtake you. I thought you'd tell me to focus on my studies, Kotami couldn't help but remark. I'm only 30. Ahem, I just turned 29. I'm not that old-fashioned. We're probably not that far apart in age, so I can understand what you young people are thinking. Besides, you're only in your first year of high school, the real competition hasn't even started yet. Even if you fail at the competition and lose some study time because of it, you can still catch up. Shizuka Hiratsuka said, fully supporting Kotami's decision to enter the Tokyo University National Youth Painting Competition. Although she could be a bit strict, she was fundamentally a teacher who respected her students' personal choices. So, does this mean I can daydream in class without worry for a while? Kotami asked cautiously. Of course not. Maybe in Japanese class, but if you do that in other teachers' classes, don't be surprised if the praise you've been receiving suddenly turns into complaints. Even if you're daydreaming, at least show some respect to the teachers who are working hard to teach. Got it? Got it. Kotami nodded. Good, then go back to class, the second period is about to start, Shizuka Hiratsuka said, waving her hand to dismiss her. Kotami didn't waste any time. After bidding her teacher goodbye, she headed back to the classroom. She had initially planned to play a quick game during the break, but with only 3 minutes left before the next class, that wasn't possible anymore. She certainly didn't want to end up like Hiratsuka, getting her phone confiscated 3 times over the course of high school. Even if she were to play games during class, based on her experience from her previous life, she would at least wait until a quarter of the class had passed. As Kotami returned to the classroom, Kyoko Garagiri, who had been chatting with Yua Uegahama, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Kotami-san, what did Miss Hiratsuka talk to you about? Nothing major, just discussing the Tokyo University National Youth Painting Competition. Senpai mentioned this morning that I was planning to enter, and I guess Miss Hiratsuka needed to sign off as my homeroom teacher, Kotami replied openly, not hiding anything about her conversation with Shizuka Hiratsuka. My sister mentioned the competition to me yesterday. It seems you and my sister will both be entering the national competition. Good luck, Kotami-san. Thank you, Kotami nodded in gratitude, then noticed the dark circles under Garagiri's eyes. Garagiri-san, you look like you have dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Covering her mouth, Garagiri Seiko chuckled softly. Yes, both my sister and I had some trouble sleeping last night, so we ended up going to bed quite late. You should make sure to get enough sleep and take care of yourself, Yua Uegahama chimed in. That's easy for you to say, but weren't you dozing off during Japanese class just now? Did you stay up late reading novels again last night? Yukino Shita Yukino suddenly remarked. Yua Uegahama could only give an awkward smile. I didn't stay up late. I just went to bed a bit later than usual. What time? 2 in the morning. Chapter 60, The Ideal City That's Already Slacking Off. As the bell for the final period of the day rang, Friday's classes came to an end, marking the start of the much-anticipated weekend. Woo! I've been watching the clock all day, and now I can finally enjoy my first weekend as a high school student. Hooray! School's out, and the weekend is here. Two wonderful things coming together, hooray! Izumi Kotomi and Yui Uegahama both raised their arms and cheered simultaneously. A double hooray. Megumi Kato, who was quietly packing her bag, squinted and smiled. Izumi-san and Uegahama-san really seemed to look forward to the weekend. Of course. I've been looking forward to Friday since Monday. Yui Uegahama said earnestly. Humphrey, I'm different. I've been looking forward to Friday since the day before school started, Izumi Kotomi said, hands on her hips, even letting out a proud hum. Since it was Friday, there were no club activities to attend. Noticing that Kotomi wasn't going to the art club, Megumi Kato also decided not to go to the library and instead left school with her. By the way, Yuki, where do you live? Yui Uegahama asked. After spending a week getting to know Yukino Shita Yukino, things seemed to be going well, and Yukino's attitude toward the three of them had gradually become more gentle. However, there was still a subtle sense of distance that lingered. It wasn't that Yukino was intentionally distancing herself, it was a habit she had developed over the years, unconsciously keeping others at arm's length. All they could do was hope that over time, they would be able to gradually melt that barrier. My home? I'm renting an apartment at Iiragi Apartments. If you have free time on the weekends, feel free to come visit, Yukino Shita Yukino tentatively invited them. She had never invited friends over before, in fact, she had never had friends to invite. This was the first time she had ever extended such an invitation, and while she couldn't hide her nervousness, it was a significant improvement compared to before. I'll definitely come, Izumi Kotomi replied first. Iiragi Apartments? That's the famous luxury apartment complex, isn't it? Huh? Is it really a luxury apartment? I've been living there for a while and didn't know. My parents arranged the rental for me, they chose it because it's close to school, Yukino said, her words as simple and unadorned as ever. From what I've heard, the rent at Iiragi Apartments is extremely expensive, and tenants are required to sign a lease for at least 3 years, Yui Uegahama said. She had come across various stories about Iiragi Apartments online. One of the most notable aspects was the high rent and the minimum 3-year lease requirement. The steep and long-term rent effectively discouraged many potential tenants, leaving the complex quiet due to its excellent soundproofing and low number of residents. Yukino Shita Yukino was one of the few tenants living there. Expensive? I don't think it's that bad, Yukino said indifferently. This statement revealed a hint of the elegance expected of the eldest daughter of the Yukino Shita family. Ordinarily, Yukino Shita Yukino didn't come across as a typical rich girl. She seemed more like a refined, quiet bookworm with a love for literature. It was hard to associate her image with that of an heiress. Izumi Kotomi, who had long known Yukino's background, wasn't particularly surprised, but Yui Uegahama and Megumi Kato both showed varying degrees of shock. An heiress is among us. As the four of them walked and chatted, they made a striking sight, 4 beautiful girls walking together, creating a picturesque scene. Without any embellishment, just standing there, each of them was a unique and stunning sight. When they reached the intersection, Yukino Shita Yukino said, "My home is to the right, so I'll head off now. See you on Monday." "Bye, Yukino Shita-san. Yuki, come visit my family's cake shop sometime." "If I have time this weekend, I'll definitely come," Yukino Shita Yukino attempted a smile. The curve of her lips was slight, but compared to before, it was visibly noticeable. Yui Uegahama suddenly remembered that although school was out, her family's dango cake shop would still need her help. And if business got busy, she might not even get to enjoy her weekend properly, as she'd have to spend both days helping out at the shop. Checking the time on her phone, she realized that it was almost the busiest time of day at the cake shop. If her mother were left to handle everything alone, she might struggle to keep up. With that thought, Yui Uegahama didn't waste any more time. She quickly said to Izumi Kotomi and Megumi Kato, "Izumi-san, Kato-san, I have to go help out at the cake shop, so I won't be walking with you. See you on Monday. Take care. See you on Monday. Don't forget to do your homework," Izumi Kotomi added, unable to resist teasing her, knowing that Yui had borrowed her homework to copy all week. "If I don't finish my homework, I'll just borrow yours again, Izumi-san." With a smile that didn't falter, Yui Uegahama, who had spent the entire week borrowing Kotomi's homework, turned and ran off in the direction of the dango cake shop. "Uegahama-san really works hard," Megumi Kato remarked. "But compared to her, Uegahama-san's mother is the one who works the hardest," Izumi Kotomi corrected. After her husband's death, Uegahama's mother had to single-handedly support the family financially and ensure her 2 daughters received an education. Although Uegahama's mother always wore a gentle and sweet smile, Kotomi imagined the pressure she must be under was immense. Even the most optimistic people still bear burdens. After hearing Kotomi's words, Megumi Kato smiled knowingly and asked with a hint of mischief, "You seem to care a lot about Yuigahama-san's mother, Izumi-san?" "Well, not that much." "Ha ha ha." Izumi Kotomi laughed awkwardly. When they reached Kotomi's house, she stopped and said to Megumi Kato, "Goodbye, Kato-san." "Bye-bye. Enjoy your yakiniku with your sister tonight." "Oh, I definitely will." After saying their goodbyes, Kotomi used her key to unlock the door and went inside. Amy hadn't come home yet, so she would probably arrive in a few minutes. Kotomi went to her room, took off her jacket, dropped her bag, and threw herself onto her soft bed. Ah, so comfy, so comfy. Being able to dive onto your bed right after school is one of the happiest things in life. Manifest, the ideal castle of laziness. Lord Camelot. Chapter 61, The Delivery of Dreams, a sisterly showdown. Just as Izumi Kotomi exclaimed a phrase that sounded like she was about to unleash a noble phantasm, the doorbell rang from the street below. "Hello, this is Amazon Delivery. Is Miss Izumi home? You have a package that requires your signature, and there are a lot of items." Kotomi instantly sprang up from her bed, feeling as if she were miraculously cured from an illness. Her 3090T had finally arrived. Not wanting to waste a second, she rushed downstairs as if the 3090T might grow legs and run away if she delayed. She quickly opened the door and saw the delivery truck with the Amazon logo and a delivery person. "Are you Miss Izumi?" Yes. I'm here to sign for it." "Where do I sign?" Kotomi asked eagerly. "Just sign on this slip." "But wow, little lady, you sure ordered a lot," the delivery person said as they handed Kotomi the slip and began unloading the numerous packages from the truck. A small mountain of packages piled up on the ground. Hee, Kotomi giggled, her smile looking a bit silly. But who could blame her? She was so pretty that even a silly smile appeared innocent and pure to others. After signing, the delivery person drove off, leaving Kotomi standing in front of the mound of packages, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was going to be a hassle, but she knew she'd have to carry them inside, one box at a time. But looking at the monitor and the case, did she buy them a bit too big? Ah, well, no matter. She could just clear off her desk, leaving only a few study books for show, and move the rest into storage. That way, her desk would have plenty of space. "On-chan, I'm back." "Huh? Are all these packages yours?" Izumi Amy, returning from school, spotted Kotomi standing at the door and noticed the pile of packages. "Yep, all mine," Kotomi nodded, somewhat troubled. She'd have to carry all these boxes inside, unpack them one by one, and then haul all the empty boxes out for disposal. Even though her physical strength had improved thanks to her special attributes, just thinking about the task ahead made her feel exhausted before even starting. Sigh. "I guess I'll have to start moving these boxes." Kotomi sighed and rubbed her hair, a habit she had whenever she felt something was a hassle. "Need some help, On-chan?" Amy asked with a cheerful smile. "Of course," Kotomi replied without hesitation. She definitely needed Amy's help, otherwise, it would take at least 10 minutes just to carry the boxes inside by herself. "But you'll have to pay me for my help." "I knew it. This girl is up to no good." Kotomi grumbled inwardly, but seeing all the boxes around her, she resigned herself and cautiously asked, "What kind of payment do you want?" Amy, as if she had planned it all along, pointed a finger at Kotomi with a mischievous smile and said, "Kotomi, call me on apostrophe." "Huh?" For a moment, Kotomi thought she must have misheard. What on earth? Me, as the older sister, being asked by my younger sister to call her on-sama? Even light novel titles wouldn't go this far. Have you lost it? You really think I can't handle you? Don't forget, your sister here has trained in kendo. Kotomi, usually the dominant one, retorted defiantly. Then I won't help you. Good luck with those boxes, On-chan, Amy teased, turning to leave without hesitation. Wait a minute. Kotomi called out just as Amy was about to leave. Damn it. She never imagined she'd find herself in a situation where her younger sister would demand to be called on. A wave of unexplainable defeat washed over her, but as soon as she saw the mountain of boxes, it vanished in an instant. Fine, she would say it, anything to get these packages inside. Taking a deep breath, Kotomi's cheeks blushed slightly as she softly said to Amy, "On-sama critical hit." Amy felt like her heart had just taken a massive hit, as if a heavy hammer had struck it. But this hammer might as well have been made of honey. Despite the heavy blow, why did it feel so sweet? How adorable, how adorable. Kotomi, with her soft, innocent tone, was as sweet and gentle as a little marshmallow. Amy wanted nothing more than to gobble up this little marshmallow entirely. And so, Izumi Kotomi inadvertently earned herself a new nickname, Little Marshmallow. Wiping the corner of her mouth, Amy eagerly grabbed 2 boxes. This one is really long, and there's a small box on top. Is this your keyboard and mouse, sis? Yep, and the other box has a drawing tablet. Be careful when carrying it, Kotomi said as she picked up a large box. The weight. It's definitely packed with foam and air cushions. Given the extensive protective packaging, this box likely contained the highly anticipated 3090T. Ah. Even though I haven't started building it yet, the moment I picked up the box, I could already feel its allure through the cardboard. This is the charm and fragrance of a graphics card. Tonight, I'm having dinner with this card, taking a bath with it, and we're going to bed together. On-chan, snap out of it. After making one trip, they finally managed to bring all the boxes inside and then up to Kotomi's room on the second floor. Once everything was inside, the once spacious bedroom now felt a bit cramped. On-chan, it looks like you bought quite a lot, Amy commented after helping place the monitor box down and noticing how little space was left in the room. It's okay. The shipping boxes always have extra padding for protection, so they look bigger than they are. Once we unpack everything, it won't seem like that much, Kotomi said with a sheepish smile as she pulled out a utility knife from the drawer. So, that means after this, we'll have to haul all these empty boxes out for disposal. Yep. Sis. Could you think more practically the next time you shop online? Couldn't you buy things in smaller batches? I can't because confirming delivery on a lot of packages at once gives me a great sense of accomplishment. I love that feeling, Kotomi replied earnestly. Amy could only sigh in resignation. What else could she do? Her silly sister, she just had to spoil her. Taking the utility knife from Kotomi's hand, Amy began helping her cut open the boxes. On-chan, you're not very good with a utility knife, so I'll handle it. Even though you bought all this with your manuscript fees, it would be more convenient if you bought things in smaller batches next time, okay? On-chan? Are you even listening to me? On-chan. Stop cuddling the graphics card box with your face. You're drooling all over it. Anyone who sees you like this might think you're going to eat that graphics card. Chapter 62, Sooner or later, you'll be my wife. Just as Izumi Kotomi realized her overly excited behavior, she quickly put down the graphics card, cleared her throat to feign seriousness, and then, imitating Kamen Rider Xade's line, said, Surgery level 50, commencing the installation surgery of the 3090T. Sitting nearby, Izumi Amy tilted her head in confusion. Why was her sister acting so silly today? Could it be that she had overdone it the other night, and now her cute little head had some problems? But if that were the case, well, a sillier Kotomi would be easier to handle. If Kotomi became sillier, she'd become more obedient and stop spending so much time thinking about other women. Amy silently plotted in her heart. Meanwhile, Kotomi began following the familiar yet slightly rusty steps of assembling her new computer. In her previous life, Kotomi had been a seasoned veteran on online tech forums. But after reincarnating, everything had changed. She was shorter, she was now a girl, and her previous status on those forums was just a distant memory. Yet, the one thing that hadn't changed was her knack for building computers. Even though she no longer had access to those forums in this life, Kotomi could still vividly recall the countless nights she spent tinkering with hardware and chatting with other enthusiasts. Ah, my beloved tech forum account, lost to another world. On-chan, when are we going to eat yakiniku tonight? Amy, sitting on a chair and bored out of her mind, watched Kotomi busy with the computer assembly. Her small, white feet swung back and forth. Just give me a moment, let me finish building this, and then we can go. Oh wait, little sister. Immersed in assembling the computer, Kotomi accidentally called Amy on. Realizing her mistake, she quickly corrected herself. That sounds so nice. How about you just start calling me that from now on? Amy, seemingly awakened by being called on, grinned excitedly at Kotomi. Stop awakening strange attributes, little sister. After nearly an hour of work, Kotomi wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Even though she knew a fair bit about computer assembly, this was her first time doing it after reincarnating, and some components were slightly different from those in her previous life. As a result, Kotomi was extra cautious while assembling everything. After all, these computer parts were purchased with real money, and if she accidentally broke something, she would be upset for an entire week, not only because of the wasted money but also because it would delay her using the new computer. Even if she ordered replacements, it would take at least a few more days to arrive. So, it was better to take things slow and be safe. After carefully placing the case under the desk and connecting all the cables, Kotomi eagerly pressed the power button. Seeing the system boot up properly, Kotomi let out a sigh of relief. Wow, my assembly skills are still pretty good. Finally done. Amy, get ready, we're going for yakiniku. After confirming that everything was installed correctly, connecting the new keyboard and mouse, and testing the drawing tablet she would be using for her art, Kotami called out to Amy. But Amy didn't respond. When Kotami turned around, she saw that Amy had already fallen asleep on the bed. Amy had even taken it upon herself to throw out the empty boxes that had been piling up in the hallway while Kotami was engrossed in the assembly. Perhaps from exhaustion, Amy was now hugging Kotami's pillow, sleeping soundly. Kotami couldn't help but wonder what kind of dream Amy might be having. A gentle smile formed at the corners of Kotami's eyes. She sat on the bed, gently stroking Amy's hair, feeling both touched and slightly helpless. "Amy. Why did you have to throw out the keyboard and mouse boxes too? I wanted to keep them as a collection. Just like how some people keep the boxes of their figurines, Kotami had a habit of keeping the packaging for her mouse and keyboard." Because she had used up all her energy helping Kotami dispose of the empty boxes, Amy was completely worn out. After lying on the bed, she instinctively hugged Kotami's pillow and, in her drowsy state, heard her sister's gentle voice, though she couldn't make out the words. She reached out to touch something and felt a smooth, soft arm. Her eyes barely opened a sliver, catching a glimpse of a blurry figure. It looked like Kotami. Kotami, seeing that Amy had fallen asleep, glanced at the now darkening sky and said, "Amy, wake up. Weren't we going to eat yakiniku together? I'm hungry." But Amy wasn't listening. Sleep had overtaken her mind, and she subconsciously shifted her position, resting her head on Kotami's warm, soft lap as if it were a pillow. She muttered sleepily, "Good night, wife." "I'm not your wife. You will be my wife someday." Amy mumbled possessively, then wrapped her arms around Kotami's waist and fell back asleep. "Amy? Amy? Wake up, it's time for yakiniku." Kotami gently nudged Amy, who was sleeping on her lap, and called softly. But Amy didn't respond, continuing to sleep soundly on Kotami's lap. An hour later. Twilight had passed, and the sky was now fully dark. Kotami's room was pitch black. She wanted to get up to turn on the light, but with Amy holding her like this, it was nearly impossible to stand up, let alone reach the light switch. So, she stayed in that position, waiting for Amy to wake up. In the meantime, she played a round of Azur Lane and gathered the materials needed to fully upgrade Ajax. The upgraded Ajax. PR. Amy frowned slightly in her sleep, perhaps as she slowly regained her energy, her awareness started to return. As she gradually came to, she felt like she was lying on the world's most comfortable pillow, with a light fragrance surrounding her. Just being able to sleep on this pillow was something she could fully enjoy with her entire being. Amy opened her eyes and groggily looked around. This was her sister's room, and before she fell asleep, she had been lying on Kotami's bed. So, was she now sleeping on Kotami's pillow? But she knew the scent and softness of Kotami's pillow very well, and the one she was lying on now was clearly softer and more fragrant. She sniffed the air with her cute little nose, and her vision slowly cleared. She realized she wasn't lying on a pillow at all, she was sleeping on Kotami's lap. What a win! Sensing the movement on her lap, Kotami looked down and, as if she had been waiting for a long time, said, "Finally awake?" Amy nodded. "Was it comfortable?" Amy nodded again. "Can you get up now?" Amy instinctively shrank her neck and then tentatively asked, "It was so comfortable. Can I not get up?" "No, you can't. We're going to eat yakiniku." Kotami promptly lifted her off her lap. After being used as a pillow for an hour, her legs had gone numb. Chapter 63, How About I Give You a Princess Carry? When Amy got off her lap, Izumi Kotami felt an intense soreness in her legs, as if they no longer belonged to her. "This pain. It's like my soul is ascending." Kotami groaned, rubbing her legs. When she watched anime, the girls in those shows could give lap pillows for hours without breaking a sweat, making Kotami think it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, after having Amy lie on her lap for an hour, Kotami could only say that the girls in anime must be monsters. Because she was absorbed in Azur Lane earlier, she didn't notice the discomfort. But once Amy woke up and got off her lap, Kotami was hit by a wave of pain that took over her senses. Numb. Her legs were numb. They had fallen asleep from being under pressure for too long. "On-chan. Are you okay?" Amy asked apologetically, seeing the pained expression on Kotami's face. "Yeah, I'm fine. Don't underestimate your On-chan. A mere hour of giving a lap pillow is nothing. Don't massage it, it hurts." "Sorry, On-chan, I just thought you looked unwell, so I wanted to help by massaging your legs." "Well, thank you so much, but your massage almost sent me to heaven," Kotami said, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. It hurt too much. It took Kotami more than 20 minutes for the feeling to return to her legs. She finally managed to get off the bed with great effort, holding her legs as she walked. She sighed and said to Amy, "Amy, my arms and legs are just too fragile for this." "Don't worry, On-chan. I'll be gentler next time. Though Amy's words sounded sincere, Kotami couldn't help but feel that there was some hidden meaning behind them. After asking Amy to step out, Kotami changed out of her school uniform, opting for a casual brown pullover and a pair of denim shorts that weren't too short but not too long either. She slipped on a pair of white cotton socks, preparing to wear her sneakers when they headed out. Perhaps due to her habits from her past life, Kotami still preferred wearing sneakers. On-chan, why are you changing clothes? Is this our date? Amy's eyes lit up when she saw Kotami come out in a different outfit, snapping sneaky pictures with her phone. Not bad, not bad. On-chan looks great in sporty casual wear too. My school uniform was just washed, and if I wear it to eat yakiniku, I'll have to wash it again afterward. Too much hassle. It's easier to wear this pullover since I was planning to wash it after dinner anyway, Kotami explained while tying her shoelaces, completely unaware that Amy was secretly taking photos of her. If someone were to check Amy's phone gallery, they would find over 1,000 photos of Kotami, pictures of Kotami eating, napping, focusing on her writing at the computer, and even bathing. Amy had even snuck into Kotami's room at night to take special keepsake photos while her defenseless sister slept. The sun's already set, Amy said as they walked down the street, looking at the cool, moonlit sky. Do you think we can still get a table? I wanted to go earlier, but you slept until now, Kotami said, checking the location of Anjima Yakiniku on her phone. Her legs still felt sore. Looks like I should never offer anyone a lap pillow again. Without the strength for it, I shouldn't be taking on such tasks. On-chan, should I carry you on my back? Amy suggested, noticing Kotami's discomfort and forming a plan in her mind. No need, I can walk just fine. Kotami wasn't a fool, she knew that if she let Amy carry her, they might end up spending hours on the road. As for why it would take hours and what would happen during that time, use your imagination. How about I carry you princess style then? No way. Kotami absolutely refused to be princess carried by her little sister in public. You're so shy, even though you called me Onsama just a little while ago, Amy teased, mimicking Kotami's tone from earlier, making Kotami's face flush red with embarrassment as she angrily, but gently, pounded her small fists on Amy. Kotami didn't use much force, so it didn't hurt at all. In fact, Amy found it quite enjoyable. After their playful banter, they finally arrived at Anjima Yakiniku, the restaurant Megami had recommended. Seeing that the restaurant wasn't too crowded from outside, Kotami let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness it's not too busy. Well, not everyone wants to eat yakiniku every day. Besides, it's still Friday, so even though students are on break, that doesn't mean adults have the day off. Most students probably wait until Saturday or Sunday to have dinner with their families, Amy noted. Oh? So does that mean we're not like most students, and are instead unique bad students? Kotami teased. Amy had always been a model student, both in elementary and junior high, good grades, pretty, popular among her classmates, the quintessential ideal child that parents dreamed of. Kotami was certain that Amy would become a school idol in high school as well. If being a bad student lets me have my way with you, then I'd gladly become a delinquent, or even a bad girl, Amy boldly declared, stepping closer to Kotami. I was just joking. You better focus on your studies. Kotami firmly grasped Amy's shoulders, speaking seriously. Don't worry, my little marshmallow on-chan. Kotami took Amy's words lightly, assuming Amy was craving some marshmallows. Marshmallows? Are you craving marshmallows? But it's hard to find those in Chiba. I'll look for some when I go to Tokyo this weekend. The marshmallow I want to eat isn't just any marshmallow, it's a special one, Amy replied with a hint of mischief in her voice, then continued, but are you really going to Tokyo again? And both tomorrow and the day after? That means you'll be spending the whole weekend in Tokyo? Amy's mood quickly soured at the thought of her sister being away for the entire weekend. Chapter 64, Shimamura's Antidog. Are you upset? Izumi Kotami asked. Amy nodded firmly, not needing words to convey her feelings to Kotami. Seeing her sister's displeasure, Kotami sighed softly and said, even if you are upset, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll likely be spending most of my weekend in Tokyo. Even as the older sister, Kotami knew she couldn't always let Amy have her way. However, to be fair, compared to the little sisters in other anime, Amy was already quite obedient and considerate, always looking out for her on-chan. At least, unlike some sisters in anime and light novels who could be quite frustrating early on, Amy, while showing occasional signs of being a bit of a little rebel, was ultimately a very thoughtful, not tsundere, and unspoiled good little sister. Hearing Kotami's words, Amy puffed out her cheeks slightly and said, On-chan, you're working too hard. Do you really need to push yourself like this? Tired? I don't really feel that way, Kotami replied. Maybe to Amy, it seemed like Kotami was always busy and tired, unable to properly rest even on weekends. But Kotami herself didn't feel exhausted. She had always loved creating things, even in her past life. Now that she had the chance to turn her passion into a career, how could she possibly waste it? Even though she was busy on weekends, Kotami felt fulfilled. She was investing her time and effort and reaping the rewards through her creative work. Whenever she thought about it, she didn't feel tired at all. Sometimes, it's not the effort that's exhausting, but the fear of putting in the time and energy without receiving the proper recognition or reward. If you don't feel tired, An-chan, then I guess it's okay. Just make sure to take care of yourself, Amy said as she gently squeezed Kotami's soft, delicate hand, marveling at how such small hands could type so quickly on a keyboard. A tentacle monster. And it turns out it's my An-chan. As they walked into Anjumi Yakiniku, the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of grilling meat and sizzling fat. The sound of meat hitting the grill, with its signature sizzle, was like an invisible hand, stirring up the hunger in their stomachs. Even if you weren't hungry, the sound alone could make you crave food. For example, Kotami had thought that after eating 2 yakisoba bread rolls at school, she wouldn't be able to eat much at dinner. But Yakiniku once again proved that no matter what or how much you ate beforehand, the sound and smell of grilling meat would make your hunger rise with the flames. As 2 guests entered the restaurant, a black-haired girl in a deep blue cheongsam paused her work and approached them with a smile. Welcome. Is it just the 2 of you? Sakura Adaki asked warmly. Compared to her high school days when she was so aloof and cold that even the teachers mistook her for a delinquent, Sakura had become much more cheerful in the 13 years since she started living with and dating Hagetsu Shimamura. Her teal-green eyes seemed to always be quietly hoping that Shimamura would appear at any moment, even while working. Her little ears twitched occasionally, as if she was eagerly waiting for Shimamura to call her name from behind. A loyal dog. Or perhaps Shimamura's faithful Adaki-ken. Yes, just the 2 of us, Kotami replied first, and Sakura led them to a quieter table. Though there was some noise in the restaurant, it was much quieter than before since fewer people had come for yakiniku tonight. 1 plate of pork belly, 1 plate of beef brisket. No, it's too much trouble to order plate by plate. Let's go with the extra-large meat platter. An-chan, you can order the rest. I'll have oolong tea for my drink, Amy said simply as she ordered the extra-large meat platter and then handed the menu to Kotami. Going for the platter, huh? You sure know how to make things easy, Kotami said, taking the menu. You've ordered most of the meat already, so I'll just add a plate of beef liver, beef tongue, beef tripe, beef pancreas, beef sweetbread, beef heart, some cabbage and onions for wrapping the meat, and 6 pasteurized eggs. For the main dish, 2 bowls of rice, and I'll have oolong tea with extra ice, Kotami added. Alright, let me confirm your order, Sakura said as she jotted down the items, then repeated the order to make sure it was correct before taking the menu and walking away. She soon returned with 2 glasses of iced water and wet towels. An-chan, do you like eating offal? Amy asked curiously, noticing that Kotami had ordered mostly offal. Kotami always looked so happy when she was eating, as if it was the most joyous thing in the world. Though Amy found her foodie sister endearing, it also left her wondering what exactly Kotami liked to eat the most. Was it that she just loved all delicious food? Recently, I've been thinking about a short novel. I haven't decided whether I'll write it yet, but I wanted to try out some of the main characters' favorite foods, Kotami explained. What kind of novel would involve offal? An-chan, you're not planning to write a horror novel, are you? Amy asked, instinctively shrinking back a little. She was terrified of anything horror-related. Whether it was novels, movies, comics, anime, or games, if it was scary, Amy couldn't handle it. Don't worry, it's not horror. I haven't thought about writing horror stories yet. This idea is more of a romantic, light literature piece, Kotami reassured her. Romantic? Light literature? Have you thought of a title? I want to eat your pancreas. An-chan, that sounds like a horror novel. It's not. I know the title might be a bit misleading, but I promise it's going to be a heartwarming and emotional love story, Kotami said, waving her hand in assurance. Heartwarming? Emotional. How come these perfectly good words suddenly sound off when they come out of An-chan's mouth? As they were talking, their iced oolong tea was brought to the table, followed by the meat platter that Amy had ordered, along with the offal Kotami requested, cabbage and onions for wrapping, pasteurized eggs, and 2 bowls of white rice. As she began to think, Amy couldn't help but find it odd. Why were the utensils at yakiniku restaurants always made of cold steel? The spoons, chopsticks, and rice bowls all had that slightly clinical look. The beautifully arranged fresh meat on the platters looked expensive and delicious. The marbling on the meat was so vibrant and appetizing that it seemed like you could enjoy it just by looking at it, without even grilling. Enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call me, Sakura said after helping them get the grill started before stepping away. Chapter 65, Evenly matched in appetite. Once the grill reached the right temperature, Izumi Amy joyfully placed a slice of pork belly on it. The sizzling sound of the meat as it cooked, combined with the rising aroma, teased their taste buds. How could any middle or high schooler in their growing years resist such a tempting scent? Izumi Kotomi also picked up some meat from the plate and placed it on the grill, listening to the pleasant sizzle as they waited for the pork belly to cook. It was odd, Amy usually didn't like eating pork belly. The only exception was when it was grilled. According to her, the only way she liked pork belly was when it was grilled. Even if it was prepared as braised pork, she wasn't a fan. Kotomi could relate. Every time their mom made braised pork, Amy would specifically pick out the fatty parts and give them to her sister, opting to eat the lean parts herself. Kotomi wasn't particularly fond of the fatty parts of pork belly, but she could eat them if necessary. However, Amy was different, she couldn't stomach even a bit of fat. So, every time they had braised pork, if Amy accidentally grabbed a piece with fat, she would naturally hand it over to Kotomi to handle. "Amy, do you want me to bite off the fatty part for you?" Kotomi asked, taking a sip of her oolong tea, enjoying the refreshing coolness. Amy shook her head and replied, "No need, An-chan." "Huh? Don't you dislike the fatty part of pork belly?" She used to avoid it, so why the sudden change? "I do dislike the fatty part, but grilled pork belly is different. The mix of fat and lean meat when grilled is really delicious. Indeed, with grilled pork belly, the heat melts away some of the fat, making it crispy and delightful. That's why Kotomi enjoyed grilled pork belly so much." "I see. Here, eat it while it's hot." Kotomi nodded in understanding and used her chopsticks to place a piece of grilled pork belly onto Amy's rice. In the Izumi household, it was common to enjoy grilled meat with a bowl of white rice halfway through the meal. So good. This is the flavor I've been looking forward to all day at school. I'm completely satisfied. Amy's eyes narrowed in delight, forming charming crescent moons, as she bit into the meat, savoring the taste. "I thought I was full after having 2 yakisoba rolls at school, but the moment I smelled the grilled meat, I got hungry again." Kotomi picked up a piece of sweet grilled chicken skin and enjoyed its mild sweetness in her mouth. She then grabbed some lamb and slightly grilled onions from the grill, savoring the unique, juicy sweetness of both the lamb and onions. Grilled meat, hot pot, and meat buns, these are the foods that can easily bring satisfaction. "By the way, Amy, the meat platter you ordered is really good. You have quite a knack for picking dishes," Kotomi said as she ate a piece of grilled tenderloin with her rice. "That's because I ordered the most expensive and best one." Kotomi was taken aback. No wonder the meat tasted so exceptionally good, it even felt like high-quality meat. It turns out it wasn't just her imagination, it really was premium meat. "Ah! I can almost feel my wallet aching. What is this pain?" "It's the pain of watching my money slip away." "Oh well, the meat's already on the grill, so I might as well focus on enjoying it rather than worrying about the cost." While the Izumi sisters were enjoying their delicious grilled meat, in a quiet corner of the restaurant, a short-haired girl in a black beret lowered her hat slightly to obscure her face. She then opened her phone's camera, zoomed in on Izumi Kotomi, and snapped a few photos. Click, click, click. In an instant, several close-up photos of Izumi Kotomi enjoying her meal appeared on the girl's phone. As she looked at Kotomi's blissful expression in the photos, a faint smile of satisfaction played on her lips. "How cute. If only I could be the one sitting across from you, sharing a meal with you," she thought to herself. Then she got up and walked to the counter, where she said to Sakura Adaki, "Excuse me, I'd like to pay the bill for table 13. The grilled meat was delicious. Thank you for your kind words. Will you be paying with cash or card?" "I have a membership card." "Here you go." Sakura Adaki took the membership card, swiped it, and the computer displayed the cardholder's name. "Miss Megumi Kato, right? After this transaction, your card balance will be 5,400 yen. Would you like to top it up now?" "No need for that at the moment," Megumi Kato replied softly, her eyes occasionally glancing back at Izumi Kotomi, who was sitting not far away. "Just a little more patience. Tomorrow, she'll be all mine." Megumi kept telling herself this. "Alright, your payment has been processed successfully. We look forward to seeing you again," Sakura Adaki said with a smile as she handed back the membership card. Megumi Kato took the card, left Anjumi Yakiniku, and removed her black beret as she walked home. Meanwhile, gulp, 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 after finishing the last sip of her oolong tea, Izumi Kotomi and Izumi Amy finally felt full and satisfied. "I'm stuffed," Amy said, patting her belly with contentment. Amy, your appetite is catching up to mine. They had ordered a lot of grilled meat, but the two of them finished it all. Not only did they eat all the meat, but they also polished off 3 bowls of rice. By the way, the rice at Anjimiyaki-niku comes with free refills. After paying the bill, the two sisters left Anjimiyaki-niku and headed to a convenience store to buy some juice and snacks before heading home. A rare weekend like this called for staying up late to truly enjoy the precious time off. And how should they spend the night? By watching a movie together. Kotami had just bought a 4K monitor, so tonight was perfect for watching a blockbuster. Hey, An-chan, which cola are you going to buy? Obviously Pepsi. Huh? Coke tastes better. No way, we're getting Coke. Tonight, I'll make you understand how great Pepsi is, even if I have to spoon feed it to you. Back at Anjimiyaki-niku. After seeing off the last customer, Sakura Adaki stretched lazily and rolled her neck to relax. She lowered the shutter to avoid any more customers coming in. After cleaning up, she and Shimamura would leave through the back door. Shimamura, do you need help? Sakura asked as she walked into the kitchen. A chestnut-haired girl standing by the sink turned around and said, "It's all right. I just need to finish cleaning the cutting boards, then I'm done. What about these dishes? I'll help you out. You're not great at washing dishes, right?" Sakura said as she stepped forward and started helping Shimamura clean the dishes. Shimamura smiled sheepishly and then joined Sakura in tidying up the kitchen. "By the way, I saw a text from Hino. She's getting married," Sakura said suddenly while washing the dishes. "Huh? She's getting married? Why didn't I get a message?" Shimamura was surprised. Hino Akira was one of her longtime friends, and now that she was getting married, Shimamura was only just finding out. Even Sakura knew before she did. "That's probably because you keep your phone on silent while you're in the kitchen," Sakura teased. "That's probably it," Shimamura realized, pulling out her phone from the back pocket of her pants. When she unlocked her phone, the first thing she saw was the message from Hino Akira. "Hino really is getting married. It feels like so much time has passed since we last met, but at the same time, it feels like only a few weeks ago. I can't believe the next time we get in touch, it's for her wedding," Shimamura said, reflecting on the message. Their most recent meeting had been several years ago. It was a chance encounter on the street, years after they had both graduated from high school. That day also happened to be Shimamura's birthday. They hadn't seen each other since. "But who's Hino marrying?" Sakura asked curiously. "I don't know. There's no hint in the message," Shimamura said, looking at her phone. Hino's message only mentioned that she was getting married and invited them to her wedding, but it didn't say who she was marrying. "Congratulations. We'll definitely come to the wedding, Sakura and I. By the way, who's the lucky person you're marrying?" Shimamura typed this reply and sent it to Hino Akira. Chapter 66. The last bicycle. Isn't it a bit too forward to directly ask about who she's marrying? Sakura Adaki couldn't help but comment after reading the reply Shimamura Hagetsu had sent to Hino Akira congratulating her on her upcoming wedding. "It's fine, really. If I hadn't asked, she might have found it strange that I only congratulated her without asking who her fiancé is," Shimamura replied with a playful smile. "True enough," Sakura nodded, understanding. She and Hino Akira had been on good terms. In fact, it was Hino who had first informed her about Shimamura's particular taste in a certain type of tea and had even helped her acquire some. Although they hadn't kept in touch much after graduating from high school, they could still be considered friends. However, compared to her relationship with Hino, Shimamura's bond with Hino was much closer. After all, they had known each other for much longer. But even Shimamura was only second. The closest person to Hino Akira, without a doubt, had always been Takeo Nagafuji. Sakura couldn't help but wonder if Nagafuji had received Hino's message yet. Or, perhaps more intriguing, whether Nagafuji would attend Hino's wedding. Sakura had sensed a certain subtlety in the relationship between Hino and Nagafuji ever since high school. They seemed like close friends, but there was always a hint of something more, something ambiguous, much like what had existed between her and Shimamura back then. However, unlike Hino and Nagafuji, Sakura had chosen to pierce through that ambiguity during the fireworks festival, taking a massive step forward in her relationship with Shimamura. Their parents were stunned for an entire day after learning about their relationship. Their cabbage hadn't been taken by a pig but rather by another cabbage. The family was about to grow from 1 cabbage to 2 cabbages? Shocking for the parents. "Aren't you curious about who Hino is marrying?" Shimamura suddenly asked. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I am a bit curious." "Then it seems I did the right thing by asking," Shimamura said with a grin, before putting her phone back into her pocket and continuing to tidy up the kitchen. Since Hino hadn't replied yet, she was probably busy with wedding preparations. After all, As the daughter of the Hino family, this wedding was likely the most significant event for the family at the moment. Half an hour later, Shimamura finished wringing out a cloth and wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. As expected, the most troublesome part of running a restaurant is cleaning up after closing every night. Are you done yet, Sakura? It's time to go home. Hearing Shimamura's call, Sakura appeared in the kitchen doorway as quickly as a little puppy, panting slightly while holding a mop. I've finished mopping the dining area. Let's go home. Don't rush so much, Shimamura said, concerned, but seeing how eager Sakura was to help made her secretly happy. In fact, there was a small, mischievous part of her that hoped Sakura would exhaust herself a bit more. Maybe she could collapse like a tired puppy, showing her white belly and refusing to get up unless Shimamura gave her a good rub. After washing their hands in the restroom, the two left the yakiniku restaurant through the back door, carefully locking up behind them. Besides the cash register, there wasn't much of value in the restaurant. However, if someone were to search thoroughly, they might find something valuable, like the fresh meat and vegetables in the kitchen refrigerator. If converted to cash, it would be quite an expensive loss. It's almost 11, Sakura said, checking the time on her phone and letting out a sigh. She hadn't expected cleaning up to take so long. Tomorrow night would likely be just as late. If they had a lot of customers, they might even have to stay open until midnight. Has Hino replied yet? Sakura asked while unlocking her bike. No, not yet. She must be busy, or maybe she's already asleep. It's too late to call her now, Shimamura said, checking her phone for any new messages. Alright, let's head home. By the way, have you eaten anything tonight? Hearing this, Shimamura touched her stomach, and sure enough, it growled in response. They had been so busy that she hadn't had time to eat. They usually ate after the last customers left, but today, they had been too occupied to remember to eat until after closing. It's kind of ironic that we run a restaurant, yet haven't eaten dinner ourselves, Sakura said with a chuckle. That's a bit of dark humor. So, what do you feel like eating? Anything is fine. I just want to eat quickly, then go home and get some sleep. We'll need to prepare to open again by 2 p.m. tomorrow. But at this hour, there aren't many places still open. Understanding Sakura's plight, Shimamura thought for a moment and then said, I've got it. There's a 24-hour burger joint 2 blocks away. I've been craving their thick cheese beef burger. Let's grab dinner there tonight. Sounds good, and it's close by. We can grab the food and head home. You still prefer taking food home to eat, huh? Shimamura teased. I can't help it, I only feel completely at ease when eating at home. Even in a private dining room, I still feel a bit uncomfortable. It seems your shyness hasn't entirely gone away. But that's just what I love about you, Sakura. Are you serious? As serious as the beef in instant ramen, Shimamura said with a straight face, then hopped onto the back seat of Sakura's bike and wrapped her arms around her. Sakura blushed, her shy nature surfacing once again. Shimamura often teased her about how they were already like an old married couple, yet she still got flustered by simple gestures. And, without fail, Sakura's face would always turn even redder. Just like now. Hold on tight. I'm going to start pedaling, Sakura said, her face still flushed, as she began cycling towards the burger joint. This bike looks just like that one. Same color, same model. Shimamura spoke softly from the back seat. She was referring to the bike they used to ride together back in high school. The bike had held up well through their college years, as if it could have lasted another 10 years without issue. But one day, out of nowhere, while trying to avoid a stray cat that darted out from the shadows, Sakura had taken a spill. She was fine, but the bike wasn't. It flew into a lamppost and was totaled. Sakura was down for a whole week after that. Sakura nodded. I went back to the shop where I bought that bike. Most shops didn't carry that model anymore since it was outdated, but luckily, that store had one left in stock. The owner was planning to get rid of it at the end of the month. I was so fortunate to find it before it was gone. So the bike we're riding now is a limited edition? You could say that. Then we really lucked out. I'm glad we found the last one, Shimamura said softly. For both Sakura and herself, that bike held immense sentimental value. Finding it was truly a blessing. Chapter 67, Marriage Partner. When they arrived at the burger shop, they simply ordered a few burgers and fried chicken before sitting down to wait. Has Hino replied yet? Sakura Adaki asked. Not yet, maybe she'll respond tomorrow. Could she have already gone to bed? I remember that back in high school, she rarely went to sleep before midnight. Maybe preparing for the wedding has worn her out. Sakura, do you think preparing for a wedding is exhausting? Shimamura Hagetsu asked, looking a bit curious. Why are you asking me? I wouldn't know, I've never been married, Sakura pouted, then gave Shimamura a sidelong glance full of implications. But Shimamura's attention was entirely on her phone, seemingly oblivious to Sakura's glance. This left Sakura a little frustrated, puffing out her adorable cheeks in mock irritation and deliberately looking away. Neither of us has been married. Shimamura finally set her phone down and gazed at the menu on the burger shop's screen, though her thoughts were still on the topic of marriage. So, Shimamura, do you want to get married? Sakura asked, lowering her head slightly, her hands clasping tightly on her lap. Whenever she felt nervous, her hands would instinctively grip together. In contrast to Sakura's nervousness, Shimamura seemed completely at ease, swaying back and forth in her chair with a light smile, apparently not picking up on the deeper meaning in Sakura's question. Speaking of weddings, I remember when my cousin got married, she privately complained to me about how exhausting it was. She couldn't sleep well the night before, and she had to get up around 3 in the morning to start getting ready, putting on the wedding dress, getting her makeup done by the stylist, and all that. I was just a bridesmaid, but even that left me feeling completely worn out by the end of the day. Is it really that troublesome? Sakura's eyes showed a hint of concern. Yeah, it is. My cousin even told me that before the ceremony started, she felt so tired that she wanted to give up. That's not a good thought. In any way. But she also said that although the preparation and the morning of the wedding were tough, when she walked into the chapel, accompanied by her father, amidst the applause of her family and friends, heading towards her beloved groom, now her husband, she suddenly felt that all the exhaustion and hassle were worth it. The true essence of a wedding only lasts for those few precious moments. Could the guest holding ticket number 23 please come to the counter? Your order is ready, the burger shop's intercom announced. Hearing the announcement, Sakura and Shimamura momentarily snapped out of their conversation about marriage, realizing that they were indeed the guests with ticket number 23. Their burgers and fried chicken were ready. While it might have been more convenient to eat at the shop before heading home, Sakura's discomfort with eating in public spaces meant they opted to take their meal to go. They left the burger shop with their dinner in hand and rode their bicycle home. To their little home. After graduating from university, they had chosen to live there. It was a modest 2-story apartment. Initially, they had considered moving to a bigger place, but since they had just graduated, they didn't have much money. Moreover, they had already borrowed a significant sum from their parents to start their yakiniku restaurant, so they were hesitant to ask for more money to rent a larger house. After all, neither of their families was particularly wealthy. So, they settled for a room in this 2-story apartment, not too big, not too small. Phew, time to eat, Sakura said as she placed the bags from the burger shop on the table, sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, ready to dig in. They had wanted to get a double bed, but the limited space in the room made it impossible. If they put in a double bed, it would make the room feel cramped. So, faced with a choice between a double bed and a tatami mat, they reluctantly chose the tatami. Every night before bed, they had to move the table aside and set up their bedding on the tatami. You should hurry up and eat. I remember you didn't have time for a proper lunch, Shimamura said, picking up the small socks, jacket, and pants that Sakura had left on the floor, and putting them in the bathroom. Yeah, because a box of vegetables suddenly arrived at the shop, I only had time to eat a single patty before I had to rush to the restaurant. By the time I finished washing the vegetables and preparing them, it was already time to open the shop, Sakura explained, eating a crispy chicken sandwich while she spoke. Neither of them had the habit of wearing pajamas, so whenever they were at home, they usually only wore basic clothing, at most throwing on a shirt. How were the vegetables? If they're good, we can order from that supplier again, Shimamura said, sitting down and taking a big bite out of her thick cheese beef burger. They were pretty good, all fresh. Although a few of the carrots and cilantro seemed a bit old, next time we order, maybe we can ask for a discount. They said it was the lowest price. Huh, but there's never really a lowest price with merchants. It's all about negotiating to a fair price. Right now, the vegetables are still a bit expensive. We should aim to lower the price by another 1,000 yen. Wow, you're really good at haggling. Good at haggling? I guess I'm okay, Sakura said, scratching her black shoulder-length hair bashfully. Ding dong. As they ate their burgers and watched TV, Shimamura's phone buzzed with a message notification. She picked it up to see that it was a reply from Hino Akira. Oh, Hino finally replied, Shimamura said with a slight lift of her eyebrows as she opened the message. Let me see, Sakura leaned over, looking at the message from Hino Akira. The first thing they saw was a photo. In the photo, 2 fair, delicate hands were clasped tightly together, with matching rings on each finger gleaming prominently. Below the photo was Hino's reply, I've sent you both the photo. Use your clever little brains and guess who my partner is. Sakura and Shimamura stared at the photo for a moment, then simultaneously realized, these hands. They look like Hino's and Nagafuji's. Hino and Nagafuji, Hands clasped, rings on fingers. Sakura and Shimamura would definitely attend this wedding. This very special wedding. Why was this wedding special? Because there was no groom, only 2 brides. Chapter 68, likes going to the cinema Saturday, 8:00 a.m. Izumi Kotomi opened her eyes and lazily stretched. To be honest, she still wasn't fully awake. If she could, she'd sleep until 10 a.m. But yesterday, during a call with Megumi Kato, she was reminded that they were meeting at the train station by 3:30 p.m. to head to Tokyo together. But yesterday, a new event started in Azur Lane, and if she didn't grind hard enough, her progress in the event would fall behind. And this time, the event rewards were extremely enticing, just seeing them made her eyes light up. Moreover, Kotomi needed those upgrade materials as rewards. With those materials, she could finally upgrade both Laffy and Javelin. Ayanami had already been upgraded, and Kotomi had even pledged to her. Now it was time to upgrade the other 2 ship girls. The only problem was that the upgrade materials were incredibly difficult to obtain, especially the T3 upgrade blueprints. So, the final rewards of this event were incredibly tempting for her. But with her schedule packed for the weekend, Kotomi didn't have much time to grind the event at home. She couldn't possibly ask her sister to grind for her, right? That would be too irresponsible as an older sister. Therefore, Kotomi had no choice but to wake up early every morning to push her event progress as much as possible. Ugh. I really want to sleep in. Why, oh why, did they have to release such an enticing event during this weekend? Afternoon, 3:00 p.m. Izumi Kotomi finally put down her phone, stretched like a cat, and got out of bed to change her clothes. Even though I've been grinding all morning, I'm only 35% through the event. If I want to finish most of the event tasks within the next 2 days. Sigh, it looks like I'll have to stay up late tonight. I'm clearly a good girl who doesn't like staying up late, but life always seems to force me into it. Don't want to stay up late? Just quit Azur Lane and you won't have to, came a lazy voice from the chair, where a pair of small, white feet dangled as they flipped through a fist of the North Star manga. Recently, whenever Kotomi was alone in her room, Kizumi, her system, would emerge from her body to either read manga or use the computer. Lately, she had become obsessed with Fist of the North Star. There's no way I could just quit. Is it really that fun? Kizumi asked. It's not that it's super fun, but I've already spent so much money on it. If I just quit suddenly, I'd feel like I wasted it all. Especially those skins, each one cost real money. Whenever she thought about quitting to play other games, the thought of all the money she had spent on those skins would instantly pop into her mind, and the urge to quit would disappear. In fact, she often found herself wishing Azur Lane would release more skins that matched her specific tastes. Oh, I see. So you're just reluctant to give up those skins, right? No problem, let me take a look at the skins in Azur Lane. If you show me, I can project them into reality, and then you'll have a whole wardrobe of cute outfits to wear. No. I only like seeing the ship girls wear those skins, I don't want to wear them myself. Kotomi hastily denied, afraid that if she delayed by even a second, Kizumi might actually follow through on her suggestion. Honestly, she wouldn't wear those revealing skins even if someone offered her 1,000,000 yen. They were way too embarrassing. Especially her favorite one, Sirius's Azure Horizons outfit. Wearing a slightly oversized, cream-colored shirt and a light-colored pleated skirt, Kotomi stood in front of the mirror, admiring her outfit. Her legs, wrapped in white stockings, looked slender and flawless. Her dainty, delicate feet, with toes that seemed to sparkle, tilted slightly upwards. Is this shirt a bit too big? Oh well, this outfit still looks good, Kotomi said, adjusting her shirt, which was indeed a bit oversized. Her current figure was, without exaggeration, perfect. At just 16 years old, while other girls her age hadn't even started developing, Kotomi was already well beyond that stage. When she had first reincarnated as a girl, it had been difficult to accept, but after living like this for a few days, she gradually accepted the reality. Now, she had fully embraced it. A girl's life wasn't so bad, as long as she didn't date men. She was fine with living as a girl and enjoying it. Even if she were to fall in love, it would definitely be with a cute, sweet girl. Seeing Kotomi finish changing, Kizumi's eyes lit up. She put down her manga, zipped over, and crouched down to touch Kotomi's soft, firm thighs. 1,000 points. What are you muttering about down there? Kotomi looked down at Kizumi, feeling a bit speechless. Compared to other novel systems, her system was really strange. Just checking if you're healthy, Kotomi. Oh, it's getting late. If you don't leave soon, you might be late. Kizumi crouched on the floor, looking up at Kotomi. Today, Kotomi's choice of color was light blue. What? It's already that late? I need to hurry. Kotomi finally realized she had spent too much time choosing her outfit. After applying some lip balm, Kotomi pressed her lips together gently, grabbed her fully charged phone, and walked out the door. Kazumi quickly transformed into a light orb and returned to Kotomi's body. Hurrying, Kotomi managed to reach the Chiba City train station just before 3:30 p.m. She slowed down, ran her fingers through her hair to tidy it up, and looked around for Megumi Kato. It didn't take long for her to spot Megumi standing near a phone booth. She was dressed in a pink overcoat, paired with a white blouse and skirt adorned with lace. Her short black hair was topped with a pristine white beret. She stood, slightly bored, gently tapping her feet as if she had been waiting for a while. Megumi had arrived before her again. Kotomi felt a bit guilty as she realized this, took a deep breath, and walked over. She stopped a few steps away and greeted her. "Kato-san, sorry for making you wait. You got here early again." "It's fine. I only just got here a few minutes ago. My parents aren't home today, and I was getting bored by myself, so I decided to come early," Megumi replied, her face lighting up at the sound of Kotomi's voice. "If you were passing by my house, you could have called me. That way, we could have come together," Kotomi said. "Well, you usually take a nap in the afternoon, right? I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't call. Besides, even if you weren't napping, you'd probably be lying in bed playing games, wouldn't you? You often spend an entire afternoon like that," Megumi teased. Kotomi blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Everything Megumi said was spot on. It perfectly described how Kotomi often spent her afternoons during breaks. Sometimes, after lunch, she would lie down for a short rest and play a little on her phone, intending to get up and start writing afterward. But before she knew it, the entire afternoon would have passed, and it would be 6 or 7 in the evening, leaving her with no choice but to stay up late to write. This was one of the reasons she ended up staying up late almost every day. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Megumi asked with a gentle smile. "My new computer finally arrived yesterday, and I spent the night watching movies with Amy. We stayed up pretty late," Kotomi explained. "What movie did you watch?" "Joker. Oh, I really liked that one. I watched it in theaters last year." As they chatted, Megumi led Kotomi through the train station and past the ticket gates. "Kato-san, you really like watching movies?" "Well, I wouldn't say I love movies in general. But I do enjoy going to the theater, eating a big bucket of popcorn, drinking soda, and sitting in the back row to watch B-movies," Megumi said with a smile, gently taking Kotomi's hand. "Careful, we're getting on the train. Watch out for that gap." Kotomi hadn't even noticed she was about to trip and quickly thanked Megumi. Tripping at a train station could be dangerous. Chapter 69, Her happy smile makes people swoon. Maybe it was because it was 3 p.m. on a Saturday when people were either at work or staying home. As a result, when they boarded the train, there were still some empty seats available. "I thought we'd have to squeeze into the train, but it's nice to find seats," Kotomi said with relief after sitting down. She had been in a rush from home to the station, and now she could finally relax. "You didn't have to rush so much, Kotomi. I couldn't make you wait for me. By the way, Kato-san, the yakiniku place you recommended, Anshima Yakiniku, was really good. My sister and I loved it when we went yesterday." Kotomi reminisced about the delicious yakiniku from the previous night. Whether it was eating the meat directly, wrapping it in egg rolls, or eating it with lettuce and rice, each way was satisfying. If they ate too much, they would drink some iced oolong tea to refresh themselves before going back to the meat. And the atmosphere at Anshima Yakiniku was really nice. Eating in a place with a good atmosphere always made you eat more. "I'm glad you liked it. I have a membership card for Anshima Yakiniku that a friend gave me. Next time, we can go together," Megumi said with a soft smile, perfectly executing the art of mentioning a friend that didn't exist. As Kotomi excitedly told her how much she enjoyed the yakiniku, Megumi couldn't help but think of the photos she had secretly taken yesterday. The happiness on Kotomi's face in those pictures was like a fine wine, intoxicating anyone who saw it. "Sure." Kotomi agreed enthusiastically, like a little Red Riding Hood walking right into the wolf's trap. Seeing Kotomi agree, Megumi's smile deepened. She reached out, almost unconsciously, and gently brushed Kotomi's snow-white hair. "Huh? Kato-san? What's wrong?" Surprised by the sudden touch, Kotomi instinctively shrank her neck, her voice dropping to a whisper. Realizing she had moved too hastily, Megumi retracted her hand and reassured her with a gentle smile, "Don't worry. I just noticed your hair was a bit messy and wanted to fix it." "Oh, I see. Thank you, Kato-san. A girl should take good care of her hair, especially hair as beautiful as yours, Kotomi. Your silver hair is like snowflakes falling from the winter sky. I've always wondered, is your hair dyed?" Kotomi shook her head and explained, "No, it's natural. My mom also has white hair, so I inherited it from her. She had been asked about her white hair since childhood, so when Megumi asked, she was quick to explain. However, she did tell a small lie. Kotomi knew that her mother, Akina Izumi, had dyed her hair white specifically for her. But she hadn't shared that detail with Megumi. She felt it was a family matter, and since she and Megumi were still just friends, there were some things she wasn't ready to reveal. Even to her mother, she pretended not to know, maintaining the pretense of her parents' well-intentioned lie. Kotomi, your white hair is so cute. Have you ever thought about growing it out? Megumi asked with a smile. Not long ago, Yukino Shita Yukino had asked Megumi the same question. I haven't really thought about it. I've had short hair my whole life, so I'm used to it. Growing it out suddenly might feel uncomfortable, Kotomi replied. She really liked her current short white hair, which reminded her of Sirius, the stoic maid character she admired. Keep watching the skies, and you'll find Sirius. But what would she look like with long hair? Like Ayanami? By the way, Kato-san, what movie are we watching? Did you buy the tickets already, or are we getting them at the theater? I bought them online. I got yours too. As for the title, you'll find out when we get to the theater, Megumi said mysteriously. Could it be a romantic movie? But two girls going to see a romantic movie on a holiday? It would certainly lead to some interesting thoughts. When the train arrived in Roppongi, Tokyo, they got off and wandered around for a bit before heading to the cinema. At the cinema, Megumi scanned a QR code on her phone at the automatic ticket machine, and 2 tickets popped out. She took them and handed one to Kotomi. Kotomi glanced down at the ticket and finally saw the movie's title, The 108-Headed Shark. Kotomi was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected this to be the movie Megumi wanted to see. She instinctively turned her head to look at the poster next to her for The 108-Headed Shark. The familiar font, the familiar poster design, the familiar ocean, and the familiar multitude of gaping shark mouths. It was the same old formula, the same old taste. Well, who would have thought that shark movies from her previous life still existed in this world? And not only had they survived, but they had also surpassed the original, evolving the shark heads to a grand total of 108. Seeing the poster with its 108 shark heads, for the first time since reincarnating, Kotomi felt the weight of the world's changes. She remembered that in her previous life, the series had only reached the 5-headed shark. But after reincarnation, the series had escalated to the 108-headed shark. The company behind these movies really loved sharks. Are shark movies bad? Well, the ratings were usually low. But for some reason, whenever Kotomi saw a shark movie poster, she felt a strong urge to buy a ticket and watch it. Not for the plot, but just to enjoy some popcorn and soda while watching the director's latest take on mutant sharks and how they wreak havoc. Now, with the shark heads evolving to 108, it seemed the series director and writers never failed to surprise the audience. Thinking about it, Kotomi suddenly understood why Megumi liked watching B-movies in theaters. It couldn't be helped, it was just so fun to watch while munching on popcorn and sipping soda. Kotomi, don't you like shark movies? Megumi asked, noticing Kotomi's stunned reaction to the poster. Kotomi quickly shook her head. No, I like them too. They're fun to watch when you want to relax. I just didn't expect the series to update so quickly. The shark heads have evolved to 108. Haha, I heard the company got a huge sponsorship recently. The director is already planning the 209-headed shark, Godzilla vs. Killer Shark, and a new series called Flying Zombie Shark. Even though the ratings would probably be low, who could resist watching a movie with titles like those? Sounds like it'll be the same old formula, the same old taste. Shall we watch them together when they're out? Sure. After putting away the tickets, Megumi suggested, our movie doesn't start until the evening. Why don't we find something to do in the meantime? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Kotomi, who had clearly already planned, pointed to an arcade near the cinema, excitedly saying, there's an arcade. I want to play Taiko no Tatsujin and Street Fighter. I'm not that good at Street Fighter, but Taiko no Tatsujin? Now that's something I'm good at. As they walked toward the arcade, Megumi deliberately slowed her pace, pulling out her phone to check the availability of hotels in the Roppongi area. No matter which hotel she checked, there were plenty of available rooms. This put Megumi at ease as she smiled and put her phone away, catching up to Kotomi. Now, all she had to do was wait until they accidentally missed the last train home tonight. Chapter 70, Scheming Megumi Kato. As the credits rolled for the 108-headed shark, which ended with the male lead marrying the shark and creating a harmonious ecosystem between humans and sharks, Izumi Kotomi sat in her seat, utterly stunned. The movie had taken a wild turn, leaving Kotomi, who aspired to be the world's freest creator, completely bewildered. Just when she thought it couldn't get any crazier, The post-credits scene hinted at a sequel by showing the 108-headed shark having an affair with a giant great white shark, setting the stage for the 209-headed shark. Wow, I didn't expect shark movies in this world to get so wild. Kotomi thought, still reeling from the 2-hour spectacle. As the theater lights came up, Megumi Kato stood up and said to the dazed Kotomi, "It's getting late. Kotomi-san, shall we go get something to eat?" Kotomi snapped out of her stupor, nodded, and left her seat, ready to find a restaurant with Megumi. That plot really caught me off guard, but the scenes of the shark wreaking havoc on the city were pretty cool, Kotomi said, rubbing her eyes. She had spent the entire 2 hours focused on the shark special effects. "I'm kind of looking forward to the 209-headed shark now," Megumi said with a smile. "It might take a few years before it's out." Hearing this, Megumi asked with a hint of something deeper, "So in a few years, will you still want to come watch it with me, Kotomi-san?" "Of course I will," Kotomi replied without hesitation. With Kotomi's enthusiastic response, Megumi's smile grew even warmer. As they left the cinema, the night had fully descended. Luckily, Kotomi had mentioned to her parents that she might be home late tonight. Her parents were initially a bit worried about their precious daughter being out so late, fearing she might be kidnapped by some bad people. But once they heard she would be with Megumi Kato, they relented. Even though they hadn't met Megumi in person, the Izumi couple had a favorable impression of her and felt more at ease knowing their daughter was in good company. "My parents were a bit worried about me staying out this late, but when I told them I was with you, they were okay with it," Kotomi said, recalling the conversation with her parents. Upon hearing this, Megumi couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Oh, really? I'll have to properly thank Izumi-san and his wife for their trust. I'm grateful they're willing to entrust their daughter to me." Something about the way Megumi said that felt a bit strange to Kotomi. "My mom said you're welcome to visit anytime," Kotomi added. "I'll be sure to visit when I get the chance," Megumi responded with a cheerful smile. Dinner was at a restaurant with a distinct Hogwarts Magic Academy theme. Although the fried rice had a bit too much green onion for Kotomi's taste, the dumpling hot pot was delicious. There were 50 dumplings in the pot, and Kotomi ended up eating nearly 30 by herself. They also had butterbeer. However, since they were both underage, they couldn't drink alcohol. The chef kindly replaced their butterbeer with frothy cream soda instead. Megumi, however, didn't eat much. She spent most of the time subtly admiring Kotomi's happy expression as she ate, occasionally taking a small bite herself. It was as if Megumi wasn't interested in the food on the table, but rather in the little penguin sitting across from her. This little penguin's name was Izumi Kotomi. For some reason, Megumi was eating very slowly tonight, almost as if she were deliberately dragging things out. Kotomi didn't think much of it, assuming that Megumi simply wasn't very hungry. By the time they finished dinner, nearly 2 hours had passed. When Kotomi noticed the time on the clock, she realized that they had taken way too long. "Oh no! It's so late already!" Kotomi exclaimed, grabbing Megumi's attention. The last train was about to leave. "Oh dear, I didn't notice the time either." "We should hurry, Kotomi-san," Megumi said, feigning a sudden panic even though she had been carefully watching the time all along. "I'll go pay the bill," Kotomi said as she quickly walked to the front desk. Before dinner, they had agreed that she would cover this meal, and Megumi had readily agreed. As Kotomi paid, Megumi glanced one last time at the time on her phone, then subtly left her phone on her chair, pushing it back as she stood up. The two of them then hurried out of the restaurant and headed for the train station, alternating between walking and running. They were just in time, only 2 minutes remained before the last train to Chiba would depart. With only 1 minute left, Megumi suddenly started frantically searching through her handbag, her movements exaggerated enough for Kotomi to immediately notice. "Kato-san, what are you looking for?" Kotomi asked. "My phone. My phone's gone. I could have sworn I put it in my bag, but it's not here," Megumi said, feigning anxiety as she searched her bag, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead. Her deep, beautiful eyes filled with a misty layer of tears, giving her a pitiful, anxious look that tugged at the heartstrings. The last train was about to arrive, but Megumi's phone had gone missing at the worst possible time. Seeing Megumi in such a state, Kotomi knew she had never seen her friend so distressed before. In an instant, Kotomi made up her mind. Grabbing Megumi's hand, she said earnestly, "Let's go back and look for it." "Where did you last see your phone?" "It was at the restaurant where we had dinner. But the last train will be here in less than a minute. The most important thing right now is finding your phone, not the last train. Let's go back and look for it. If we don't hurry, the restaurant might close," Kotomi said decisively, holding Megumi's hand tightly and pulling her away from the station. They ran through the night back toward the magical-themed restaurant. When they returned to the restaurant, it was almost closing time. The server who greeted them stepped forward and politely reminded them, "I'm sorry, but we're about to close for the night." Could you please come back tomorrow? Oh no, we're not here to eat. I think we accidentally left a phone here earlier. We'll just look around quickly and be on our way, Kotami explained. Realizing they weren't here to dine, the server nodded and stepped aside to let them into the dining area. Back at their table, Megumi pretended to search for a moment before her peripheral vision accidentally spotted her phone in a corner, exactly where she had forgotten it. By then, the last train had already departed. Megumi smiled softly, dimples forming, as she picked up her phone and pretended to be overjoyed. Thank goodness. I found it. Kotami-san, let's hurry back, maybe we can still catch the train. Good thing you found it, Kotami said, relieved. But when they returned to the station, the last train to Chiba had already left. The station was empty and quiet, with hardly anyone around, only the sound of the departure announcement echoing through the space. Megumi bit her lip, looking a bit guilty, and said, Kotami-san, it seems like we missed the last train. Chapter 71, Megumi Kato, hello, and the night air was chilly. Japan is known for its abundance of urban legends, especially those involving train stations. From the most famous stories to the less known, forums are filled with tales of haunted train stations, often accompanied by eerie manga illustrations. Standing in the desolate, late-night train station, a sense of unease began to creep up Izumi Kotami's spine. She remembered the horror stories she had read about midnight train stations and instinctively shrank back, quickly deciding to leave with Megumi Kato. Once they stepped back onto the streets, the neon lights cast a warm glow over the city, signaling that Tokyo's night had just begun. The last train has already left, so it looks like we won't be able to get home tonight. We should find a place to stay and then call our families, Kotami suggested, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the circumstances. Luckily, she had brought a portable charger and cable, just in case. Without them, her phone's 43% battery might not have lasted until morning. A cold breeze blew past, making Kotami shiver slightly. Her outfit had been fine during the day, but now that it was late, she wished she had brought an extra jacket or worn pants instead of a skirt. As Kotami was considering where they could rest for the night, she suddenly felt warmth spread across her back. Looking down, she saw that a coat had been draped over her shoulders. It was Megumi's pink coat, the one she had been wearing. If you don't mind, you can wear my coat for now, Megumi said softly into her ear. The warmth of the coat and Megumi's gentle voice made Kotami feel as though she could withstand any cold as long as Megumi was by her side. Aren't you cold, Kato-san? Kotami asked, concerned. We'll be fine. I lived in Hokkaido for a year as a child, so I'm used to the cold. Let's find a place to stay, Megumi replied nonchalantly. Realizing it would be rude to refuse, Kotami accepted the coat and immediately felt warmer. She then suggested, Roppongi has plenty of bars and internet cafes. Should we try finding a place at a net cafe? In Japan's bustling urban areas, internet cafes are often tucked away in the skyscrapers. They become the go-to spot for those who miss the last train, get too drunk, or find themselves kicked out of their homes for various reasons. However, Megumi shook her head and said, I brought enough money with me today. Let's stay at a hotel. A hotel? But isn't it a bit expensive to book 2 rooms? And this late at night, there might not even be any double rooms available. Kotami hesitated, feeling a bit self-conscious about the idea of staying in a hotel with Megumi. There's no need for 2 rooms. We can just book a room with 1 big bed, Megumi suggested with a smile, noticing Kotami's cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. 1 bed? Are you sure? Kotami asked, her thoughts immediately wandering into more colorful territories. Megumi nodded without hesitation and added, I'll cover the cost of the room. You treated me to dinner, so it's only fair that I treat you to a hotel stay. Besides, missing the last train was entirely my fault for leaving my phone at the restaurant. If I had been more careful, we'd already be on our way back to Chiba. But before Kotami could protest further, Megumi cut her off. It's my fault we missed the train, so please let me make it up to you, okay? Tonight, let me treat you to a hotel stay. Seeing that Megumi was insistent, and knowing she was still wearing Megumi's coat while Megumi herself was only in a thin shirt, Kotami finally relented and nodded in agreement. As soon as Kotami agreed, a satisfied, almost mischievous smile flickered across Megumi's face, gone so quickly that Kotami didn't even notice. After wandering around for a bit, they found a nice-looking hotel. Megumi approached the front desk and stated, We'd like to book a room with 1 large bed until late tomorrow morning, please. The receptionist, who was about to mention that there were still a couple of double rooms available, stopped herself when she heard Megumi's request. Smiling professionally, she began processing their booking. Checking into a hotel in Roppongi could either be a formal or a casual affair, depending on the time of day. During the day, procedures were more thorough, with necessary checks. At night, however, things were much simpler. Choose a room, sign your name, pay, and collect the key. Why were the procedures so much simpler at night? Those in the know would merely smile knowingly. After Megumi signed her name, she took the room key from the receptionist. Their room was on the second floor. "Let's go," Megumi said, smiling at Kotomi. "Coming." Kotomi responded, quickly following her. As the two girls walked away, the receptionist nudged her coworker with her elbow and whispered, "Hey, did you see those two girls just now? They looked pretty young." "Huh? I didn't notice." "Are they?" The coworker responded, catching on. "I'm not sure, but they seemed really close. Friends, maybe? Or perhaps." The receptionist trailed off, then picked up an orange she had been eating earlier, before suggesting with a hint of meaning, "Maybe they're in that kind of relationship." Whoa. So there really are Yuri vibes in real life. And they booked a room with one big bed. Wow, I've already got a full fanfic forming in my head, and it's 10,000 words long. I'm all set. Oh, come on. I was just hinting at it, but you've already written half the story in your head? Kotomi and Megumi, unaware of the receptionist's chatter, took the elevator to the second floor and arrived at their room. Swipe the card, open the door, enter the room, lock the door, everything in one smooth motion. Ah. Finally, I can lie down on a bed. So comfy. Kotomi leaped onto the soft, plush bed. The bed was indeed softer than those in single or double rooms, making Kotomi feel as though she was sinking into a cloud. Like Elena from Wandering Witch, she wriggled around in pure bliss. "Do you want to call your parents, Kotomi-san? They might be worried since you're out so late," Megumi asked as she sat on the edge of the bed, pulling out her phone. "Oh, right." Kotomi quickly sat up and grabbed her phone, dialing her home number. As soon as the call connected, she heard her mother, Akina Izumi's worried voice on the other end. "Kotomi, you're not home yet?" "Mom, I accidentally missed the last train to Chiba. But don't worry, I'm safe. I'm at a hotel now." "A hotel? That makes me even more worried. Are you alone?" "No, I'm with Megumi Kato. We both missed the last train, so we're staying at a hotel tonight. You really don't make things easy for us. How could you lose track of time like that? Do you have any idea how worried your father and I were?" Hearing her mother switch to lecture mode, Kotomi sighed, preparing herself for the scolding she knew was coming. However, Megumi gently took the phone from Kotomi's hand, giving her a reassuring look before speaking with a polite and calm tone. "Good evening, Aunt Izumi. I'm Megumi Kato, a friend of Kotomi-san. I apologize for having our first conversation over the phone like this. The reason we missed the last train wasn't Kotomi-san's fault but mine. I'm very sorry for causing you and Mr. Izumi so much worry. I will personally visit you tomorrow to apologize." Chapter 72, Good Sister. As Izumi Kotomi prepared to face the inevitable lecture from her mother, Izumi Akina, she was surprised when her mother's tone softened the moment Megumi Kato took over the conversation. Instead of the expected reprimand, Akina responded with a warm and gentle tone, almost as if she were speaking to a prospective daughter-in-law. "Hello, Megumi-san. I've heard so much about you from Kotomi. She often tells me how you've been looking out for her. Thank you so much. I believe you two met on the very first day of school?" "Yes, that's right, Izumi-san. I wouldn't say I'm looking out for her, just that classmates should help each other," Megumi replied politely. "When Kotomi told me she was going to Tokyo today and might be back late, her father and I were quite worried. After all, she can be a bit absent-minded at times. See? She ended up missing the last train. What if something bad had happened? But once I knew she was with you, I felt much more at ease." Akina's voice was warm and full of concern, with a touch of motherly affection that made it clear how much she trusted Megumi, despite never having met her. It was as if she saw Megumi as someone who could take good care of her precious daughter. "I'm very sorry, Izumi-san. The reason we missed the last train was entirely my fault. I accidentally left my phone at the restaurant, and if I had been more careful, we would have made it home by now. I'm truly sorry for causing you and Izumi-san so much worry," Megumi apologized sincerely. "No need to worry. As long as you're both safe and have found a place to stay for the night, that's what matters. It's actually reassuring to know that you're there to look after Kotomi. But please, make sure to come home early tomorrow morning." "Of course, Izumi-san. I'll take good care of Kotomi tonight," Megumi promised, her smile evident even through the phone. Megumi's polite and thoughtful responses left Akina with a very favorable impression. Despite this being their first conversation, Akina felt that Megumi was a considerate and well-mannered young woman. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Megumi sought Akina's approval before handing the phone back to Kotomi, giving her a reassuring nod that everything was fine. Kotomi, still slightly in awe of how smoothly the conversation had gone, took the phone back. She had anticipated an awkward first conversation between her mother and Megumi, but instead, It had been remarkably pleasant. However, there was something that Kotami couldn't quite put her finger on. Why did it feel like her mother was talking to Megumi with the warmth and acceptance of a mother-in-law? Am I just overthinking this? Mom. I might not be able to come back until the afternoon, or maybe even the evening tomorrow, Kotami said hesitantly. It wasn't that she wanted to stay in Tokyo longer. She had an appointment with the editor from Genjiki Bunko and the illustrator, Hanui-sensei, who would be working on her novel. Even if she returned home in the morning, she would have to come back to Tokyo in the afternoon, which seemed like a waste of time and money. Is there something important you need to do? Akina asked. As a mother, she knew Kotami wasn't the type to stay out without a good reason. When her daughter said she couldn't come back in the morning, Akina was curious to hear her reasoning. Instead of immediately dismissing her daughter's request, Akina wanted to understand her reasons. Both she and her husband believed that sometimes, when children did something parents couldn't understand, it was important to listen and try to see things from their perspective. If the reasons made sense and didn't go against their principles, they would support their children's decisions. Not every parent is born knowing how to be a good parent, and not every parent can always understand their child. It's a process of mutual understanding, communication, and empathy. Often, it's not about who's right or wrong, but about bridging the gap through dialogue and understanding. Sensing that Kotami was about to discuss something important, Megumi quietly stood up and whispered to Kotami, "Kotami-san, I'm going to take a shower." "Oh, okay," Kotami nodded. As Megumi disappeared into the bathroom and the sound of the shower filled the room, Kotami began explaining to her mother, "A few days ago, the editor from Genjiki Bunko contacted me. They've chosen the illustrator for my novel, and it's customary for the author and illustrator to meet before starting work together. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, Sunday." Upon hearing this, Akina's confusion quickly dissipated, and she understood the situation, responding with a few thoughtful ohs as she pieced it together. "Oh, I see. So you want to stay in Tokyo until after your meeting with the illustrator, right?" "Exactly. If I came home in the morning, I'd just have to head back to Tokyo in the afternoon. It's a lot of unnecessary travel and wasted money on train tickets." "Hee, if you had told me this earlier, I wouldn't have let you come home tonight even if you hadn't missed the last train. I would have told you to stay in Tokyo, meet with the illustrator tomorrow, and then come home after your work was done," Akina said with a light-hearted laugh. "Mom knows best." "Thanks, Mom. I'll come home later tomorrow, then." "Alright, take your time and focus on your work. Since you've found something you're passionate about, put in the effort to succeed. Shouldn't you be telling me to give it my all?" Kotami teased. "Why should you give it your all? You're my precious eldest daughter. If you're always giving it your all, that means you'll be constantly working hard, even at the expense of your rest." "Just thinking about it makes me tired," Akina said, with a touch of seriousness. "Kotami, always remember that we're here in this world to live life. Sometimes that means working hard, and other times it means relaxing and taking it easy. We're human beings, not cold, tireless robots." "Mom, I do make sure to rest," Kotami replied, feeling warmth in her heart. "Oh, don't try to fool me. Amy told me you stay up late every night. I'm guessing you're staying up to write your novel?" "Actually, Mom, I've been staying up late to play games." Kotami's honest confession felt like it shattered the warm, tender moment. On the other end of the line, Akina paused before replying. "Let's just pretend I didn't say anything earlier." "Hee, but thank you for caring, Mom." "Silly girl. Just make sure you're home by tomorrow evening. You've got school the day after, remember? Oh, by the way, have you finished your homework?" Kotami froze. The last thing her mother said hit her like a critical blow. She had completely forgotten about her homework, which was more than usual due to the weekend. And the worst part? She hadn't even started. She hadn't opened her school bag since leaving school on Friday, let alone looked at her assignments. After a moment of silence on the line, Akina, fully aware of her daughter's habits, chuckled and said, "You haven't even started, have you? Listen, even if you're a super popular light novel author, you're still a high school girl. You're a JK, you know." "Mom, could you put Amy on the phone?" "Why?" "I want to see if she can help me with my weekend homework," Kotami asked, her tone full of hope. Her younger sister was an excellent student. Even though she was only in her third year of middle school, Kotami was confident that Amy could handle her first-year high school homework without much trouble. "Okay, I'll ask her," Akina said, then the line went quiet as she presumably went to find Amy. After a brief wait, Akina returned to the phone, imitating Amy's annoyed tone. "Your sister says, don't even think about it. Come home early tomorrow and do your own homework, Humphrey." Alright then, I've passed along the message. Remember to come home early tomorrow. I'm hanging up now." With that, The call ended, leaving Kotomi with the sound of the dial tone. Chapter 73, The Upcoming Comic Convention and Signing Event. After hanging up the phone, Izumi Kotomi sighed deeply, realizing the daunting task of completing her unfinished homework awaited her the next day. The last thing she wanted was to be called out by a teacher for not completing her assignments. As she pondered her situation, the bathroom door clicked open. Megumi Kato emerged, clad in the hotel's white bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders. Her skin glowed with the warmth of the hot shower, and her cheeks were tinted with a delicate blush. A hot shower is really relaxing. Kotomi-san, do you want to take one too? Megumi asked with a gentle smile, continuing to dry her hair with a towel. Kotomi nodded and got up to take her own shower. As the warm water cascaded over her skin, Kotomi stretched languidly like a contented cat, releasing a soft sigh. A hot shower really did wash away the day's fatigue, and she knew she would sleep well tonight. In her previous life, Kotomi might have wondered why girls took so long to shower, but now, having been reborn as a girl herself, she fully understood. Simply washing her hair took a significant amount of time, and drying it afterward was another time-consuming task. Even with her relatively manageable short hair, it still required some effort. She couldn't imagine the time and effort required for those with long hair. As she stood before the mirror, brushing her still slightly damp hair, Kotomi found herself pondering whether or not she should grow her hair out. After finishing her grooming routine, Kotomi, still wearing the white bathrobe, stepped out of the bathroom. She found Megumi sitting on the bed, casually watching a music variety show on TV. Despite the program's popularity, it was clear from Megumi's uninterested expression that she wasn't particularly fond of music shows. Kotomi surmised that Megumi probably wasn't a fan of variety shows in general, even though she did enjoy listening to music. This was something Kotomi could relate to. She too wasn't particularly fond of variety shows. Feeling better after your shower? Megumi asked with a smile as Kotomi settled back onto the bed. Yes, very much, Kotomi replied, feeling the familiar, indescribable comfort that came from being freshly showered and nestled into bed. It was a comfort that made it difficult to leave the bed, making her want to just lie there, playing on her phone or reading a novel or manga. Because of this, Kotomi rarely took showers before completing her tasks for the day. She knew that once she was comfortably in bed, she would have a hard time getting up again. Is there anything you'd like to watch? Megumi offered Kotomi the TV remote. It was almost 1 in the morning, the time when certain late-night programs would start airing. Normally, if Kotomi were at home alone, she would definitely stay up to watch some of these late-night shows. However, with Megumi by her side, Kotomi's sense of propriety won out, and she shook her head. It's too late for TV. We should probably just go to sleep. You're right, Megumi agreed, turning off the television and placing the remote on the bedside table. She turned off most of the lights in the room, leaving only a small night light by the bed, casting a warm, dim glow. When we checked in, they gave us 2 breakfast vouchers. Should we eat breakfast here at the hotel before we leave tomorrow? Megumi asked, as they both settled into bed. The hotel wasn't particularly large, but it had all the necessary amenities, including a buffet restaurant on the ground floor that served breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Given that they were only staying for 1 night, the front desk had provided them with 2 breakfast vouchers. Sure, it would be a waste not to use the vouchers, Kotomi agreed. As they discussed their plans for the next day, Kotomi suddenly remembered she hadn't told Megumi that she wouldn't be able to return to Chiba with her in the morning. Oh, Megumi-san, I won't be able to go back to Chiba with you tomorrow morning, Kotomi said. Megumi turned to face Kotomi, curious. Do you have something you need to do? Yeah. It's work-related. I have to head back to Central Tokyo tomorrow, so I can't go back with you in the morning, Kotomi explained. Alright, Kotomi-san. Just be careful on your way. I'll see you at school on Monday then, Megumi replied, understandingly, before turning back to lie flat on the bed. A brief silence settled between them, broken only by the soft sound of their breathing. After a moment, Megumi spoke up quietly. By the way, do you remember that Yukino Shita-san's sister works as an editor for Denjiki Bunko? Yeah, it's Denjiki Bunko, Kotomi confirmed. Right, that's the one. Yukino Shita-san just texted me earlier, mentioning that at the end of October, on a Saturday, Denjiki Bunko is hosting a convention. Since the convention is close to the Denjiki Bunko office, we could visit the office after the event, Megumi said, recalling the details Yukino had shared with her. Kotomi checked her phone and saw a message from Yukino as well, informing her about the event. The end of October, huh? That's still a ways off, Kotomi remarked. A Denjiki Bunko convention? That was news to her. She opened the Denjiki Bunko website and saw a large banner advertising the upcoming convention. It seemed they were starting promotions quite early, given the event wasn't until the end of next month. Will you be free that day? Would you like to go with us to the convention? Last time I asked, you weren't sure if you'd have time, Megumi asked. I might be busy that day. You three should go and have fun without me, Kotomi replied. It wasn't that Kotomi didn't want to go with him to the convention, she just wasn't a fan of such events. She much preferred staying home and playing games. After all, Saturdays were a rare opportunity for her to relax at home. Alright then. Good night, Kotomi-san. Oh, by the way, my sleeping habits can be a bit wild, so I apologize in advance, Megumi said with a sheepish smile. It's fine, I don't mind. Good night, Kotomi replied nonchalantly. How bad could Megumi's sleeping habits be? Kotomi wondered. After exchanging good nights, they both fell silent, each preparing to drift off to sleep. Just as Kotomi was about to fall asleep, she heard a faint rustling sound from beside her. It sounded like Megumi was turning over in bed, perhaps even turning towards her. Kotomi decided to ignore it, focusing on falling asleep. Suddenly, Kotomi felt Megumi's soft breath close to her, and before she could react, she was gently enveloped in Megumi's arms. One of Megumi's hands tenderly caressed Kotomi's cheek, the touch gentle and affectionate, as if she were cradling a lover. Megumi-san? Kotomi's drowsiness vanished in an instant as she realized what was happening. She glanced at Megumi, who appeared to be fast asleep, her breathing steady and her face serene. Despite this, her arms remained firmly wrapped around Kotomi, holding her close like a human-sized pillow. Kotomi called Megumi's name a few times, but Megumi remained unresponsive, still holding her tightly. Sighing in resignation, Kotomi thought, so this is what she meant by wild sleeping habits. She tried to wriggle free but eventually gave up as her own exhaustion caught up with her. Her eyelids grew heavy, and before long, she drifted off to sleep in Megumi's embrace. After some time, Megumi, who had never truly fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze softened as she looked at the peacefully sleeping Kotomi in her arms. So, my excuse about being a wild sleeper worked like a charm, Megumi whispered to herself, lightly stroking Kotomi's silky white hair and smooth cheek with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the Dengeki Bunko editorial department, Yukinoshita Haruno was still working late into the night. It was past 1 in the morning, but she continued typing away at her computer, pausing only briefly to stretch her wrists. Today had been particularly busy for her. She wasn't just preparing the publication of 3 light novels, she was also working on plans for Kotomi's upcoming book signing event. During a meeting earlier that morning, Hiratsuka Yuko had proposed the idea of holding a book signing for Kotomi's novel. Although the first volume of Sword Art Online hadn't been published yet, all the necessary preparations were complete, and the printing press was ready to begin production as soon as the cover and illustrations were finalized. If everything went smoothly, Sword Art Online Volume 1 would be available for purchase on the Dengeki Bunko website and in bookstores by mid-next month. With the novel's release scheduled for mid-month and the Dengeki Bunko convention set for the end of the month, Hiratsuka decided that if the first volume performed well in sales, it would be customary to hold a signing event. And with the Dengeki Bunko convention being the perfect venue, why not hold Kotomi's signing event there? A signing event at the Dengeki Bunko convention would be a major draw and a great promotional opportunity. After discussing the idea with the other editors, they agreed on the plan. If Sword Art Online Volume 1 reached the target sales threshold, they would immediately begin preparations for Kotomi's book signing event. This was why Haruno hadn't yet informed Kotomi about the signing event. It would only be confirmed once the sales numbers hit the target. And if the event was to be held at the convention, it would be right at the center of it all. Chapter 74, Marrying Her Home? After finishing the initial draft for the book signing event proposal, Yukinoshita Haruno finally let out a long sigh, giving herself a brief moment of rest. Although she had overseen the publication of many novels, this was her first time writing a proposal for an author's book signing. Despite having reference materials from past events, the truth was that each author's signing event had its own unique process. The proposal she was currently drafting was more of a general outline, with the detailed steps still to be determined after further discussions with Izumi Kotomi once the sales figures came in next month. Although it was just a rough plan, the work had kept her in the office until late at night. Being an editor-in-chief had certainly increased the number of responsibilities she had to manage. Haruno leaned back in her chair, her eyes narrowing as she glanced out the window. It was a cold, moonlit night, and this was the first time she'd worked so late into the night. Do I really like this job? Haruno murmured to herself, as if asking her own heart. Her decision to work at Dengeki Bunko hadn't been driven by a love for light novels. It had merely been a practical choice to get a job, to reassure her parents, particularly her domineering mother, to stop meddling in her life. She had other, higher-paying job opportunities, but the chance to work alongside her college friend, Agami I, had swayed her decision. When her family learned she had become an editor at a light novel publishing company, they were surprised. Her mother had initially been opposed to it, but upon discovering that Haruno's friend Hiratsuka Yuko was the editor-in-chief at Denjiki Bunko, her mother had grudgingly accepted it. Sometimes, people don't choose jobs because they love them. They choose them because they're suitable or necessary. Haruno thought to herself, not everyone gets to do what they love. Even if you find something you love, it doesn't mean you can't turn it into your career. Maybe I'll stick around for another 2 or 3 years and then think about resigning, Haruno mused. But if Izumi Kotomi's novel performs well, I might even get promoted to deputy editor-in-chief, or possibly editor-in-chief someday. That'll take a lot more time, though. I wonder if my mother would allow me the kind of freedom. Haruno sighed, resting her head in her hands as she spoke aloud to herself, somewhere between a complaint and a reflection. The next morning, 7:00 a.m. Izumi Kotomi opened her eyes groggily, remembering how, just before falling asleep the previous night, Megumi Kato had wrapped her in a warm, gentle embrace. Despite the unexpected situation, Kotomi had slept incredibly well, even having a sweet and comforting dream that she could no longer recall. Upon waking, she felt utterly refreshed, as though she had spent the night floating on a cloud. A strange ceiling, Kotomi muttered the classic line upon waking, staring up at the unfamiliar room above her. The blanket next to her shifted, and Megumi, still sleepy-eyed, sat up and glanced at Kotomi beside her. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but seemed too groggy to speak. After a brief pause, she lay back down on the pillow and finally spoke. "Good morning, Kotomi-san. How did you sleep?" Megumi asked softly. "I was a bit anxious at first, but once I relaxed, I fell asleep without even realizing it," Kotomi replied. Megumi turned to lie on her side, her lips slightly pursed in what seemed like a shy expression, as if deliberately letting Kotomi notice the slight tension in her demeanor. She spoke in a timid tone, "I know my sleeping habits aren't great. My mom used to tease me about it all the time when I was little. I've always tried to sleep more still, but I just can't control myself. So when I was sharing a bed with you last night, I was really nervous. I didn't do anything to bother you, did I?" Seeing Megumi's flustered expression, Kotomi's initial suspicions that Megumi's behavior might have been deliberate began to fade. It really did seem like Megumi was simply a restless sleeper. After all, what reason would Megumi have to lie about something like this? It wasn't as if there was anything for her to gain from pretending to have bad sleeping habits. Reflecting on how she herself had fallen asleep so early the night before, Kotomi dismissed any lingering doubts. If Megumi had any ulterior motives, there wouldn't have been any opportunity for her to act on them. "No worries," Kotomi reassured her. "I was a little startled when you hugged me at first, but it's fine. Honestly, I like to hug things while I sleep too, but I've been too embarrassed to buy a body pillow since I'm not living alone. Maybe when I have my own place, I'll get one." Seeing that Kotomi hadn't been bothered by her actions, Megumi smiled slightly, the corners of her lips curving upward in a barely noticeable yet satisfied way. She felt like she was winning a careful, strategic game. Every move she'd made, from inviting Kotomi to the movies to setting up this overnight stay, had been calculated. Her ultimate goal had been to share a bed with Kotomi and have a legitimate reason to hold her in her arms. Someday, Megumi hoped she wouldn't need any excuses to share a bed with Kotomi. She longed for the day when she could freely and without hesitation hold her close, with no need for pretense. With that thought in mind, Megumi's gaze softened as she watched Kotomi, who was now busy changing her clothes. There was a gentle warmth in her eyes, reserved for Kotomi alone. After both of them had dressed, they headed downstairs to the hotel's breakfast buffet. It was a simple meal where they could pick and choose whatever they liked. While they sat down for breakfast, Megumi made a quick phone call to her parents, assuring them not to worry. Kotomi, having returned to the table with another round of food, noticed that Megumi was still on the phone. She made sure to keep her movements quiet as she ate, taking small bites of her tomato sauce-covered eggs. The yolk was soft, just the way Kotomi liked it. She had picked out a hearty breakfast of fried eggs, beef stir-fried with vegetables, a glass of sweet soy milk, fries, a chicken sandwich, and pork dumplings. Since her reincarnation, Kotomi had noticed her appetite had grown significantly. While she had always been a big eater in her previous life, her current appetite seemed to have doubled. Yet, no matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. Her body maintained the ideal figure of a young girl. As her system, Kamizuki, had once put it, Kotomi had the ultimate queenly physique. She could eat as much as she wanted, and any extra weight would only enhance her natural curves. Kotomi figured many men and women would be jealous if they knew about her blessed body. Just as Megumi finished her phone call, Kotomi slid a plate of eggs across the table and smiled at her. "Megumi-san, you should eat some eggs. I brought these for you. I like them with ketchup, but I wasn't sure if you did, so I put the ketchup on the side." If you don't like ketchup, you can eat the eggs plain. But if you do like it, you can dip them in, it's really good. Megumi stared at the eggs Kotomi had prepared for her, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something, but instead, a soft, warm smile spread across her face. Thank you, Kotomi-san. You like ketchup with your eggs too? I love eating them that way. Megumi responded as if discovering a shared interest. She took a bite, dipping the egg into the ketchup and savoring it with a contented expression. If Megumi's mother had been there, she would have been shocked. Her daughter had always hated eggs, especially soft-boiled or runny ones. Normally, she would only eat the whites, avoiding the yolk altogether. Yet here she was, happily devouring the eggs Kotomi had given her. Halfway through her meal, Megumi seemed to remember something and put down her chopsticks. Kotomi-san, when I was on the phone just now, my mom asked me something. Kotomi looked up from her food, a bit of ketchup still clinging to the corner of her mouth. What is it? Megumi smiled and reached out, wiping the ketchup from Kotomi's lips. With a slightly mischievous twinkle in her eyes, she leaned closer and said, my mom asked me when I plan on bringing you home. Chapter 75, Too Young for Forbidden Truths. With a meat bun still in her mouth, Izumi Kotomi froze for a moment, her mind processing Megumi Kato's words. She absent-mindedly chewed and swallowed the bun first. No matter how shocking the news, she had to finish her meal before reacting. Once the bun was fully consumed, Kotomi's face finally registered the shock she felt. She turned to Megumi, her expression filled with disbelief. Seeing Kotomi's food first, emotions later attitude, Megumi couldn't help but laugh. You're just too cute. She exclaimed, then clarified, I'm just teasing you. My mom didn't really say that. She just asked when I was going to invite you over for dinner. Relieved, Kotomi let out a sigh. So that's what it was. An invitation for dinner. But then a thought occurred to her. Why did it seem like both her own mother and Megumi's mother had the same way of doing things? Both of them inviting each other over for meals. Were they secretly conspiring together? Would you like to come over? Megumi asked again. Sure, Kotomi replied without much thought, nodding in agreement. And just like that, the arrangement for Kotomi to visit Megumi's home for dinner was settled. As for when, Megumi said she'd check with her mom and let Kotomi know. After finishing their meal, Megumi took care of the checkout, and the two of them left the hotel together. Kotomi walked Megumi to the entrance of the train station. I'll stop here. Megumi, send me a message when you get home, okay? Will do. See you on Monday. See you. After saying goodbye to Megumi, Kotomi decided to wander around the streets for a bit. She came across a bookstore that looked interesting and decided to pass some time there before lunch. The bookstore had a nice feature. After purchasing a book, you could head to the second floor to sit and read in a quiet lounge area. Kotomi picked out a few manga that piqued her interest and was heading to the checkout when she noticed something curious. A section of the store was blocked off by a black curtain. On the curtain was a bold, red circle with a large 18 in the middle. As someone well-versed in certain genres, Kotomi instantly knew what the 18 signified. Aha! So this is one of those forbidden sections. The ones that sell things not for the eyes of young boys and girls. She thought, her curiosity piqued. Though she now appeared to be a 16-year-old high school girl, in her previous life, she had already been 17. With her current age and her past life combined, that made her effectively 33. That's totally adult enough. She reasoned. Ah, it's time to lift the veil and reveal the forbidden truth. Kotomi thought mischievously, stepping forward to part the black curtain and enter the restricted area. But just before she could step inside, a store employee appeared and gently steered her away. All right, young lady, the staff member said kindly, you're a bit too early to be exploring this section. Maybe come back in another 8 years, okay? Kotomi stood there dumbfounded, her stack of manga still in her arms as the employee smiled and returned to her duties. The employee's words echoed in Kotomi's mind for a few moments before she finally snapped back to reality. What? What do you mean 8 years? I'm 16. It should only be 2 years, not 8. Kotomi fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. Did the staff think she looked like a 10-year-old? Sure, she knew she had a youthful appearance, but there was no way she looked that young. Huffing with indignation, Kotomi resigned herself to paying for her regular, all ages manga and left the checkout counter feeling a bit deflated. She went upstairs to the lounge area and settled in with her new books, planning to pass a couple of hours before lunch. While she was halfway through one of the manga volumes, her phone buzzed with a message from Megumi, letting her know she had arrived home safely. Kotomi replied briefly, then went back to reading. Before she knew it, 3 hours had passed. Realizing it was time for lunch, Kotomi decided to grab a quick bite at a burger shop before heading to an internet cafe. She rented a private booth, locked the door, and took a refreshing nap. Later in the afternoon, her alarm rang, waking her up just in time for her meeting. She left the cafe, making sure to grab a bottle of Sprite on her way out, planning to sip it on the way to Denjiki Bunko. The train ride into Tokyo's central district didn't take long, and she arrived at the Denjiki Bunko office building with 3 minutes to spare. As she walked into the building, she noticed that the receptionist on duty was once again Sakura. Kotomi greeted her with a bright smile and handed over the bottle of Sprite she had just purchased, still unopened. Seeing the gesture, Sakura was momentarily taken aback but soon burst into laughter. "Kotomi-chan, you're just too sweet." "Thank you for the drink," Sakura said, patting Kotomi's head affectionately. Kotomi smiled sheepishly. She had already learned from Yukino about the receptionist's role, and this small gift was her way of fostering a good relationship. It was a little gesture, but to Kotomi, every detail mattered. Although Kotomi no longer had to fill out visitor forms every time she came, she still made a point of stopping by to chat with Sakura before heading upstairs. Building rapport was important, and giving back, even if it was just a small soda, was her way of showing gratitude. After chatting for a few minutes, Kotomi bid Sakura farewell and took the elevator up to the second floor. As the elevator doors opened, Kotomi immediately spotted Yukino Haruno waiting for her nearby. The moment she stepped out, Haruno noticed her and waved. Walking over, she greeted Kotomi with a smile. "Good afternoon, Kotomi-sensei. Hanui-sensei is running a bit late, so why don't I take you to the conference room to rest for a bit?" Haruno suggested. "Sure," Kotomi agreed, following Haruno to the meeting room. Chapter 76, Hanoi is actually... Sitting down in the meeting room with tea in hand, Izumi Kotomi waited for Hanui to arrive. "By the way, has Hanui-sensei always been a part-time illustrator?" Kotomi couldn't help but ask. The quality of Hanui's illustrations was remarkable, even surpassing that of some full-time illustrators. The female characters she drew had an indescribable allure, which was one of the reasons Kotomi specifically chose her as the illustrator for her light novel. Yes, her primary job is running a shop, so she doesn't have much time to dedicate to drawing. That's why she only works as a part-time illustrator for Denjiki Bunko, Yukino Haruno explained. After chatting a bit more, Haruno checked her watch and said, "It's about time Hanui-sensei should be here. I'll go meet her." Just as Haruno finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. There was a knock, 3 crisp taps, before Haruno instinctively called out, "Come in." The door opened to reveal a slightly flustered Uchiha's mother, who entered the room with an apologetic tone in her voice. "Sorry, I'm late." She wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead, lifting her gaze to the room. When she spotted Izumi Kotomi, she froze in shock. And so did Kotomi. "Wait. My illustrator is my classmate's mom? And Hanui is Yui's mom?" For a brief moment, the two just stared at each other, both completely dumbfounded, one sitting, the other standing, wide-eyed and confused. "Kotomi-chan?" Mrs. Uchiha ventured, cautiously testing the waters. "Yui's mom?" Kotomi responded, equally unsure. After confirming each other's identities, their internal confusion only deepened. Kotomi was utterly stunned. Her illustrator, Hanui, was none other than the mother of her classmate, Uchiha. Yui's mom, too, was panicking. Since she first started uploading her artwork online, she had kept her work as an illustrator a secret from her 2 daughters. She had thought she was keeping a good lid on things, but now she had unexpectedly bumped into one of Yui's classmates here at Denjiki Bunko. So that's why the pen name Izumi Kotomi sounded so familiar. Haruno quickly picked up on the situation and asked, "Wait, do you two know each other?" Kotomi hesitated for a moment before nodding and replying, "Yeah, Hanui-sensei is my classmate's mother. We've met before. At a cake shop," Mrs. Uchiha added with a slightly embarrassed smile. "Oh. So you're already acquainted." Haruno laughed as she pulled out a chair for Mrs. Uchiha. "No need for formal introductions then. Hanui-sensei, take a seat. Don't just stand at the door." After sitting down, Mrs. Uchiha looked a little winded, catching her breath. She was dressed casually, in a simple shirt that made it hard to believe she was such a skilled illustrator. To most, she would just appear as a very attractive woman. "I remember hearing over the phone that Izumi Kotomi-sensei was a high school student. I had assumed you'd be around the same age as my daughter, but I didn't expect that it would be you," Mrs. Uchiha said, letting out a few awkward chuckles, still adjusting to the revelation. "Yeah, I didn't expect Hanui-sensei to be you either," Kotomi replied with a laugh, equally thrown off by the situation. Up until now, Kotomi had kept her career as an author a secret from everyone at school, except for Megumi Kato. She never imagined she'd run into the mother of a classmate in such a setting, and that her classmate's mother would be the one illustrating her novel. Both Kotomi and Mrs. Uegahama had their own reasons for keeping their professional lives separate from their personal lives. But fate had a funny way of bringing their worlds together at this unexpected moment. After a short while, they both regained their composure, smiled, and greeted each other formally. "Nice to meet you, Izumi Kotomi-sensei. If you're alright with it, I'll be handling the illustrations for the Sword Art Online series." "I look forward to working with you," Mrs. Uegahama said, extending her hand. "Likewise," Kotomi responded, shaking her hand. Despite the surprise, they knew they needed to focus on the task at hand. Mrs. Uegahama, or Han Yui, was a serious professional when it came to her work. She reached into her bag and pulled out several sheets of sketch paper, placing them on the table. "I had the chance to read through Kotomi-sensei's descriptions of the characters and scenes yesterday. I didn't have time to complete full illustrations, but I've prepared a few rough character designs." "I hope that's okay," she said apologetically. Kotomi, who was looking over the sketches, smiled and reassured her. "No worries at all, Han Yui-sensei. I've already heard from Haruno-san about your situation, and I totally understand. Honestly, I'm impressed you managed to prepare character designs this quickly. And to be honest, I already loved your art style, which is why I chose you as the illustrator in the first place." As Kotomi studied the rough sketches, her eyes widened in surprise. Even though they were still in the draft phase, the quality was already exceptional. Kirito looked incredibly cool, perfectly embodying the sleek, black coat she had envisioned for him. And Asuna was breathtakingly beautiful, with her slender legs wrapped in white stockings, a graceful figure, and a face that combined cuteness with a fierce, determined look befitting the Flash and a formidable front-line player. Han Yui had even sketched out the weapons, Kirito's Elucidator and Dark Repulsor, along with Asuna's Rapier, the Lambent Light. "These weapons look amazing!" Kotomi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. The reference illustrations Kotomi had seen before didn't include any weapons, so she had assumed that maybe Han Yui didn't specialize in drawing them. Hearing Kotomi's enthusiastic praise, Mrs. Uegahama chuckled, clearly pleased. "I've mostly done illustrations for school romance novels, so I've never had the opportunity to draw weapons for a commercial project before. But when it comes to weapons, I'm confident in capturing their form and texture." Her usual mature and gentle smile now had an air of confidence and pride, a rare shift in expression that only appeared when talking about her two passions, drawing and baking. Chapter 77, Mrs. Uegahama's smile. "This is also the first time I've seen Han Yui-sensei's illustrations involving weapons," Yukinoshita Haruno commented, impressed as she looked over the drafts drawn by Mrs. Uegahama, Han Yui. Up until now, Han Yui had primarily worked on school romance light novels, so her illustrations never featured weapons. But seeing her detailed work on Sword Art Online's iconic swords like the Elucidator and Lambent Light, it was clear that Han Yui had a hidden talent for this genre as well. After discussing for 2 hours, the details for the illustrations in Sword Art Online Volume 1 were finally settled. They went over which scenes would need illustrations and how certain character designs could be refined. As Izumi Kotomi and Mrs. Uegahama spoke, Haruno diligently typed everything up on her laptop, documenting the meeting. "Alright, the illustrations for Volume 1 are set. I'll leave the rest to you, Han Yui-sensei," Kotomi said politely. No, I should be the one thanking you for choosing me as your illustrator. I honestly didn't think I'd get the job when I applied, so when I found out I was accepted, I was ecstatic." "Thank you so much, Kotomi-sensei," Mrs. Uegahama replied with genuine gratitude. Kotomi smiled and waved it off. "No need to thank me too much. I picked you because I really like your art style, it's purely based on your skill. I'll do my best to make sure you won't be disappointed." Mrs. Uegahama responded earnestly. As a part-time illustrator, she didn't follow the light novel industry closely, but she understood that working on a hit series like Sword Art Online was a huge opportunity. Many illustrators would have fought for the chance to have their name appear on the cover alongside Izumi Kotomi's. The recognition this project could bring would be invaluable, potentially skyrocketing her fame as an illustrator. Haruno, noticing they had concluded their discussion, chimed in, "Well, it looks like everything's settled for now. I'll send over the final details for the illustrations to you later via email, Han Yui-sensei. Please make sure to complete them by mid-month next month. Your pay will also be adjusted accordingly." "Got it. I'll take care of it," Mrs. Uegahama replied, her motivation evident despite the tight deadline. Haruno smiled and leaned back. "I'm really looking forward to your collaboration. Now, how about we all go out for dinner to celebrate?" As their editor, Haruno had long wanted to treat Izumi Kotomi to a meal, but given Kotomi's high school schedule, they never had the chance. Since it was a Sunday and everyone seemed free, Haruno saw this as the perfect opportunity. However, both Kotomi and Mrs. Uegahama had other plans. "Sorry, I've got to get back to my shop," so I'll have to pass on dinner. It's already getting late. Goodbye, Yuki no Shita-san, Mrs. Uegahama excused herself. And I still haven't finished my homework. I'll have to skip this time too. See you, Yuki no Shita-san, Kotomi said apologetically. Haruno sighed in defeat. Alright. Take care. Contact me if you need anything. Kotomi and Mrs. Uegahama left the Denjiki Bunko building together. Kotomi-sensei, Mrs. Uegahama hesitated as they walked toward the station. Kotomi, anticipating what she was about to say, reassured her immediately. I know what you're going to ask, don't worry. I won't tell Yu-chan about this. Really? Mrs. Uegahama seemed relieved. Of course. In return, I'd appreciate it if you could keep my identity as a light novel author a secret too. Don't tell anyone. Mrs. Uegahama let out a big sigh of relief, finally feeling the weight lift off her shoulders. Unable to contain herself, she chuckled. It looks like we're both in the same boat, neither of us wants people knowing what we do, huh? I guess so. At least, not many people at school know about me, Kotomi nodded. Does Yu-chan know? No, she doesn't. Mrs. Uegahama let out a laugh, reflecting on how surreal it was. It was a shock seeing you at the Denjiki Bunko offices today. I never imagined that the famous author of Sword Art Online was my daughter's classmate. You're exaggerating. I'm not a big deal, just a student writing for fun, Kotomi replied, scratching her head modestly. After chatting for a bit, Kotomi suddenly realized something that had been nagging at her. Throughout the entire meeting at Denjiki Bunko, Mrs. Uegahama had been addressing her as Kotomi-sensei. While it was a normal term of respect between authors and illustrators, it felt strange to be called that by someone she already knew personally. It feels kind of weird being called sensei. Can we switch to something else? Kotomi suggested. Let me think. Mrs. Uegahama tapped her chin thoughtfully. After a moment, she smiled and said, how about I call you Kotomi-chan? That sounds way too childish. How about just Kotomi? Alright, Kotomi it is, Mrs. Uegahama agreed cheerfully. But in that case, you need to change how you address me too. Change? How? Kotomi asked, confused. Well, I may be older than you, but I don't like being called Obasan all the time. It makes me feel old. How about you call me Auntie instead? Mrs. Uegahama suggested with a smile. Kotomi was puzzled. Is there really a difference between being called Auntie and Obasan? But seeing Mrs. Uegahama's expectant expression, she relented. Okay. Auntie it is, Kotomi agreed. Hearing Kotomi call her Auntie, Mrs. Uegahama's face lit up with a beautiful, mature smile. Being called Obasan always made me feel old. But being called Auntie makes me feel refined, like I'm aging gracefully. Watching Mrs. Uegahama beam with happiness, Kotomi couldn't help but wonder. Is there really such a big difference between those two titles? But seeing Mrs. Uegahama's genuine smile, Kotomi quickly dismissed the thought. Well, as long as she's happy. One thing was clear, Mrs. Uegahama had a beautiful, youthful smile that made her seem as vibrant as ever. Chapter 78, Actually meeting the parents. Izumi Kotomi agreed to keep Mrs. Uegahama secret, that she was the illustrator Han Yui, and in return, Mrs. Uegahama promised to keep Kotomi's identity as the author Izumi Kotomi hidden from her daughter, Yui. With that mutual agreement, they both felt at ease. While sitting on the train back to Chiba, Kotomi curiously asked, by the way, Aunt Uegahama, do you have enough time to complete the illustrations? For Volume 1, there was quite a workload, 1 vertical color illustration for the cover, 4 horizontal color illustrations, and 12 black and white ones. The vertical illustration would also need a custom design title, all done by Mrs. Uegahama. It's definitely a bit tight on time, but Yuki no Shita-san has already considered that. She told me to put aside my other illustration jobs and focus entirely on Sword Art Online for now, Mrs. Uegahama explained. Won't that delay the other novels you're working on? Kotomi asked, a bit concerned about how this might affect Mrs. Uegahama's livelihood as a part-time illustrator. Well, according to Hiratsuka, the chief editor, those illustrations will be reassigned to other illustrators. The books will just have a different name on the cover. My priority now is to get Sword Art Online's first volume done, Mrs. Uegahama responded calmly. But won't that affect your income? Kotomi couldn't help but worry. She knew Mrs. Uegahama had taken on part-time work to earn more money. Kotomi was just one step away from saying, if it affects your income, let me support you. Mrs. Uegahama chuckled at Kotomi's concern. Yes, I'll lose a little income for the moment. But starting next month, my fees per illustration will be increased, and if Sword Art Online becomes a hit, I'll also gain a lot of recognition from being associated with your work. It's like taking a small loss this month but gaining much more next month. Mrs. Uegahama was full of fighting spirit. Although her earnings might take a small hit in the short term, She knew she would be compensated later with both money and recognition. By the time they reached Chiba Station, the sky was tinged with hues of the evening sunset. "Do you want to stop by the cake shop for a bit, Kotami? I'll treat you," Mrs. Uegahama offered cheerfully. If it were a Saturday, Kotami would have immediately agreed, already imagining which cakes she would devour. However, remembering the homework still waiting for her, Kotami shook her head reluctantly. "As much as I'd love to, I still haven't finished my homework." "Oh my, you haven't finished your homework yet?" "I've been in Tokyo since yesterday, so I haven't had any time to work on it." "How about borrowing you his homework to copy?" Mrs. Uegahama suggested with complete seriousness. I think it's better if I do my own homework," Kotami laughed awkwardly. Even if Yua had finished her homework, Kotami doubted it would be a good idea to copy it, considering Yua's unique approach to accuracy. "You're such a good girl, Kotami," Mrs. Uegahama teased, patting Kotami's head with a gentle laugh. After parting ways with Mrs. Uegahama, Kotami hurried home, hoping to finish her homework using the learning abilities granted by her god-level heroine system. Surely, she could knock it out in an hour and a half. But really? Kotami thought to herself, why does my speed only show when I'm writing or drawing? Homework could use a bit of that speed too. When she arrived home and unlocked the door, she noticed an unfamiliar pair of shoes at the entrance. They looked like they belonged to another girl. After heading to the living room, she greeted her parents. "I'm home. Welcome back. How was your meeting?" Her father, Izumi Kaneyoshi, asked, glancing up from his phone where he was monitoring the stock market. "It went well. The funny thing is, the illustrator for my novel turned out to be someone I know, a friend's mom, actually. I had no idea she was an illustrator," Kotami explained with a laugh. Kaneyoshi chuckled warmly. "That happens more often than you think. Just like how your mom and I didn't realize you were so into writing and creating stories until recently." Her mother, Izumi Akina, chimed in with a series of questions typical of a concerned parent. "Did you have fun in Tokyo? You didn't cause Kato-san any trouble, did you?" "Of course not. Oh, by the way, whose shoes are those at the entrance? Are they Amy's new shoes?" Kotami asked. "Oh, no, they're not Amy's. Her friend came over today. I told her to stay for dinner," Akina explained. "Amy's friend?" "Yes, they're upstairs right now. You should go say hello. She's a really cute girl." "Oh, and would you like some yokan?" "Yes, please. I love yokan. Is there any tea?" "Of course. It's in the kitchen, go brew yourself some." Kotami made her way to the kitchen, cut 3 pieces of yokan, and brewed herself some tea. Bringing everything back to the living room, she offered her parents some yokan, but when they declined, she happily indulged herself. The yokan had a smooth, sweet texture, rich with the flavor of azuki beans. It paired perfectly with the hot tea. "This is bliss," Kotami thought, savoring every bite. "Mom, this yokan is really good. But why did you suddenly decide to buy it? You rarely get yokan." "I didn't buy it." "Then did Dad buy it?" Kaneyoshi chuckled. "No, I didn't buy it either. Kato-san brought it over as a gift this morning when she came by." "Wow, Kato-san really is a good kid, so polite and thoughtful," Akina added, beaming with approval. "She's so well-mannered and proper. You can tell she's from a good family," Kaneyoshi nodded in agreement. Hearing her parents praise Kato-san so much left Kotami a little stunned. "Wait, Kato-san really came over this morning? I thought she was just saying that." And it seemed like her parents had a very positive first impression of her. "Mom, Dad, Kato-san really came over this morning?" Kotami asked, still in disbelief. "Of course. The yokan and tea leaves you're enjoying were brought by her as gifts," Akina replied with a satisfied smile. "She's so polite and thoughtful. We definitely need to send a proper gift in return," Kaneyoshi said seriously. Kotami nodded in agreement. But now she was left wondering what kind of gift to give Kato-san in return. She didn't even know what Kato-san liked. What kind of gift should I give her? Kotami pondered. Chapter 79, Toward Amy, First Courtesy, Then Force. Make sure to prepare a proper return gift for Kato Megumi, Izumi Akina reminded Kotami as she headed upstairs. "Got it." Kotami replied before making her way to her room to finish the homework she had neglected. Luckily, being in her first year of high school meant that her weekend assignments weren't too overwhelming. If she focused, she should be able to finish them relatively quickly. As Kotami approached her bedroom door, she heard faint voices coming from inside. She suddenly remembered her mom mentioning earlier that Amy's friend had come over and would be staying for dinner. Judging by the voices, it sounded like a cute girl. But why were they in her room? Pushing the door open, Kotami entered and saw Amy sitting at her desk, apparently working on something, with another girl standing beside her, seemingly offering guidance. When Kotomi got a good look at the girl, she recognized her, even though they had never met before. The girl was none other than the devilish Kuhai, the notorious hairpin enthusiast, Iroha Ishiki. Kotomi knew that Amy and Iroha were friends from the same school, but she hadn't expected that it was Iroha who had come over today. "Oh, it's Amy-san. Hello, Izumi-senpai," Iroha greeted cheerfully upon noticing Kotomi enter. Her smile was irresistibly cute. "Hi," Kotomi responded with a polite smile. "On-chan, you're finally back? Humphrey, off having fun in Tokyo and forgetting all about us at home, huh?" Amy pouted slightly, clearly harboring some playful resentment. It was clear she was sulking a bit. Her expression revealed a mix of happiness at seeing her sister and a touch of annoyance. Sorry. I missed the last train home last night." "My bad," Kotomi responded, knowing that sometimes it was best to apologize first when Amy was upset, saving any explanations for later. This tactic usually worked like a charm. As she approached Amy, she glanced down at the desk and realized that Amy had been working on something. Upon closer inspection, Kotomi noticed that Amy was writing in a notebook. But the work didn't look like middle school level, it seemed more like high school homework. "Wait. Amy. You didn't?" Kotomi's mind raced as she put two and two together. Amy put down her pen after finishing the last sentence, then pointed proudly at the pile of completed homework and said, "I felt bad for you, so I went ahead and finished your homework. If you want to thank me, treat me to caramel orange pudding." "Thank you, my precious little sister." Kotomi squealed in delight, immediately hugging Amy tightly, rubbing her soft cheeks against Amy's in a show of affection. Her voice was filled with excitement and joy. Kotomi had been dreading the unfinished homework, but Amy had already taken care of it. What an amazing little sister, so considerate. "Yes. Homework done." Kotomi picked up one of the notebooks and flipped through it, amazed by how accurate Amy's work was. The handwriting even resembled Kotomi's, close enough that no teacher would be suspicious. An idea suddenly formed in Kotomi's mind, maybe she could always have Amy do her homework from now on. "You're amazing, Amy. You can even do high school level work," Kotomi praised, flipping through the completed assignments with increasing excitement. With Amy's academic abilities, there was no need to worry about her getting into Sobya High School. In fact, with her current skill level, Amy could probably get into any top high school in Tokyo with ease if she wanted to. "It's not just me. I had some help from Iroha," Amy admitted shyly. "There were some problems I wasn't sure about, and she helped me out." Kotomi chuckled at Amy's humble response. Even though Amy was naturally capable and strong-willed, she wasn't above seeking help when necessary. "Thanks, Iroha. You're amazing too. Make sure to praise me properly, senpai," Iroha chimed in with a mischievous grin. "Thank you, Ishiki-san," Kotomi said before pausing, unable to contain her curiosity. "But, why have you been calling me senpai since earlier? We've never met before, right?" Iroha's smile widened as she replied confidently, "Because I'm planning to attend Sobu High School, and I'm absolutely going to get in. Once I do, Izumi-senpai, you'll be my upperclassman." That made sense. Still, Kotomi found it amusing that Iroha was already calling her senpai, even before they had officially met as schoolmates. But Kotomi couldn't help but notice that both Amy and Iroha seemed to have the same goal of attending Sobya High School. "That's great. Keep up the good work, and make sure you study hard during your final year of middle school. Sobu High School may not be as rigorous as some top-tier schools, but it's still no walk in the park to get in," Kotomi encouraged, nodding approvingly. "I understand. So, can I start calling you senpai from now on, Kotomi-ne?" Iroha asked cheekily, before turning to Amy with a teasing glint in her eyes. "If I start calling your sister Kotomi-ne, Amy, you might get jealous. Stop teasing me, Iroha," Amy blurted out, blushing with embarrassment. Despite her usually strong and confident demeanor, especially around Kotomi, Amy showed a more reserved and shy side when interacting with friends like Iroha. "Hee, just kidding," Iroha giggled playfully. With her homework already finished thanks to Amy, Kotomi happily packed everything into her school bag, her heart brimming with joy. "Tonight, I'll finally have time to play games." On a normal day, Kotomi would have changed into her penguin pajamas, leapt onto her bed, and lazed about, rolling around on the soft mattress. Sometimes, she'd even invite Amy to join in the fun. But since Iroha was present, Kotomi decided to refrain from doing anything too embarrassing in front of a guest. It was then that Iroha pointed at the black tablet sitting on Kotomi's desk and asked curiously, "Senpai, what's this black tablet for?" Chapter 80, My Resistance to You is 1000%. Seeing Iroha Ishiki's curiosity about the tablet, Kotomi Izumi decided not to hide anything and explained, "This is called a drawing tablet. It's used to draw on the computer. Wow. So this is a drawing tablet. Are the comics I've read drawn using one of these? Ayaroa asked, her eyes lighting up. Some comic artists like using digital tools like this, while others prefer drawing on paper. It depends on what the artist likes to use, Kotami explained further. Do you prefer digital drawing, senpai? Ayaroa asked. Yeah, it's sometimes more convenient to draw on a computer, Kotami replied. Ayaroa then gave a look of sudden realization. So, senpai, does that mean you're a manga artist too? Eh? Kotami quickly realized she had said too much and immediately responded, haha, no, I'm just someone who's interested in drawing. Since I like reading manga, I got curious and bought a tablet to try it out. But I'm far from being an actual manga artist. On the side, Izumi Amy couldn't help but smile smugly, feeling proud. After all, Kotami had only ever told her about wanting to draw manga. Previously, when Kotami had ordered the tablet, Amy had asked why she got it. Kotami had shared that she was interested in drawing and wanted to create a manga for submission. Amy was now the only one who knew this secret. This meant that Kotami trusted her the most, making Amy feel special and more important than anyone else. Amy hummed contentedly, feeling victorious. Seeing Amy's smug expression, Kotami and Ayaroa exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on with her? Senpai, I want to see you draw something with the tablet. Ayaroa eagerly suggested, raising her hand. Eh? Kotami hadn't anticipated Ayaroa's request. She had only meant to explain what the tablet was, but now Ayaroa wanted to watch her draw? Kotami hesitated. It wasn't that she doubted her ability, her drawing skills were certainly up to par, but it felt embarrassing to have someone watch her while she worked. Drawing while being observed felt awkward. Just as Kotami was about to politely decline, she caught a glimpse of Amy's expectant gaze. Her younger sister's eyes seemed to say, Anshan, I want to see you draw too. Humphrey. That won't work on me. Kotami thought confidently. You always give me that look whenever you try to get something, but my resistance to your puppy eyes is now at 1000%. I won't fall for it. However, the next second, Kotami felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. She looked down and met Amy's pleading, puppy-like eyes. Amy had unleashed her ultimate move, pleading starry eyes, and the effect was devastating. The computer powered on. Kotami sat down at her desk, opened her drawing software, and connected the tablet. We're going to eat soon, so I'll just sketch something quickly, she said, giving in. Wow, so drawing takes a lot of time, huh? Ayaroa amused, sounding as if she had just learned something new. Drawing indeed took time. When Kotami had completed her first full manga page, she realized how time-consuming the process could be. Even when she had a clear idea of the scene and dialogue, it still took about half a day to finish a single page. Without proper planning, it could take a whole day to complete just 1 or 2 pages. Yeah, it takes quite a bit of time. And that's just the drawing part. Planning the panels and writing dialogue also take up a lot of time, Kotami replied as she began sketching. Senpai, can I sit next to you and watch? Ayaroa had already pulled out a small chair and was smiling eagerly. Sure, Kotami replied without thinking much, most of her attention focused on the screen. I want to watch too. Not wanting to be left out, Amy grabbed a chair and sat beside Kotami on the other side. With Kotami in the middle, Ayaroa on her left, and Amy on her right, it was turning into a trio situation. A trio? Kotami thought, glancing between the two. Wow, senpai, you draw so smoothly, without much hesitation. When did you start practicing? Did you begin learning how to draw when you were young? Ayaroa asked, her admiration apparent. I didn't start drawing until this past summer. I got really into reading manga, and it made me want to learn how to draw, Kotami answered before adding in a humble yet slightly show-off manner, but I'm not that great yet. I just taught myself with a few art books. Self-taught. That's amazing, senpai. Kotami couldn't help but chuckle when praised by a cute kuhai. She felt her heart swell with pride. Sitting on the right, Amy blushed at the sight of Kotami being praised. She pouted slightly, looking a bit like a small, angry kitten about to puff up. Congratulations, Izumi Amy. You've unlocked the achievement, jealous little bundle. As Kotami continued sketching, Ayaroa leaned in closer and asked, Senpai, did you join any clubs at Sobu High School? Yeah, I joined the art club, Kotami replied. Ah, that's a pity. I was hoping to join the same club as you when I get into Sobu High School. What club do you want to join? Light music club. Ayaroa responded immediately, her answer showing how long she had been thinking about it. Oh, the light music club? Well, even if we're in different clubs, the light music club is right next to the art club. They're both on the 4th floor, Kotami said. Really? Then, can we go to our clubs together after school, senpai? Ayaroa asked sweetly, her eyes sparkling. At this, Amy couldn't hold it in any longer. Ayaroa and Kotami were sitting way too close. Her cheeks puffed up, turning a bright red as she complained, Ayaroa, isn't it a bit too early to be thinking about that? We haven't even taken the entrance exam yet. Are you really that confident you'll get in? Amy was clearly a little jealous. Hee, I was originally only 500% sure I'd get into Sobu High School. But now, after meeting senpai, I'm 1000% sure. Ayaroa teased, inching closer to Kotami and crossing her legs so that Kotami could see. Her slender thighs pressed together, causing the soft skin to subtly shift under the pressure. Her dainty foot, wrapped in black stockings, dangled playfully in the air, her heel slipping out of her slipper just enough to expose a bit of her skin. Like a pair of cute little bunnies hopping about, her feet playfully teased Kotami, who couldn't help but get distracted from her drawing. Suddenly, drawing didn't seem as appealing anymore. Chapter 81, Rize Ayaroa Ishiki intentionally leaned closer to Izumi Kotami. Noticing the slight blush on Kotami's cheeks, Ayaroa gave a mischievous smile and teased, Senpai, where are you looking? Kotami immediately shifted her gaze back to the computer screen, trying to act composed. Not only did she want to avoid Ayaroa's teasing, but Amy was pinching her arm quite hard. Ouch. Okay, I'm not looking anymore. Please let go, Amy. Kotami thought, though she didn't say it out loud. Thankfully, once Amy saw that Kotami had redirected her focus to the screen, she released her grip. Even though it hurt, as the culprit, Amy felt guilty afterward and gently massaged the spot she had pinched, trying to soothe the discomfort. It felt like the classic approach of giving someone a stick and then immediately offering a carrot afterward. Kotami could only smile helplessly at her sister's mixed signals. She sighed and refocused on the sketch she was working on. Despite initially opening the drawing program to satisfy Amy and Ayaroa's curiosity, Kotami wasn't the type to draw half-heartedly. She decided to work on a character design. The character she was currently sketching was an important female character from Chainsaw Man, Rize, a black-haired, green-eyed cafe worker who often had a subtle blush on her face, was a character with a lot of depth. Around her neck was a pull cord that, when pulled, transformed her into the Bomb Devil. In her devil form, Rize's head took on the shape of a torpedo, and her apron was made of bomb fuses, embodying a blend of beauty and destruction. Rize was one of Kotami's favorite characters when she read Chainsaw Man in her previous life. Finishing the last stroke of her sketch, Kotami put down the stylus and stretched her wrist. On the computer screen, Rize's rough sketch had taken form. It still needed refining, but the character design was essentially done. Kotami decided not to include Rize's Bomb Devil form for now, as it would take more time. She planned to work on that later in the evening. Alright, I'm done with the rough sketch, Kotami said, taking a sip of water from her cup. Wow, she's beautiful. Does she have a name? Her smile looks so mysterious, like there's a deep story behind her. She seems like such a sunny, cheerful girl, Ayaroa said, gazing at the screen with admiration. Her name is Rize, Kotami responded, looking at her own work with a satisfied smile. It seemed that her drawing skills were improving with practice. As she looked at Rize's sketch, Kotami couldn't help but recall a specific scene in Chainsaw Man. In an alley across from a cafe, Rize is killed by Makima and the Angel Devil. In her final moments, she looks at Denji's back and says, Denji-kun, actually, I never went to school either. Kotami couldn't wait to see how the manga readers in this world would react to that scene. Rize? Ayaroa repeated softly, committing the name to memory. That's such a nice name. Senpai, you're really good at coming up with names, huh? Haha, it's nothing special, Kotami replied with a modest chuckle. If you ever become a mom one day, senpai, I bet you'll come up with really great names for your kids, Ayaroa said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Naming children, huh? Kotami had thought about it before. If she had a child someday, she hoped for a daughter. And even though she didn't know how many children she might have, she had already decided on her first daughter's name, Izumi Yumu. Yeah, that's a really nice name, isn't it? But wasn't it a bit too early to be thinking about baby names when she was still single? Just as Kotami saved the sketch of Rize, she heard her mother, Izumi Akina, calling them downstairs for dinner. Since Ayaroa was over as a guest, dinner was much more elaborate than usual. After they finished eating, Ayaroa didn't linger. She politely said her goodbyes and got ready to leave. Naturally, Amy insisted on walking Ayaroa out, and Kotami followed as well. See you at school tomorrow, Amy, Ayaroa said, waving as she stepped outside. Bye. Just as Ayaroa was about to turn and leave, she seemed to remember something and came back. She turned to Kotami with a bright smile and said, Senpai, can I get your contact info? Your phone number, email, and your Twitter handle? Oh, sure. Kotomi didn't hesitate and shared her contact details with Iroha. Watching this, Amy couldn't help but feel a bit sour. It was as if she had just eaten a whole bowl of lemons. Up until now, Amy didn't even know her sister had a Twitter account. In fact, she hadn't even known Kotomi was on social media. What's the big deal? I didn't need to know anyway. Amy thought to herself, sulking. Got it, senpai. Let's keep in touch. Iroha said with a satisfied grin after saving Kotomi's details. Don't bother my sister too much. She's very busy. Amy huffed, almost as if she were staking her claim and warning Iroha. But Iroha just smiled cheekily, flashing her pearly white teeth. Don't worry, I won't bother her. Though, who knows? Maybe we'll meet up in private sometime. Private meetups. Amy's sense of crisis escalated immediately. Yep, like a little date, just kidding. See you later, senpai, Amy. Iroha teased, waving before she turned and walked away. After Iroha's figure disappeared into the distance, Kotomi chuckled softly. Amy, your friend is really fun. But Amy, blushing furiously, pouted and retorted, you better not be thinking anything about her, An-chan. Kotomi blinked in surprise at Amy's unexpectedly possessive tone, quickly realizing the misunderstanding. She hurried to explain, no, that's not what I meant. I was just saying that Iroha has a really interesting personality. Humphrey. Don't think I didn't notice, your eyes were practically glued to her earlier. Amy grumbled, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Clearly, she was still upset. Well, you know how I like writing and drawing, right? The characters in my novels and manga are all beautiful girls. So, I was just gathering inspiration. You see, if a creator goes too long without inspiration, they run the risk of experiencing writer's block. And that's a very serious problem. Kotomi reasoned, desperately coming up with an excuse. Wow, I'm a genius at coming up with reasons. Truly a conversational mastermind, Kotomi congratulated herself internally. But Amy wasn't satisfied. Why do you need to look at her? Am I not good enough? Am I not cute enough? Just look at me. Amy demanded, her eyes wide and accusatory. Kotomi almost let out the words, I'd like to look more. But her survival instincts kicked in, preventing her from saying something so dangerous. After all, she had school the next day and didn't want to end up bedridden from Amy's wrath. Gently patting Amy on the head, Kotomi smiled and tried to placate her. I'm sorry, Amy. You're right, I wasn't paying attention. My adorable little sister, how can I make it up to you? I don't want you to be upset, it makes me feel bad too. Hearing Kotomi's apology, Amy looked up at her, her lips trembling as she spoke softly, shyly, An-chan, come closer. Kotomi, unsure of what Amy wanted, stepped closer. Closer. Kotomi took another step forward until they were just inches apart. Amy's cheeks were burning red, and she slowly raised her arms, her voice barely a whisper, hug me. Chapter 82, Resta, so it's just a hug? I thought it was something else, Izumi. Kotomi sighed with relief. Hearing this, Amy blushed furiously, her face turning a deep red as she retorted, silly sister, what were you thinking? Ah, I see, Kotomi thought. Amy only acts strong when it's just the two of us. Since we're at the front door, where our parents could walk by at any time, she's super shy. It made sense. Looking at Amy pouting, clearly determined to get what she wanted, Kotomi could only sigh helplessly. Well, she's my little sister. Spoiling her is part of the deal. Alright, come here. I'll give you a hug, Kotomi said, crouching down a little and adding playfully, come on, let's do a fly high hug, fly high. Sister. Don't treat me like a little kid. Amy protested, puffing her cheeks. But still, just like when she was younger, she obediently raised her arms, ready to be picked up. Kotomi smiled and slipped one arm around Amy's back, the other under her legs, then lifted her off the ground in a practiced motion. Amy's eyes widened in surprise. She had expected a princess-style hug, but Kotomi was holding her just like she did when Amy was a child, in a cradle carry. You're still treating me like a baby. Amy grumbled. But slow down. Don't drop me. Amy instinctively tightened her grip on Kotomi's arm, her soft body pressing closely against her sister. The delicate scent of Amy's skin wafted gently through her clothes, and Kotomi felt her cheeks flush involuntarily from the warmth and closeness. Should I carry you all the way back inside? Kotomi asked softly. Take me straight to my room. I want to sleep early today, Amy mumbled shyly, her face still red as she fidgeted in Kotomi's arms. Kotomi carried her to the second floor and gently laid Amy on her bed in her own room. After tucking her in, Kotomi whispered, Good night. Good night, sister. Leaving Amy's room, Kotami could feel her heart racing. The warmth and softness in her arms lingered, leaving behind an inexplicable feeling of emptiness and longing now that Amy wasn't there anymore. Kotami shook off the strange emotions, trying to calm herself. She returned to her room and began working on the character design of Rize's Bomb Devil form. After an hour of focused work, Kotami finished the sketch of the Bomb Devil form and felt satisfied. She opened a new document, took a deep breath, and started drawing the first chapter of Chainsaw Man on her computer. That thing is a tomato devil, make sure you burn its seed so it doesn't regenerate. Nice job, Denji. You can sell its body on the black market. It should fetch a good price, 40,000 yen, thanks, after deducting the debt and interest, that's 170,000 yen. Then we subtract the broker fees and other expenses, leaving 70,000 yen. Once Kotami finished that page, she placed her stylus down and stretched her arms high above her head, feeling the tension release from her body. Everything's going smoothly. Once I finish this first chapter, I'll submit it, Kotami said with satisfaction. But as she glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of her computer screen, her eyes widened in shock. 5:36 a.m.? Oh no. I've been drawing all night. It's almost morning. Kotami groaned. I told myself I'd stop by 1 a.m. and go to bed. Now she was stuck in an awkward situation. If she went to sleep, she'd only have 2 hours before breakfast and school prep. But if she didn't sleep, she knew she'd be exhausted all day. Hey, Kazumi, are you awake? Kotami called out, hoping for help from her in-house system. Appearing groggily, Kazumi, the pink-haired spirit of the goddess protagonist system, rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. What is it, Kotami? It's the middle of the night. Why are you waking me up? I was drawing manga and thought it was just after midnight, but now it's already past 5 a.m. I still have school later, and I need you to wake me up at 7:30. Can you help me out? I'm not your alarm clock, you know. Kazumi muttered sleepily. Can't you just set your phone alarm? My phone died and I forgot to charge it last night. It's still charging now, Kotami admitted with a sheepish smile. Kazumi sighed and stretched out on Kotami's bed, murmuring, Fine. I'll lie down with you. I'm sensitive to time, so I'll wake you up at 7:30. Thank you, Kazumi. You're a lifesaver. Kotami quickly crawled into bed, ready to catch some much-needed sleep. As Kazumi was about to fall asleep, Kotami noticed something. The bed only had one pillow and one blanket. With no other choice, the two of them ended up sharing the same pillow and blanket. Lying there, Kotami glanced over at Kazumi. Her soft pink hair flowed gently around her face, and her peaceful sleeping expression made her look like a painting, elegant and serene, with a natural grace. Her lips were rosy, thin, and slightly curved even in sleep, and her delicate brows arched beautifully, like a crescent moon in the night sky. When they first met, Kotami had wondered why Kazumi's system name was God-level heroine system. But after spending more time together and growing closer, Kazumi eventually revealed her real name, Kazumi. With Kazumi sleeping beside her, Kotami felt a warmth spread through her body, like her spirit was being gently nurtured and relaxed. She quickly drifted into a deep, comfortable sleep. It was probably the first time Kotami had ever experienced such a profound level of rest. Even though she hadn't slept long, she felt much of her exhaustion melt away. Surprisingly, she didn't even need Kazumi to wake her. When Kotami opened her eyes, the clock's hands were resting precisely at 7:30. Sleep well? Kazumi asked, blinking awake as Kotami sat up. Very well. Kotami replied cheerfully. Kazumi stretched and yawned, her pink hair tousled from sleep. Good. I'm going back to sleep now. Without waiting for a response, Kazumi gave Kotami a quick hug, their noses briefly touching, and with a soft pink glow, she disappeared back into Kotami's body. However, as Kazumi had been stretching earlier, a single pink strand of her hair had fallen onto Kotami's bed. Neither Kotami nor Kazumi noticed the delicate strand of pink hair left behind. Chapter 83, Family Status. Finished your homework yet? Kato Megumi asked casually as she stood outside Izumi Kotami's house, waiting as usual for their walk to school together. Kotami smiled at the familiar sight of Megumi. Over time, this morning routine had become a part of her daily life, and it brought her a sense of comfort. Good morning, Kato-san. She greeted warmly. Morning, Megumi replied with her usual calm demeanor. Did you manage to finish your homework? Kotami let out a dramatic sigh of relief, acting as if she'd just survived an epic ordeal. I managed to finish just in time, but it was close. She confessed, clearly feeling triumphant despite the last-minute rush. Megumi chuckled lightly. Same here. I completely forgot about my assignments until I got home yesterday, so I had to stay up late to finish them. That's why I thought I'd ask if you were in the same boat. Kotami immediately understood, giving an empathetic nod. Oh, totally. I was this close to pulling an all-nighter. Megumi smiled, a rare hint of amusement lighting up her face. Seems like we both learned a lesson. Next time we go out together, let's make sure we finish our homework first, Kotomi said with a shudder, recalling how much stress she had been under the night before. Thankfully, her sister Amy had helped, allowing her to finish her manga work without completely drowning in schoolwork. She knew she couldn't always rely on Amy to cover for her, though. I should really make it a habit to finish my homework on Friday, Kotomi thought aloud, recalling her high school days from her previous life, where she had often heard the same advice. As they walked, Kotomi suddenly remembered something. Oh, and thanks for the yokan and tea. But, really, you didn't have to bring such expensive gifts. The yokan and tea must have cost a lot, right? Megumi looked at Kotomi with a subtle, unreadable expression, though her eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible fondness. It was the least I could do. After all, it was partly my fault you missed the last train, and I caused your parents to worry. Besides, the tea wasn't that expensive. My father's friend owns the shop, so I got a pretty good discount. Still, it feels like a lot for a classmate. Alright, I'll keep that in mind next time, Megumi replied with a soft laugh. Next time? Kotomi repeated curiously, but Megumi merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Their conversation flowed smoothly as they made their way to the school gates. Once inside the classroom, it was the usual bustling scene, students chatting, some sharing how they spent their weekend, while others complained about the amount of homework they'd had. Naturally, there were a few who hadn't finished. Did you finish your homework? One boy asked another. Not even close, came the gleeful reply. What if the teacher calls your parents? Let them. I don't care. The two boys exchanged a determined handshake, declaring, we'll face the consequences together, like real brothers. But within moments, they both quietly took out their fully completed homework from their bags, pretending they hadn't just lied to each other. Kotomi lazily slumped over her desk, not out of fatigue but more out of dread at the thought of enduring 5 more days of school. Ah. It's Monday. I'm so tired. I really don't want to go to class. I wish I could just stay home and relax. She muttered, her words filled with longing. Hearing this, Megumi chuckled lightly. You and Garagiri-san seem to be in the same mood today. She's already asleep at her desk. Kotomi perked up, glancing over at Garagiri-Seiko, who was indeed slumped over her desk, looking utterly exhausted. Feeling a sense of camaraderie, Kotomi walked over and greeted her. Good morning, Garagiri-san. Seiko barely lifted her head, her eyes half open as she groggily responded, Morning, Izumi-san. Her sleepy tone and demeanor seemed more like someone who hadn't slept at all, rather than someone simply struggling with the Monday blues. Are you okay? You look like you haven't slept at all, Kotomi asked, concerned. Seiko, still lying on her desk, let out a tired sigh. Yeah. I was up all night with my sister. We couldn't sleep at all, so we ended up staying awake until 6 in the morning. Wait, you didn't sleep at all last night? Not even your older sister? Yup, we were both wide awake the whole night. Kotomi couldn't help but be amazed. So they even share insomnia? Talk about sibling connection. Well, I won't disturb you. Try to get some rest before class starts, Kotomi said, stepping back. Thanks, Izumi-san. Good night, Seiko mumbled, already drifting back into a light doze. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the east wing of the school, in Class 2B, Seiko's older sister, Hibikingi, sat at her desk looking absolutely drained, her head barely held up by sheer willpower. She let out a massive yawn, clearly struggling to stay awake. That little rascal. Hibiki thought to herself. She promised not to push me past my limit more than twice a month, but this weekend? She didn't let me off either day. Especially yesterday, when Mom and Dad were out. From 5 in the evening until 6 in the morning. Hibiki's body ached, her legs felt weak, and even her arms were sore. Every step she had taken on the way to school that morning had felt like walking on air, light and unsteady. When I get home, I'm going to teach her a lesson. No more letting her off easy. As she fumed silently, her classmate, Kusagakure Tendo, walked over and noticed her dazed expression. Ever the blunt one, Kusagakure jokingly asked, You look like you had a rough night. What were you doing? You weren't, tossing and turning, were you? Kusagakure was only teasing, but Hibiki's face flushed a deep red instantly. What, no. Keep your voice down. Hibiki stammered, hurriedly trying to explain herself. I just had insomnia. I was up until 6 in the morning. Insomnia, huh? Kusagakure raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Yeah, insomnia. That's all. Hibiki insisted, her face still beet red from embarrassment. Chapter 84, The Kendo Club of the 6 high schools, you're still able to talk, and that's really impressive, Kusagakure Tendo remarked, then added, Izumi, are you planning to enter the National Youth Art Award at Tokyo Metropolitan University? Yeah, teacher Shizuka Hiratsuka has probably already submitted my application. Ah. That's really a shame. I was thinking of recruiting you to the Kendo Club this week, Kusagakure Tendo said with regret. Hey. Saying that you want to poach someone from the art club right in front of the club president. Isn't that a bit too bold? Hibikingi, the art club president, grumbled. Kusagakure Tendo only gave a slight smile and said, I'm saying it in front of you because I want you to know. Hearing this, Hibikingi, who had been classmates with Tendo for 2 years, was taken aback. The drowsiness that had been clouding her disappeared in an instant. If Kusagakure Tendo hadn't said anything, it might have been just a joke, and she probably didn't have any real intention of taking Kotomi away. But saying it openly in front of Ngi meant that Kusagakure was serious about wanting to recruit Izumi Kotomi for the Kendo Club. Hibikingi, a bit nervous and hesitant, asked, You're serious about poaching Kotomi for the Kendo Club? Teetering on the edge of very serious, Danzō said with a teasing smile. What kind of answer is that? I don't get it. That sounds too indirect, and you're not usually the type to talk in riddles, Ngi grumbled. Since when did the straightforward sword demon become a mysterious oracle? Tendo twirled the pencil in her hand, her slender legs in black over the knee socks tapping the floor lightly in brown leather shoes. I just have a feeling that Kotomi would be great at Kendo. She might even lead the Kendo Club to success in next year's 6 schools tournament. If possible, I want her to spend a few days with us in the Kendo Club. If she turns out to have a natural talent for Kendo, I might seriously try to bring her over, Danzō said earnestly. Although Tendo was confident in leading Sobu High School's Kendo Club to a good result in the 6 schools tournament, she was cautious. The participating schools for next year's tournament were different from before. Besides Sobu High School, the other 5 schools had all been replaced. The schools competing next year would be Minasaki Academy High School, Heiju Academy High School, Royal Sakuraka Girls Academy High School, Osafune Girls Academy High School, Private Hamura Academy High School, and Sobu High School. Each of these schools had formidable Kendo clubs. Kusagakure Tendo, known for her cautious approach to Kendo, didn't let her title as the Sword Demon make her overconfident enough to think she could lead Sobu High School's Kendo club to victory on her own. The tournament was next year, so Tendo wanted to recruit new members while the first-year students had just enrolled. Injecting new blood into the Kendo club would increase their chances of winning. Hopefully. Tendo sighed to herself. Sometimes, it's better not to trust your intuition too much. It's not always right. I trust the good instincts and ignore the bad ones, Tendo shrugged with a confident smile. Hibikingi, long used to this, could only smile helplessly. That was typical Kusagakure Tendo. Whenever her left eyelid twitched, she'd say it was a good sign, that something great was going to happen. But when it was her right eyelid, Tendo would exclaim, to hell with that superstition. She was refreshingly honest. Ngi chuckled softly, but then added, though I'm not going to give up Kotomi to the Kendo Club easily, thank you for telling me your thoughts. It's fine. Even if I want to bring Kotomi to the Kendo Club, I wouldn't use any underhanded methods, Danzō said with a wave of her hand, indicating it wasn't a big deal. Meanwhile, in Class 1F, which was currently in session. After flawlessly answering an English question, Izumi Kotomi returned to her seat amidst the teacher's praise. Although Kotomi didn't want to draw too much attention to herself in class, the god-level heroine system was too powerful, turning her from an academic underachiever to a top student. At school, top students naturally received special attention from the teachers. Over the past week, every teacher seemed intent on nurturing her, calling on her to answer questions in nearly every class, and sometimes even giving her extra tutoring after class. While she didn't want to be overly flashy at school due to her studies, her hardcore capabilities were undeniable. Kotomi even felt like clasping her hands behind her back and dramatically declaring, in a world full of gods and demons, I may have no intention of ruling, but I understand the sufferings of the people. Whether the words were appropriate didn't matter, it would just sound really cool. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the English teacher dismissed the class on time without dragging it out. After class, a group of girls gathered together, chatting about something. Hey, did you hear? We're getting a transfer student this Wednesday. She's supposed to be super cute. Oh, I heard about that too. Apparently, she's half English, half Japanese and has been living abroad. Living abroad? That's awesome. I bet she won't have to worry about her English grades. Your focus is so weird. I heard from Ms. Hiratsuka that when they asked which club she wanted to join, the transfer student said she wanted to join the art club. Really? That means she'll be in the same club as Kotomi, right? Looks like it. That's so nice. I wish I could be in the same club as Kotomi too. You can't even draw, so stop dreaming. Kotomi, who was playing Azurlane on her phone, overheard the girls' conversation and became curious about the transfer student coming to Class 1F this week. A new student is coming this Wednesday, huh? Huh? You're just finding out, Kotomi? Yuigahama said. The news started spreading last Thursday. Most students at Sobu High School already know that we're getting a transfer student from abroad this week. She's a returnee, not exactly a foreign transfer student, Yukino Yukino added, joining the conversation. Hee, same thing. But apparently, she's going to join the art club too. So, there will be 2 of you from Class 1F in the art club. When Megumi Kato heard Yui say that, her eyes flickered slightly before she let out her usual gentle laugh and asked, so from now on, Kotomi will have someone to accompany her to the art club every day. Looks like it, Yui responded without much thought. Since she'll be in the same club, maybe you should get along with her, Kotomi, Megumi suggested with a smile. If she's easy to get along with, I definitely will, Kotomi said, as if it were obvious. Reflecting on the description of this transfer student, raised abroad, half English, half Japanese, a very cute girl. Why does this sound so familiar? After finishing the day's classes, Kotomi said goodbye to Yukino and the others, then headed to the art club. When she opened the door and stepped into the art room, she found that Hibikingi and 2 new members were already there. Hearing the door open, they looked over and greeted her. Good afternoon, Kotomi, said Ruka Ishikawa from Class 1C, the first to greet her. You're all here pretty early. Kotomi had thought she was early, but it turned out she wasn't the first to arrive at the art club today. It's probably because our classrooms are close to the art club. Class 1C is on the floor just below, so I only need to climb 1 flight of stairs to get here, Ruka explained with a smile. My classroom is in Class 1E, right on the 4th floor. So it's pretty close, added Demi Tsujimoto. Well, my class is in 1A, and it's not as close, but I run fast, said Hojo Ruria with a grin. Do you really need to run? Kotomi asked curiously. Ruria giggled and replied, hee, I don't like staying in the classroom, so I always leave right after school ends. I get it, Kotomi nodded, understanding Ruria's sentiment. After exchanging pleasantries, they each returned to their own workstations. When Kotomi sat down, she noticed an extra stool behind her. It seemed like there was going to be a new member joining the art club soon. Chapter 85, The Unintentional Critical Hit from Master Izumi Sr. Ngi. This stool wasn't here last Thursday, was it? Izumi Kotomi pointed at the extra stool behind her and asked Hibikingi. I brought this stool into the art room at noon today. Although the art supplies haven't arrived yet, the instructor said we should pick a spot for the new member first using a stool, Ngi explained, turning around. A new member? Kotomi asked, then remembered the conversation she overheard earlier that morning. Is it the transfer student joining Class 1F this Wednesday? Exactly. Speaking of which, you're in Class 1F, right? Ngi confirmed. Kotomi nodded. Yes. I've heard the transfer student is a really cute girl. I wonder who's cuter, you or her? Ngi teased with a playful smile. Ugh. Come on, Senior Ngi, stop teasing me. Sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. It's just that I often joke around with my sister Seiko, so I can't help teasing other cute girls I'm close to, Ngi said with a laugh. Complimenting her sister indirectly. Typical Ngi, Kotomi thought. After a bit of light-hearted banter, Kotomi turned her focus back to the canvas in front of her. What should she paint for the oil painting she planned to submit for the National Youth Art Award at Tokyo Metropolitan University? Kotomi had chosen the challenging medium of oil painting but hadn't decided on the exact subject. Every time she tried to brainstorm ideas, the first thing that came to mind was a sunset. I want to paint something related to a sunset, but what specific scenery should I choose? Mountains? Rivers? Forests? Unable to settle on an idea, she lightly sketched with her pencil, but each time she reached a certain point, she erased her work. Clearly, none of the rough drafts she sketched out satisfied her. Amid this constant trial and error, the school bell rang, signaling the end of club activities for the day. Despite her lack of progress, Kotomi had no choice but to pack up her art supplies. Noticing Kotomi's frustrated expression as she cleaned up, Ngi walked over to check on her. Still haven't decided what to paint? Kotomi sighed in frustration and nodded. It's not that I don't know how to paint it. I just haven't decided on a subject yet. You haven't come up with any good ideas? Ngi asked, unsurprised. Many artists face this problem during the creative process. Sometimes, the difficulty isn't in the execution but in the uncertainty of what to paint. The hesitation before starting the first stroke can be agonizing. In such moments, creativity becomes a source of pain, and even though nothing has happened, doubt about the work creeps in, making it hard to express in words. This doubt gradually turns into anxiety and frustration, which is why many artists often suffer from insomnia. Even talented geniuses like Kotomi can't avoid creative blocks, Gi thought. Just as she was about to offer some words of encouragement, Kotomi continued, "It's not that I haven't come up with good ideas. It's that I've thought of too many good ones, and I can't decide which one to go with." Gi felt as if she'd been hit with a critical blow. After saying this, Kotomi even sighed, looking troubled. Another critical blow landed on Gi's heart. "Oh really? Well, keep up the good work." Gi forced a smile and let out a dry laugh, then dejectedly returned to her seat. "Maybe I should stop worrying about this genius. If we keep talking, I'm going to end up bleeding from these critical hits from Kotomi." Unaware that she had unintentionally delivered 2 knockout blows to Gi, Kotomi finished packing up her art supplies, grabbed her school bag, and left the art room. As she walked, she thought to herself, "Ugh, it's so frustrating. I have so many great ideas, but I can't decide which one to paint. Painting them all would be too much effort. Maybe I should teach Amy how to paint? I could get her to paint a few for me." Once again, today's Azumi Kotomi proves herself to be a good on-chan. Achoo. Meanwhile, as Azumi Amy walked home with Iroha Ishiki, she suddenly sneezed. "That's strange. I'm not sick, so why did I just sneeze? Could it be that my sister is thinking about me?" Amy rubbed her little nose, and at the thought of her sister missing her heart swelled with warmth. "I'm on fire," she shouted excitedly. "Amy, did you catch a cold?" Iroha asked from beside her. "And no, thanks for asking. My nose just felt a bit itchy," Amy quickly responded. Iroha giggled and said, "After meeting your sister yesterday, I finally understand why you're always so hung up on her." Hearing this, Amy blushed and hastily defended herself. "And no, I'm not always thinking about her." "Really?" Iroha teased mischievously. I'm just worried about her. My mom once told me that when my sister was little, she had a really bad fever. Even though she recovered, sometimes she can still be a bit absent-minded. So I worry about her a lot." "It's worry. Got it? Now that you mention it, I remember you saying in elementary school that when you grew up, you wanted to take care of your sister for the rest of her life." Iroha said, recalling the past. Hearing her childhood declaration brought up again after so many years, Amy's face turned beet red in embarrassment. Though she still harbored the dream of taking care of Kotomi for life, hearing her friend mention it made her feel an inexplicable sense of shame. At that moment, Amy just wanted to cover Iroha's mouth. "Seriously, do you ever stop talking? But after hanging out with her yesterday, I don't think your sister is someone you'll need to take care of for life. In fact, there's a good chance she'll be the one taking care of you. She's so good at drawing. Even if she doesn't go to college after high school, she could make a decent living as an illustrator. Or, she could debut as a mangaka. That wouldn't be a bad choice either," Iroha remarked thoughtfully. What Iroha said wasn't anything new to Amy. It was like taking care of a clumsy little animal that suddenly gained the ability to fend for itself. The caretaker would feel happy, but at the same time, a strange sense of loss would arise, an unspoken reluctance to see such a change. "That's such a childish thought," Amy quietly scolded herself in her mind, realizing how immature her feelings were. Chapter 86, A Proposal. Seeing that Azumi Amy had remained silent for a while, Iroha Ishiki asked again, "Amy, what do you think of my suggestion?" "Huh?" Amy snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "I think it's better to let my sister decide for herself. Whatever choice she makes, I'll respect it." "You're right," Iroha agreed, then added, "I'm really jealous that you have an older sister." "Huh?" Iroha smiled softly and said, "I've always thought about how great it would be if I had an older sister. That way, when my parents leave for work every day, I'd still have someone to play with, someone who could take care of me. Even if it's in a clumsy way. I guess. Well, I'm also jealous that your sister is so beautiful," Iroha continued, her tone suddenly shifting as she grinned mischievously. "If I were your sister's little sister, I'd probably propose to her right away." "Propose?" Amy's face instantly turned red, and she shouted in alarm, "You're not allowed to propose to my sister." Her loud outburst on the street caught the attention of several passing pedestrians. Their confused and curious glances suggested they had just mentally drafted a 100,000-word romance novel based on Amy's declaration. A romance, perhaps, with just a hint of a certain orange hue. "My dear friend, I was only joking. You didn't have to shout it out so loudly," Iroha said, clearly startled by Amy's intense reaction. Although she had suspected Amy might have a bit of a sister complex, she hadn't expected it to be so extreme. almost like a full circle of obsession. Realizing her outburst, Amy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. A soft blush spread across her face, turning it a lovely shade of red. I just got nervous when you said that all of a sudden," Amy mumbled, blushing as she tried to justify herself. She quickened her pace, dragging Iroha with her as they hurried away from the spot. After walking for about 10 minutes, they reached the point where they usually parted ways. Amy needed to continue straight to her home, while Iroha had to turn right to head to hers. If there was nothing special going on, they always walked together after school and parted at this intersection, heading in opposite directions. "I'll head this way now. See you tomorrow." Iroha pointed to the right. "Yeah, take care on your way home," Amy nodded. Just as Iroha was about to leave, she suddenly turned around with a teasing smile and said, "Oh, and Amy, don't worry. I won't propose to your sister, so you can stop watching me like a hawk starting tomorrow." When she said the word propose, Iroha emphasized it heavily, making it sound as if she was truly planning to ask Kotami for her hand in a marriage. Amy's face turned bright red again, and she snapped back, "I know." Meanwhile, Izumi Kotami was walking home with Megumi Kato after leaving Sobu High School together. It was quite a coincidence. Every time Kotami stepped out of the school building after class, she would see Megumi walking toward the building from the library. So they never had to wait for each other, they could leave together right away. As they walked, Kotami was venting her frustrations, and Megumi softly repeated what had been bothering Kotami recently. "You want to enter the National Youth Art Award at Tokyo Metropolitan University, but you still haven't decided on a theme?" "Yeah, it's so frustrating. I already have a rough idea in my mind, but I can't seem to make that blurry image in my head any clearer. Even though I don't know much about the creative process, it does sound like a headache," Megumi replied with a helpless smile. "Seniorngi has already decided on her theme, though. She said she's going to paint a scene of two sisters playing together, using herself and her sister as inspiration. That's a great theme. Family, friendship, and love are common themes in paintings. Why don't you try painting something along those lines too?" Megumi suggested. "Huh? But if I paint my sister, wouldn't that be too similar to Seniorngi's theme?" Kotami hesitated. "You don't have to paint sisters. You could paint classmates, friends, or even lovers. For example, you could paint the two of us," Megumi said thoughtfully, offering her suggestion after a brief pause. "Paint me and you?" Kotami was taken aback. It did seem like a good idea, but for some reason, it made her feel a little shy. That touch of shyness made Kotami feel like it would be difficult to sit down and actually draw it. "Don't be nervous. I was just giving an example. Classmates, friends, lovers, these three relationships may seem unrelated, but they can actually develop from one into another," Megumi explained. "For instance, you can start as classmates who just met, then become close friends, and eventually, you might even become lovers. If the relationship lasts long enough, you might end up as lifelong partners, even spouses." Megumi's words, and the way she looked at Kotami as she spoke, revealed a complex emotion flickering in her deep eyes. She wanted to reach out and touch Kotami's cheek, to run her fingers through her snow-white hair. But in the end, she held herself back. Taking the initiative at the wrong time would only make the other person feel awkward. After hearing Megumi's explanation, Kotami nodded thoughtfully. "When you put it that way, it does make sense. My suggestion is good, right? You don't have to paint sisters, you can paint classmates, friends, or even lovers," Megumi said with a playful smile. For some reason, there was an underlying depth to her expression at that moment. "I'll think about it." "You should. After all, this could determine whether or not you get into college. You've got this, Kotami. And once you win the award, I'll take you on a trip to celebrate," Megumi suggested, then added with a smile, "It'll be my treat. You just need to enjoy the trip." "Where will we go?" Kotami asked instinctively. Ever since she and Megumi had spent a night together, Kotami had grown closer to her. Now, when Megumi mentioned going on a trip together, Kotami didn't hesitate about whether to go, her only question was where. "That's a secret for now. But I'll give you a hint, the hot springs there are amazing. After soaking in the hot springs, you can enjoy a fried onsen egg. It's heavenly." Fried onsen eggs. Kotami's eyes lit up. One of her favorite anime and manga from her past life, Laid Back Camp, had featured fried onsen eggs. She had always wanted to try one, but she never got the chance before she was hit by that truck. "Well, now that I've been reincarnated, I'll make sure to fulfill all my previous regrets." Kotami giggled. "I can't wait to fast forward to the day we're soaking in the hot springs." "I can't wait either," Megumi replied with a smile. But this time, Megumi's smile had a more predatory edge to it. Chapter 87, Come in and sit for a while? As they passed by a convenience store, Megumi Kato suddenly said, "Kotami, wait for me here for a bit." I'll just grab a few things and be right back. Oh, okay, Kotomi nodded. Megumi turned and entered the store. A few minutes later, she came back out. Did they not have what you were looking for? Kotomi asked, noticing that Megumi didn't have a convenience store bag with her. Megumi shook her head. No, I just bought one item. It wasn't worth spending money on a plastic bag, so I just put it in my backpack. Megumi didn't say what she had bought, and Kotomi didn't press further. However, she had seen Megumi go to the snacks section through the store window. What did she buy from the snacks section? When they reached Kotomi's house, instead of saying goodbye as usual, Kotomi asked, Megumi, do you have time today? Would you like to come inside for a bit? I'd love to, but wouldn't it be rude to show up empty-handed? Megumi hesitated, looking a bit concerned. There's nothing wrong with that. Kotomi quickly reassured her. The okan and tea you brought last time were more than enough. My parents loved them. Besides, we're still high school students, there's no need for us to bring expensive gifts when visiting. I'm glad your parents liked them. Hearing that Kotomi's parents enjoyed her gift, Megumi looked genuinely happy. As for returning the favor, I'll give you a gift in return. I just haven't figured out what you like yet. Is there something you're particularly fond of, Megumi? I don't have anything I especially like, so I can't really say what I'd want as a gift. Haha, I can't think of anything right now, Megumi responded awkwardly. Headphones? Teacups? Tableware? Manga? Handicrafts? Kotomi suggested a few items, but Megumi shook her head at each one. Those are things I already have, and I wouldn't say I'm particularly attached to any of them. If you really want to give me something, let me think about it for a bit, Megumi replied calmly. With that, Kotomi could only nod. As expected of a side character heroine, even her preferences were so subtle that she herself couldn't easily name them. Like most ordinary girls, Megumi probably liked a lot of little trinkets, but if asked to choose a favorite, she couldn't. Shall we head inside? Kotomi stepped aside, making way for Megumi. Megumi's eyes brightened as she smiled. Then I'll gladly accept your invitation. My mom's been hoping you'd visit more often. After your visit last Sunday, my parents wouldn't stop praising you when I got home. They said you're a really good kid. Honestly, it sounds like they wish you were their real daughter, Kotomi half joked. Your parents are very kind and easy to talk to. And your mom has such a youthful personality. Low emotional intelligence, your mom acts like a child. High emotional intelligence, your mom has such a youthful personality. Kotomi could only laugh awkwardly. My mom's always been like that. Dad often teases her, saying she's almost 50, but sometimes acts like a little girl. You'd never guess their age, though, they both seem so young. I bet your parents must take great care of their health, Megumi commented. Huh? Well, my dad does exercise for a few hours on his days off. He smokes occasionally, but he doesn't have a nicotine addiction or a drinking problem. My mom's a full-time housewife, so she has plenty of free time, but she's never been to a beauty salon. Really? She's never been to a beauty salon? My mom would be so jealous if she knew that. She might even come over one day to ask your mom for beauty tips. My mom goes to the salon a few times a month for treatments, Megumi said with a laugh. Even if she did come to ask, I doubt mom could teach her anything, Kotomi thought. Kotomi's mom, Izumi Akina, couldn't even remember the last time she went to a beauty salon, maybe years ago. After going once, she never returned, saying it was boring to spend half a day there. She preferred staying home and watching TV. As for the skincare and beauty regimens that most women begin focusing on after turning 30, Akina had never paid much attention. She ate and drank whatever she wanted, yet still managed to maintain her figure and overall health with grace and poise. Some women enhance their appearance through rigorous self-care routines, while others, like Akina, seem to naturally exude beauty without any effort. In the world of women, being born beautiful can be quite frustrating for others. After opening the door, Kotomi led Megumi inside, and they happened to run into Izumi Akina, who was coming downstairs, holding freshly sun-dried bedding from the balcony. Mom, I'm home, Kotomi said. Seeing her daughter back, Akina smiled and said, Welcome home, Kotomi. Amy's in the living room. Oh, and Megumi's here too. Welcome, welcome. Come in and make yourself at home. I'm sorry for intruding while you're busy, Megumi said politely. Oh, it's no trouble at all. How could it be an intrusion? I'm thrilled you're here, Akina replied with a big smile. Would you like some dessert? Oh, no, I'll be leaving soon. You don't need to go through the trouble. Oh, come on, I was hoping you'd stay for dinner. How about spending the night? I bet Kotomi would be so happy she'd bounce around like a little kid. She might even beg to sleep in the same bed with you. Who would be that happy? Kotomi blurted out, her face turning red. Her mom could really go overboard sometimes. No wonder Dad always says she acts like a kid. Getting shy already? Didn't you and Megumi sleep in the same bed when you missed the last train and stayed in Tokyo together? Akina then shifted to a mock serious tone, resting one arm on her bedding and the other on Megumi's shoulder. Young lady, you shared a bed with the precious daughter of the Izumi family. You'll have to take responsibility. As soon as she said this, Akina's expression changed to a mischievous grin. I'm just teasing. Don't take it seriously. Come on in, don't just stand at the door. I'll go put the bedding away, you two make yourselves comfortable. With that, Akina left, carrying the bedding upstairs. Shortly after, there was a thud, followed by a soft ow. It seemed she had bumped into something while carrying the bedding. Sorry about my mom, Megumi, Kotomi said, smiling apologetically. It's okay. I already experienced her warmth during my last visit. Having a mom like her must make every day fun, right? Fun? Yeah, it is. As long as Izumi Akina was around, there was never a shortage of laughter in the Izumi household. Chapter 88, Megumi's Little Schemer. As Kotomi and Megumi entered the living room, Izumi Amy, who was sitting on the sofa with her back to them, heard footsteps and assumed her sister had returned. A delighted smile appeared on her face as she happily turned around, saying, "An-chan, welcome ba." Before she could finish her sentence, the smile froze on her face. Standing beside her sister was Megumi Kato. TCH, why is she here again? Ah. Stupid sister, stop standing so close to her. Amy clicked her tongue in frustration inwardly. Seeing Kotomi and Megumi together made her feel annoyed, and she even began to wonder if a metaphorical field of green grass had started growing on her head. Amy, is there anything to eat? I feel like my stomach has turned into a void and needs a snack to save me. Kotomi flopped onto the sofa, asking hopefully, with a bit of urgency in her tone. Nope, the snacks are all gone. I forgot to buy more. You'll have to wait for dinner, Amy replied, sounding a bit grumpy. Don't you usually restock the snacks before they run out? Upon hearing that there were no more snacks, Kotomi's cute little face deflated like a punctured balloon. Sis. Do you think I get enough allowance to keep buying snacks every month? Amy sighed. Her allowance was limited, and Kotomi seemed to think it was enough to splurge on snacks every month. Though, if Kotomi were a bit more obedient, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. At that moment, Megumi spoke up, hungry? How about this? I bought a few things when we passed the convenience store earlier. With that, Megumi reached into her backpack and pulled out a small paper bag, revealing 3 boxes of caramel orange pudding inside. The sight of the caramel orange pudding left Amy stunned. It was her favorite flavor. How did Megumi know to buy her favorite pudding, and why did she even bring pudding today? Amy's thoughts raced in confusion. She was convinced that, just like on Sunday, Megumi had come prepared. I usually like to have some sweets around when I do my homework. When we passed the convenience store, I remembered that I had run out, so I bought a few more. But since today's homework is just prep work, I don't need snacks while studying. Let's share these, Megumi explained smoothly. Everyone knew that prep work homework was basically optional, so Megumi's explanation was impeccable. Oh. So that's what you were buying at the convenience store. Well, I won't say no to pudding, Kotomi said as she hurried to the kitchen, returning with 3 small plates. She carefully opened one of the puddings, inverted it onto a plate, and started eating with a plastic spoon. For Kotomi, the most enjoyable part of eating pudding wasn't the taste but the moment when she peeled back the lid and successfully flipped the pudding onto the plate, pure satisfaction. That single moment brought her a deep sense of contentment. Taking a bite, her puffed-up cheeks looked so soft and adorable that it made people want to reach out and pinch them just for fun. Even the system spirit, Kazumi, would sometimes tease Kotomi, saying, "The way you eat looks just like Nadeshiko from Laid Back Camp." As Megumi sat nearby, watching Kotomi eat, her eyes held a deep sense of fulfillment, as if seeing Kotomi enjoy the food was far more satisfying than eating it herself. Amy hesitated, staring at the caramel orange pudding on the table, unsure whether to reach for it or withdraw her hand. "Would you like some, little sister?" Megumi asked kindly, picking up the pudding and offering it to her with a gentle smile. To Amy, Megumi's seemingly gentle smile felt more like a victorious smirk, full of pride. This woman's skill level is way too high. Amy instinctively swallowed, then muttered in a defiant voice, "Don't call me little sister. I'm already in my 3rd year of middle school." Reluctantly, she took the pudding from Megumi's hand. Ugh, why does she always bring out my favorite caramel orange flavor? It's so delicious. But I'm not happy about it. Amy thought to herself as she ate, silently vowing to win next time. Megumi's smile deepened as she too began to enjoy her pudding. Meanwhile, Kotomi, who was sitting between them, was completely absorbed in her pudding, oblivious to the tension that had been brewing around her. After finishing the pudding, Megumi stayed for another half hour before preparing to leave. Just as she was about to stand up, Megumi suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, Kotomi, didn't I say I wanted to borrow a manga from you? Could you lend me one now? I'll try to finish it tonight and return it to you at school tomorrow." Kotomi, recalling the conversation they had at school, remembered how Megumi had brought up manga out of nowhere, which had led to an animated discussion. Kotomi had eagerly shared several of her favorite manga titles. Megumi had expressed interest in the ones Kotomi mentioned and asked to borrow them. Naturally, Kotomi had agreed without hesitation. "Wait here for a moment, I'll go get it from upstairs," Kotomi said as she left the living room to fetch the manga from her room on the second floor. "I'll wait by the front door," Megumi said, grabbing her backpack and standing up. With Kotomi gone, the living room was left with just Megumi and Amy. "I'll take my leave now," Megumi said softly. "Goodbye," then Amy waved dismissively. On the surface, she appeared calm, but inside she was ecstatic. "Yes. She's finally leaving." At that moment, Megumi suddenly spoke, as if casually remembering something. "Oh, by the way, last Sunday I left in such a hurry that I forgot to tell you something." "Huh? What is it?" Amy asked, puzzled. Megumi gently covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes narrowing playfully as she smiled. "Your sister's expression when she sleeps is just so cute. When I looked down at Kotomi sleeping in my arms, her face was adorable, so sweet and lovely. I felt like, if I could hold her every night while sleeping, I'd have sweet dreams all the time." As soon as Megumi uttered those words, Amy froze, completely stunned. Seeing Amy's reaction, Megumi let a sly smile slip before turning and heading toward the entryway. Just then, Kotomi came downstairs with a manga in hand, which she passed to Megumi. "Here's the manga. Don't worry about returning it tomorrow, whenever you finish it is fine." "Thank you, Kotomi," Megumi said as she accepted the manga with both hands. After sending Megumi off, Kotomi returned to the living room and glanced at Amy, who was still sitting on the sofa. She assumed Amy was waiting to watch TV, so she didn't say anything, heading back to her room to continue working on her Chainsaw Man illustrations. Meanwhile, Amy, still sitting alone on the sofa, stared up at the ceiling, unable to calm down as Megumi's words echoed in her mind. If this were a battlefield, then what Megumi had said to her would be nothing less than a declaration of war. Chapter 89, The Scent of Milk Powder. Izumi Kotomi sat in front of her computer, working on the latest page of Chainsaw Man's first chapter. Compared to writing a novel, drawing a manga was on a completely different level. If she had written it as a novel, the first chapter of Chainsaw Man would have been done by now. But drawing a manga was a different story. Even though she had worked on it all night and had even skipped the new event in Azure Lane today to focus on drawing, her progress had only reached the scene where Denji and Pashito walk home after hunting the Tomato Devil. Choosing Chainsaw Man as her debut manga as a mangaka came with its risks. If Kotomi wanted a safer debut, she could have picked a more conventional and successful genre for her first manga, instead of going with Chainsaw Man, a work that could potentially spark polarizing opinions. Fans who liked it would love it intensely, likely screaming, "Izumi Itsuki, you're such a maniac," while they devoured it eagerly. But those who didn't like it, well, they just wouldn't. Kotomi had full confidence in the story of Chainsaw Man and in her current drawing skills. The only lingering doubt was whether readers in this world would accept Chainsaw Man. In her previous life, Tatsuki Fujimoto had already built a foundation with Fire Punch before creating Chainsaw Man. Readers familiar with his work already knew that he was a mad genius. But in this life, Kotomi was doing the reverse. She wanted to draw Chainsaw Man first, and then Fire Punch. Her pen name, Izumi Ki, was still only known in the light novel world, and soon she would be a debuting mangaka as well. However, unlike the widely accepted Sword Art Online, Chainsaw Man had extreme styles in both art and plot. This was both its charm and its risk. Once she finished the first chapter, she would submit it to Shueisha. Would the editors at Shueisha be willing to sign a contract with her after seeing such an unconventional manga? That remained uncertain for now. After all, she was a complete novice in the manga world, with no previous works to her name. Her experience level was basically a blank slate. For a newcomer to debut with such an unusual manga, in the eyes of the editors, she could either be a genius destined for greatness or an overconfident rookie trying to fly before she could walk. Despite the risks, Kotomi had still chosen Chainsaw Man as her debut manga. She didn't want to settle for a safe, cookie-cutter debut. She wanted to be the freest creator on the planet. Naturally, her first manga needed to stand out and be a jaw-dropping success. She wanted every reader who finished it to exclaim, "Izumi Ki, you crazy woman." That being said, drawing is really exhausting. You can sit for an entire day and not even finish the rough sketches. It must be tough for Hanui-sensei, Who has to draw so many illustrations each month? As Kotomi muttered to herself, she suddenly remembered something. It wasn't something major, but it did feel odd not knowing. What was Yui's mother's full name? She only knew her pen name was Hinonoi, and since she called her Aunt Uegahama, she had never learned Yui's mother's actual name. I've known her for a few days now, but I don't even know her full name? That's embarrassing. Whatever, I'll call and ask. Kotomi mumbled as she dialed Yui's mother's number. They had exchanged contact information when they met at Denjiki Bunko last Sunday. Meanwhile, at the Dango cake shop, Mrs. Uegahama had closed up early today, 2 hours earlier than usual. Not only today, but she had decided to close 2 hours earlier every day from now on. 2 hours might not seem like much, but those extra hours would give her more time to work on her illustrations, allowing her to finish them faster and get a little more sleep each night. Mrs. Uegahama knew she wasn't a superwoman, just a normal person who got tired and sleepy. If she continued running the cake shop late into the night and then stayed up even later drawing, she wasn't sure if she'd even make more money. What she was certain of was that her health would fail first. Ever since her husband passed away, she had been the sole provider for the family. Fortunately, her 2 daughters were both obedient and sensible, which eased her burden significantly. But if she collapsed, who would take care of her daughters? It would be nice to have someone to rely on. That fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Where would she find someone like that? And even if she did, there was no guarantee they'd be a good match. She knew firsthand how hard it was to be a single mom. Rather than waste time thinking about such things, it was better to bake more cakes, draw more illustrations, and earn more money. Phew. I've got to work hard and raise my 2 daughters all by myself. Mrs. Uegahama clenched her fist, mentally cheering herself on. When she got home, the moment she opened the door, she heard the sound of tiny feet pattering toward the entrance. Mommy, welcome home. A cute, babyish voice called out as Yuka Uegahama came bouncing over. With her chubby little face, bright orange hair, and endearing eyes, Yuka's voice was soft and childish, so much so that you often said Yuka's words had a baby formula sent to them. Yuka's adorable voice and little face instantly made Mrs. Uegahama feel healed, as if all her exhaustion from the day had vanished. Yuka, did you behave well for your sister? Mrs. Uegahama asked gently, scooping Yuka up into her arms. I did. Yuka replied happily, nuzzling into her mother's arms and enjoying the rare moment of closeness. Despite being well-behaved, Yuka was still just a small child who had only recently started kindergarten. Where's your sister? She's in the bath. Dinner was shrimp fried rice, and it was super yummy. We saved some for you too, Mommy. After taking off her shoes, Mrs. Uegahama went into the kitchen and put the leftover fried rice into the microwave. She sat down at the table, waiting for it to heat up. Because of the shop, Mrs. Uegahama wasn't able to come home in time to make dinner for her daughters every night. In the past, Yu and Yuka had to wait until very late for dinner. But ever since Yu started her 2nd year of middle school, she had volunteered to learn how to cook and take over dinner duties. At first, Mrs. Uegahama had been worried, but after a few attempts, Yu had not only managed to cook dinner but had also made it taste great. Feeling reassured, Mrs. Uegahama handed over the responsibility of making dinner to Yu. So every night, Yu would cook dinner in advance for herself and Yuka, leaving a portion aside for their mother. When Mrs. Uegahama returned home, all she had to do was heat it in the microwave, and she'd have a warm meal waiting for her. With a soft beep, the microwave signaled that the fried rice was ready. She took it out, and after one bite, the rich aroma and perfect flavor filled her mouth. This is so good. Yu's cooking skills are already surpassing mine, Mrs. Uegahama said, feeling a sense of pride as she enjoyed the shrimp fried rice her daughter had made. Ding ding ding, suddenly, her phone rang from where she had placed it nearby. It was odd to be getting a call this late. Could it be a cake order? She picked up the phone and saw that it was Izumi Kotomi calling. Kotomi? Surprised to see Kotomi calling her so late, Mrs. Uegahama answered the phone with some curiosity. Hello, Kotomi. Good evening, is there something you need? Chapter 90, Tomoka Uegahama. When Mrs. Uegahama answered the phone, Kotomi Izumi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Aunt Uegahama, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Well, you are and you aren't, Uegahama replied with a chuckle while eating her fried rice. I'm having dinner right now. In that case, why don't I call you back later after you've finished? No need. You can tell me now, Kotomi. After dinner, I'll be taking a bath, and after that, I have to work on my illustrations. Or, are you planning to chat with me while I'm in the bath? Uegahama joked playfully. Normally, Uegahama didn't make jokes like this, but Kotomi seemed so harmless, innocent, and sweet that it made her instinctively tease her a little. Not only did Kotomi blush after hearing the joke, but even Uegahama herself realized how bold her words were. In an instant, Uegahama's youthful beauty and mature grace were joined by a faint blush of embarrassment. What on earth did I just say to Kotomi? Will she think I'm some creepy aunt now? Uegahama thought, her face growing even redder. Meanwhile, Kotomi's heart started racing, and she couldn't control the sudden flutter in her chest. She tried to calm down, but her mind kept replaying Uegahama's words, making her cheeks gradually turn pink. Mrs. Uegahama, that joke was too much. Kotomi quickly gulped down a large glass of ice water, hoping to cool her thoughts and return to normal. Kotomi. Uegahama awkwardly laughed a little. Realizing the moment had stretched on, Kotomi quickly said, Aunt Uegahama, I called to ask you something. You need to ask me something? Uegahama replied, surprised. What could Kotomi want to ask? Yes, but it's a bit awkward, and I feel a little embarrassed. At Kotomi's words, Uegahama felt a sudden nervousness rise up in her heart. Embarrassed? Awkward? What on earth is she going to ask me? Uegahama wanted to stop Kotomi before she could continue, but for some reason, she couldn't find the words to do so. She had no choice but to anxiously wait for Kotomi to finish. Mrs. Uegahama, I know this might be a bit rude, but... What's your full name? Kotomi asked. Uegahama felt as though 3 large question marks had appeared over her head. My name? Seeing that Uegahama hadn't responded yet, Kotomi added, when we first met at Denjiki Bunko, I was so focused on the illustrations, and since Yukino Shiteharuno-sensei kept calling you Hanyui-sensei, I never caught your full name. Tonight, it suddenly occurred to me that I didn't know, so even though I feel a little embarrassed, I decided to call and ask. Kotomi's explanation cleared everything up for Uegahama. Now she understood why Kotomi had called so late and why she had said it was awkward to ask. It was a bit awkward to realize you didn't know someone's name after knowing them for a while. Ah, I can't believe it. All Kotomi wanted was my name. Ugh, I'm such a fool for overthinking it. Uegahama mentally scolded herself, even giving her own head a light knock for good measure. After calming down, Uegahama laughed lightly and said, haha, so that's what you wanted to know, Kotomi? You should have just asked. You had me all worked up, thinking you had something big to tell me. It's just that it felt embarrassing to know you for so long and not know your name. Haha, I get it. Sometimes things happen that way. Maybe Yukino Shiteharuno thought we already knew each other well, so she didn't bother with introductions. Alright then, I'll tell you my full name, make sure you remember it. Of course. Kotomi nodded eagerly. My full name is Tomoka Uegahama. Remember it well, Uegahama said with a light smile, Tomoka Uegahama. Kotomi repeated the name in her mind, feeling a sense of satisfaction. So that's you is mom's name. Mrs. Uegahama, your name is so beautiful. Don't worry, Aunt Uegahama, I won't forget it, Kotomi promised after committing the name to memory. Glad to hear it. Hardly anyone asks for my name, so I rarely ever say it. You're one of the few who knows it now, Uegahama teased with a playful tone. Another mature, yet playful joke. After chatting a little longer and remembering that Uegahama was still eating dinner, Kotomi didn't want to intrude any further. She said goodnight and ended the call. Tomoka Uegahama. What a lovely name, Kotomi whispered to herself as she sat back in her chair. Even though asking the question had made her feel embarrassed at first, she was glad she finally knew Uegahama's name. Still, from now on, it seemed more appropriate to continue calling her Aunt Uegahama rather than using her first name directly. Using her first name might be a bit too informal unless their relationship grew closer. Kotomi quickly shook her head, brushing away that sudden thought that had popped up from some unknown corner of her mind. Don't overthink it, don't overthink it. Focus on drawing. Kotomi muttered to herself, trying to refocus as she turned her attention back to the computer screen. After hanging up the phone, Tomoka Uegahama gently touched her flushed cheeks. Feeling a little hesitant, she finally opened her phone's camera and switched to selfie mode to check her face. Sure enough, there was a rare blush tinting her cheeks. Touching her face, Uegahama pondered wistfully to herself, how many years has it been since I last blushed like this from embarrassment? But was I really embarrassed just now? It must have been. Nerves. Yes, definitely nerves. I'm so much older than Kotomi, there's no way I'd blush because of her. Uegahama muttered to herself, trying to rationalize her feelings as her face remained red. Just then, Uegahama came into the kitchen after her bath, spotting her mom eating the fried rice she had made. Mom? How's the fried rice I made today? Yu asked with a smile. It's super delicious. I think it won't be long before your cooking skills surpass mine, Tomoka Uegahama praised her daughter with genuine pride. I thought I already had. Uegahama couldn't help but laugh at Yu's slightly smug tone, feeling both amused and exasperated as she replied, You cheeky girl, show a little humility. Chapter 91, The two of them have insomnia every day. The next morning, Izumi Kotomi woke up early for school. Learning from past mistakes, she had stopped drawing at 11 p.m. the night before and went to bed. She slept well, but there was one thing that puzzled her. When she changed clothes in the morning, she noticed that one of the buttons on her pajamas was done up incorrectly again. Had she accidentally buttoned it wrong when she got dressed for bed last night? Maybe it was time to stop wearing pajamas altogether. Forget pajamas. Who needs them? After changing into her school uniform and finishing breakfast, Kotomi left the house, as usual. Across the street, standing by the lamppost as always, was Megumi Kato, waiting for her. The two of them walked together to Sobu High School and entered the classroom. As Kotomi approached her seat, she saw Seiko Garagiri looking half asleep. Garagiri, did you have trouble sleeping again last night? Yup, did your sister have trouble sleeping too? Yeah, we were both awake until 4 a.m. So tired. I think I'll go to bed early tonight. Cough cough, I'll try to sleep early, Seiko muttered as she rubbed her drowsy eyes before slumping over her desk and falling asleep. It was another sleepless night for the Insomniac sisters. They really had it tough, always struggling with insomnia. Hey, are you alright? Another sleepless night? Kusagakure Tendo asked as she entered the 2nd-year Class B classroom and noticed the tired look on Hibiki's face. Yeah. I didn't sleep until 4 a.m. again. I don't even know how I eventually fell asleep, but I was jolted awake by my alarm. Hibiki yawned widely, not in the mood for much conversation. As soon as Tendo set her bag down, she saw that Hibiki had already fallen asleep on her desk. From the way she slouched, it was clear she was exhausted. I wonder what she does every night that keeps her awake. She has insomnia every day, Tendo sighed, knowing she'd likely have to answer for Hibiki during roll call again. Oh? What's up with Ngi? Didn't she sleep well last night? A familiar voice entered Tendo's ears, and she instinctively turned around to see a familiar face, long black hair, a signature white headband, and Sobu High School's uniform, with her slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Uchiha, you finally decided to come to school? Tendo remarked. Uchiha Kasamijoka, Ngi Hibiki, and Kusagakure Tendo had been close friends since their first year of high school, their personalities naturally drawing them together. Even after they were separated into different classes in their second year, they were lucky enough to end up in the same class again. What do you mean, finally decided to come to school? You make it sound like I'm a delinquent who skips class all the time, Uchiha responded irritably as she pulled out her chair and sat down. Well, except for the first day, you didn't come to school at all last week. Don't tell me it was another deadline. No, my manuscript deadline was 3 months ago. Last week was a deadline. It was tight, but I managed to send it off to Machida before Friday. For any writer, a manuscript deadline was like facing the devil, and missing that deadline to reach a deadline was even worse, 1,000,000 times more terrifying than hell itself. You missed the deadline by 3 months and still managed to finish? You really are something. Are you a pigeon spirit who's mastered the art of procrastination? So, you spent all of last week working on your manuscript? Pretty much. If Machida had gotten serious, it wouldn't have been pretty, Uchiha sighed, recalling her longtime editor, Machida Sanoko. Really? I always thought Machida was very intellectual and gentle. Ah, Tendo, don't be fooled by appearances. You can never judge a person by how they look. Uchiha warned as she adjusted her seat, her sheer black stockings revealing a faint hint of skin beneath. By the way, what's going on with Ngi? I've never seen her fall asleep in class before, Uchiha asked, changing the topic. She's been having trouble sleeping lately. I guess you didn't know since you weren't here the last few days. Insomnia? Is that why she looks like this? Yup. I think it's because of the art competition she's been worrying about, Tendo speculated. Art competition? What competition? Is Sobu High holding an art contest? It's for art, but it's not something the school is hosting. It's the National Youth Art Competition jointly organized by Tokyo University and Kyoto University. Uchiha raised an eyebrow, now remembering something she had seen online. You mean the National Youth Art Competition by Tokyo University? I saw that on Twitter. So, Ngi's entering that? That's right. Then I suppose she's the only one from Sobu High School's art club entering this year. Most of the older members had to quit the club after starting their third year to focus on studies, and the new members are all first-year students. That kind of pressure would explain her insomnia. Uchiha nodded in understanding. That could be it. But actually, Ngi isn't the only one from the art club entering the competition. There's also Izumi from the first year. When Uchiha heard the name Izumi, her expression changed slightly, showing a hint of interest. Izumi? So, she's a first year who just joined the art club and is already entering a competition? That's impressive. What's her name? Which class is she in? Uchiha asked, intrigued. The reason for Uchiha's sudden interest was that a new rising star in the light novel world had recently debuted under the name Izumi. The novel Sword Art Online hadn't even been published yet, but it had already garnered a massive following online, with over 1 million readers. The hype continued to grow, showing no signs of slowing down. With such a similar name, Uchiha couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity when she heard the name Izumi. In fact, Uchiha had already read Sword Art Online on Denjiki Bunko's website. Before reading it, she hadn't understood why it was so popular. Game-themed light novels had never really taken off in the industry. But after reading it, she understood everything. From the setting, the character designs, to the plot, Sword Art Online had all the qualities needed to justify its massive popularity. Even before its official publication, it was already such a hit. Uchiha couldn't imagine how many copies it would sell once it was released. The rankings of Denjiki Bunko's bestseller list would likely be turned upside down. Izumi Kotomi, Class 1F. Don't underestimate her just because she's a first year. Her art skills are so impressive that even Gi, the art club's president, admits she's far superior, Danzō said with a nod. Really? That good? Uchiha was genuinely surprised. Tendo wasn't shocked by Uchiha's reaction, though. When she first heard Ngi mention that Kotomi's art skills far surpassed her own, she had been just as taken aback. Yes, she's quite talented. There's always someone better out there, huh? By the way, does this Izumi girl have any other talents, like writing, for instance? Uchiha asked casually, testing her hunch. Tendo blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing. Haha. I have no idea. Have you been so absorbed in writing that you think every underclassman with the name Izumi must be a writer too? Just forget I said anything. It was just a random question, nothing more. Don't read into it, Uchiha quickly added, brushing off the topic. But deep down, she couldn't help but wonder. Izumi Kotomi, Izumi Ki. Even though their names were similar, that didn't mean they were the same person. The idea that someone could not only write a super popular light novel but also be a highly skilled artist, such a protagonist like Aura, seemed too unrealistic to exist in real life. Uchiha smiled to herself at the thought. Chapter 92, Hanamaru Kindergarten. Before the last class of the afternoon began, Uegahama, who had been chatting with Kotomi while sitting backward on her chair, suddenly heard her phone ring. Sorry, I need to take this call, Yua said as she stood up and walked out of the classroom with her phone. A short while later, Yui returned, but after sitting down, she let out a sigh. Did something happen? Kotomi noticed Yua's troubled expression and asked. Yuka's kindergarten is letting out early today. Half an hour earlier than usual. I think the teacher must have called my mom, but since she was probably busy in the kitchen baking, she didn't hear it, so they called me instead. Half an hour early. Wow, kindergartens have it good. I wish I could go back to kindergarten. Seiko Girigiri, who had been listening, said with an envious tone. But today the cake shop is going to be super busy. I still have to buy butter and sugar for a custom cake that needs to be delivered by 6 this evening. If the kindergarten had let out at the usual time, I could have bought the ingredients, dropped them off at the shop, and then gone to pick her up. But now, with the earlier dismissal, I'm not sure I'll have enough time, Yua said, clearly feeling stressed. Kotomi could tell from Yua's explanation that it wasn't just a matter of not having enough time, there was no way she'd be able to manage it all. After thinking for a moment, Kotomi offered, if that's the case, why don't I go pick up your sister for you? Since she was already collaborating with Yua's mom, helping to pick up her younger sister was no big deal. Besides, Kotomi had some free time. It was a perfect opportunity, as Kotomi hadn't been in the mood to attend her art club activities today anyway. She just wanted to go home early and play Azur Lane, but she hadn't found a good excuse to skip the club. Now, the perfect excuse had presented itself. Picking up Yua's sister from kindergarten and dropping her off at the cake shop wouldn't take too long. She could help Yua score some brownie points with both you and her mom, and still have time to go home early to play games. A win-win. Really? Are you sure? Yua asked, surprised by Kotomi's offer. Though she was in a bind, she didn't want to inconvenience her friend. Don't worry about it. Kotomi waved her hand dismissively, then lowered her voice and whispered to Yua, honestly, I didn't really feel like going to our club today. I just wanted to go home and play games, but I couldn't come up with a good excuse. Both boys and girls occasionally have those days when they just want to slack off. Kotomi was having one of those days. She couldn't explain why, but she just didn't feel like drawing today. She wanted to lie in bed and play games. If she could do that with a bag of plain chips and some cola nearby, it would be the ultimate heaven. Yua nodded in understanding, fully relating to that feeling. Everyone has those days when they just want to take it easy. Got it. Thanks so much, Kotomi. I'll leave my sister in your care. Yua said gratefully. You can count on me. Kato Megumi, who had been quietly listening to Kotomi and Yua's conversation with a smile, finally spoke up when they finished discussing their plan to slack off. Kotomi, since you're offering to help, do you know which kindergarten Yua's sister goes to? Kotomi blinked in surprise, suddenly realizing that she didn't know which kindergarten Yuka attended. Oh, right. I almost forgot. That's the most important detail. Yua, which kindergarten is your sister in? Kotomi quickly asked. Oh no. I forgot to mention it. Yuka goes to Hanamaru Kindergarten. Hanamaru Kindergarten? No problem, I know where that is, Kotomi said. Although it was a bit of a walk from Sobu High School, she could get there in about 15 minutes if she hurried. Since this is your first time picking up Yuka, here's her good kid badge ID. When the teacher asks, you can just give them this number, Yua said, sending the ID number to Kotomi via text. Kotomi glanced at the message and instantly memorized the number. The so-called good kid badge ID was actually just a student ID number based on the child's birthday. 020700125. That meant Yuka Uegahama's birthday was January 25th. Kotomi silently committed Yuka's birthday to memory. Since it was a kindergarten for little kids, the director had cutely renamed the student ID system to Good Kid Badge IDs. It was pretty adorable. Thanks, Kotomi. No problem. Just treat me to some cake later. I'll treat you to the biggest one. I probably couldn't eat the biggest one by myself. As they were chatting, the bell for class rang, and the noisy classroom gradually quieted down. Before the teacher entered, Kotomi lowered her voice and said to Megumi, Megumi, I might not be able to walk home with you today. That's fine. Hanamaru Kindergarten is a bit far from Sobu High School, so take care on your way there, Megumi said with a gentle smile. Got it. After the last class of the day, Kotomi called Ngi Hibiki to explain her reason for skipping art club. Hibiki was quick to approve her leave. It really paid off to have a good relationship with the club president's sister. Getting permission to skip was a breeze. All it took was a phone call or a text, and she'd have her leave approved. With her absence from art club secured, Kotomi left the school and headed straight for Hanamaru Kindergarten. When she arrived at the kindergarten gates, it had taken her almost exactly 15 minutes, just as she expected. There, she saw Yuka Uegahama, Yua's younger sister. However, the kindergarten teacher was cautious about Kotomi's identity. After all, the top priority for kindergarten teachers was the safety of every child in their care. I'm Yua Uegahama's classmate. Since she couldn't make it in time today, she asked me to pick up her sister, Yuka. You can call her to confirm, Kotomi explained. The teacher called you and, after a thorough inquiry, described Kotomi's appearance and asked if this was the right person. After receiving confirmation from Yua, the teacher turned to Kotomi and said, Can you please provide Yuka's good kid badge ID? 020700125. Kotomi gave the number, and after verifying that it matched, the teacher finally relaxed, hanging up the phone and saying, Sorry for the misunderstanding earlier. I've just never seen anyone other than Yuka's mom or her sister came to pick her up, so I was a little concerned. The teacher smiled apologetically, clearly feeling bad for being so cautious. She had seemed rather stern at first. Kotomi smiled in return. No worries. When it comes to the safety of children, it's better to be overly careful. At that moment, Yuka, who had been standing behind the teacher, peeked out, her cute eyes lighting up when she saw Kotomi. Wow! You're the Izumi Nichan my sister talked about. Are you a little penguin? Yuka exclaimed excitedly. Huh? Kotomi was momentarily confused by Yuka calling her a little penguin, but then she realized that Yuka had noticed the chubby little penguin charm hanging from her backpack. Chapter 93, The Obedient and Sensible Little Yuka Izumi Kotomi crouched down and carefully unhooked the small penguin charm from her backpack, handing it to Yuka Uegahama with a smile. If you like it, little Yuka, you can have this penguin, she said gently. Really? Thank you, Izumi Nichan. Yuka's big eyes sparkled with joy as she happily accepted the little penguin charm. At this age, kids like Yuka were easily pleased by small toys. Kotomi thought that in a few years, it wouldn't be so easy to make her happy. By then, she'd probably be asking for Ultraman figures or dolls. Kotomi couldn't help but recall her own kindergarten days in her previous life, where she adored Ultraman and Kamen Rider. Back then, whenever she didn't want to go to kindergarten, her dad would say, We're not going to kindergarten, we're going to buy toys. Naively, she always believed him, excitedly getting dressed and hopping into the car, only to realize when they arrived that they were at the kindergarten gate, not the toy store. Goodbye, Miss Shiru. Yuka waved as she tiptoed on her little legs to give a kiss on the cheek of the teacher who had been standing protectively beside her. It turned out that all the kids at the kindergarten called this teacher Miss Shiru. Kotomi had to admit, Miss Shiru had both the looks and the figure. Perhaps because she worked with children, her demeanor exuded a natural warmth and gentle charm. "Goodbye, Yuka. Make sure to be careful on your way home with your sister," Miss Shiru said with a smile, returning Yuka's kiss on her chubby little cheek. Kotomi patiently waited nearby, then picked up the adorable Yuka and left Hanamaru Kindergarten. With Yuka safely in her arms, the next step was to deliver her to the Dango cake shop where her mom worked. Kotomi also realized that Miss Shiru would likely update Yuka's mom, Mrs. Uegahama, about the day. If the teacher praised Kotomi's kindness in picking up Yuka, it would only improve her standing with Yu's family. That was always a bonus. "Are you hungry, little Yuka?" Kotomi asked as she carried her. Fortunately, although Yuka looked a bit chubby, most of the weight was in her round cheeks, which were adorably plump with baby fat. Carrying her didn't feel too tiring. "I want takoyaki," Yuka chirped. "Alright, let's get some takoyaki. How about I ask them to sprinkle extra bonito flakes and seaweed on top?" Kotomi smiled, remembering a previous conversation where Yu had mentioned that Yuka loved the toppings on takoyaki, particularly the bonito flakes and seaweed. Yuka would always eat the toppings first before diving into the actual takoyaki balls. "Yay! I love the bonito flakes and seaweed the most." Yuka clapped her hands in excitement, hugging Kotomi and pressing her soft, chubby cheeks against Kotomi's. Kotomi couldn't help but smile lovingly at the little girl. Yuka was just too cute. "Did you study hard at kindergarten today, Yuka?" "Of course. I even answered a question by myself today." Miss Shiru was so happy, she gave me a chocolate bear biscuit as a reward. "Do you like chocolate bear biscuits, Izumi-nichan?" "I like bear biscuits, but I'm not a big fan of chocolate." "Then what flavor do you like?" "I like strawberry filling." "Next time Miss Shiru gives me a strawberry bear biscuit, I'll save it for you," Yuka said enthusiastically. Kotomi was taken aback for a moment but then smiled warmly. "Since you worked so hard to get that bear biscuit, you must have studied really well today. How about I ask you a Japanese language question as a little test?" "Sure," Yuka said eagerly. "What's Miss Shiru's full name?" "Miss Shiru. I love Miss Shiru, she always gives me bear biscuits." "Not that. I mean, what's her full name?" "But everyone at kindergarten calls her Shiru." Kotomi facepalmed inwardly. Of course, kids Yuka's age wouldn't know something like a teacher's full name. Haha, okay. How about I ask you a math question and a geography question, then? Only really smart kids with great memories can answer these. Let's start with the math question. What's Miss Shiru's phone number? I don't know that, Yuka shook her head. Alright, how about a geography question? What train does Miss Shiru take after school? Yuka tilted her head, clearly confused. Train? Is that the long thing that runs underground? Don't you just ride it to wherever you want to go? By the way, Izumi-nichan, what's geography? Izumi-nichan, am I a smart kid? You're super smart. A few moments passed. Izumi-nichan, why did you stop carrying me? My arms are tired. You're a bit heavy, Kotomi admitted. They soon reached a takoyaki stand, where Kotomi asked the vendor to sprinkle extra bonito flakes and seaweed on Yuka's takoyaki. Initially, Kotomi had thought about buying 4 portions, one for each member of the Uegahama family, but after considering it, she decided to start with just 2. It wasn't because she didn't have enough money, but because showing up with food for the entire family might make Yu's mom feel awkward. Kotomi wanted to make sure she didn't come on too strong. A careful balance was the key to building relationships. It was like playing a strategy game, no one uses their ultimate move right at the start. Instead, they make gradual, calculated progress. After buying the takoyaki, Kotomi walked with Yuka for a while. When the crowd thinned out a bit, she let go of Yuka's hand. While Kotomi would have preferred to hold Yuka's hand for safety until they reached the cake shop, the little girl had been eyeing the takoyaki box since they left the stand. She looked like she was about to drool. It wouldn't be safe to let her walk and eat at the same time. What if she accidentally poked herself with one of the wooden skewers? So Kotomi led Yuka to a nearby bench, where they sat down to enjoy the takoyaki before heading to the cake shop. Is it good? Kotomi asked, smiling as she watched Yuka's adorable expression while she munched on the takoyaki. There was something about her chubby cheeks that was just so heartwarming. It's delicious. And there are so many bonito flakes and seaweed. Most people like takoyaki for the octopus pieces inside, but Yuka was all about the toppings. If you're still hungry, you can have mine too, Kotomi said, lightly shaking the box of takoyaki in her hand. Yuka's eyes showed she was tempted, but she shook her head. 1 portion is enough. You should eat yours too, Izumi-nichan. If you want, you can have both portions, Kotomi offered again. No, thank you, Yuka said, shaking her head firmly. Her big, beautiful eyes gleamed with determination. Mom said I shouldn't accept too much from others. Hearing this, Kotomi was taken aback for a moment. She had many things she wanted to say, but in the end, she simply smiled warmly and gently patted Yuka's head. Perhaps due to her family's situation, Yuka was even more thoughtful and mature than Kotomi had imagined. Chapter 94, Kotomi, cuter than my little sister. After finishing the takoyaki, Kotomi didn't waste any time. She scooped up little Yuka Uegahama like a baby and hurried toward the dango cake shop. As they crossed the intersection, Kotomi spotted Uegahama approaching from the other direction, clearly a bit anxious. Yua sighed in relief when she saw Kotomi carrying Yuka safely back, a smile of gratitude lighting up her face. Kotomi, thank you so much. Yua quickly jogged over and took Yuka from Kotomi's arms, setting her down on the ground. Yuka, who had been comfortably nestled in Kotomi's embrace, pouted the moment she was set down. "Ne-chan, I still want to be carried. No way. You're walking by yourself now," Yua said firmly, though there was a playful note in her voice. "Besides, my hands are all covered in flour, so I can't carry you." "I don't want you to carry me, I want Kotomi-chan to carry me." "Kotomi-chan's chest is soft and cozy to lean on," Yuka announced, without a hint of hesitation or shame, in the innocent way only a child could. "Do you even understand what you're saying, you silly girl?" Yua poked Yuka's forehead with a sigh, embarrassed by her little sister's blunt honesty. Turning to Kotomi, Yua smiled apologetically. "Sorry about that, Kotomi. Yuka doesn't really know what she's saying sometimes, she just blurts out whatever comes to her mind." Kotomi chuckled softly, brushing it off with a wave of her hand. "No worries, Yuka's adorable. Honestly, she's even cuter than my little sister was at her age." "That must have been exhausting, carrying her the whole way." "Come inside and have some cake, my treat," Yua offered, still grateful. "Hee, I won't say no to that. Do you have any juice?" Kotomi asked with a grin. "Of course." Yua replied with a smile, clearly pleased with Kotomi's easygoing nature. She appreciated how Kotomi knew exactly when to accept a gesture of kindness without being overly humble or declining too much. It made interactions feel more genuine and comfortable. As they walked into the cake shop, Kotomi immediately noticed Yua's mother, Tomoka Uegahama. Tomoka noticed Kotomi at the same time, her warm smile growing as she greeted her. "Kotomi, welcome. I heard from Yua that you helped pick up Yuka from kindergarten today." "Thank you so much." "There's no need to thank me, Auntie Uegahama," Kotomi said politely. "I wasn't feeling up for art club today anyway, so I thought I'd help out by picking up little Yuka. She's such a sweet kid. Anytime you need help, just let me know." Standing beside them, Yua looked a bit puzzled as she listened to the exchange. "Mom, since when did you start calling her Kotomi?" "Well, Kotomi comes by the shop so often and loves my cakes. Plus, she's your friend from school. Why wouldn't I call her Kotomi?" Tomoka responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, she kept her and Kotomi's professional collaboration in the writing world a secret. "It's not that," Yua mumbled, shaking her head slightly. After a brief pause, she turned to Kotomi, asking a bit hesitantly, "Kotomi, can I call you that too? It feels a bit distant always calling you Azumi-san." Kotomi, who didn't mind what people called her as long as it wasn't some weird nicknames, smiled warmly. "Sure, go ahead, Yua. I'll call you by your first name too." "Great. Hee, it feels like we're closer already," Yua giggled, clearly pleased with the new level of familiarity. Watching the two girls, Tomoka smiled to herself. Ah, the joys of youth. "Yua, why don't you help Kotomi pick out some cake? Didn't you promise to treat her? Or were you planning on going back on your word?" "Of course not." Yua blushed in embarrassment, quickly defending herself. Tomoka chuckled lightly, covering her mouth with her hand as she teased her daughter. "Ugh, Mom." Yua puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance. "Come on, Kotomi, let's pick out a cake. I remember you don't like chocolate, right?" "Yeah," Kotomi nodded as she picked up a plate and tongs, browsing the cakes in the display. After a brief selection, Kotomi chose a slice of taro cream cake and 3 crispy French butter biscuits, one of her favorite desserts. The crispy texture combined with the fragrant maple syrup baked into the biscuits was simply irresistible. For her drink, she opted for a glass of orange juice. Once seated at a small table, Yua sat across from Kotomi with a strawberry cake for herself. It was a nice moment to relax and enjoy a snack after a long day. "Yuka, do you want the strawberry?" Yua asked, using her fork to lift the strawberry from the top of her cake. Usually, Yuka would immediately jump at the chance to eat the strawberry first, as it was her favorite part. But today, Yuka just rubbed her full belly and shook her head. "I'm too full." Both Yua and her mother looked at Yuka, surprised. Their little strawberry-loving sister and daughter, not wanting to eat a strawberry? Something had to be up. Kotomi, however, quickly understood. It wasn't a mystery. Yuka had already filled up on an entire box of takoyaki, complete with extra bonito flakes and seaweed. Izumi Nichan bought me takoyaki. It had so many bonito flakes and seaweed, it was so good. Hick. Yuka explained, patting her belly and letting out a tiny hiccup. That explains it, Kotomi chimed in. Since Yuka hadn't eaten yet, I treated her to some takoyaki on the way back. So, I treated her, and now you is treating me to cake. It all balances out. Thank you so much, Kotomi. Yuka's a little glutton, Tomoka said, playfully pinching Yuka's chubby cheeks. Don't mention it, Kotomi replied with a smile. Since you're so sweet to help us out, Kotomi, take a Baumkuchen with you when you go. I remember you really like that cake, Tomoka offered kindly. Thank you, Auntie. Kotomi said gratefully. No need to be so formal. You can just treat me like family, Tomoka said with a gentle laugh. Meanwhile, Yua, nibbling on her strawberry cake, glanced curiously between Kotomi and her mom. Somehow, the two of them seemed so comfortable and close with each other. Had they grown this close without her noticing? Was she just imagining things? Chapter 95, Why Do You Smell Like Another Woman? As Kotomi stood at the entrance of the dango cake shop, holding a neatly packaged Baumkuchen, she smiled and waved goodbye. Take care on your way home, and come by any time. Little Yuka would love to play with you again, Uagahama said, hoisting Yuka onto her back. Bye-bye, Kotomi Nichan. I'll protect the little penguin. Yuka chirped, waving enthusiastically, her small hand tightly clutching the penguin charm Kotomi had given her. Kotomi knelt down and ruffled Yuka's hair, unable to resist pinching her chubby cheeks again. Take good care of that penguin, okay? Hee, I will, Yuka giggled, clearly loving the attention. Hey. How come you never let me pinch your cheeks like that? You always complain when I do it, Yua pouted, pretending to be upset. Yuka immediately went limp in her sister's arms, pretending to sleep. I'm asleep now, Nei-chan. Yua could only shake her head, both amused and exasperated. This cheeky little brat. Kotomi laughed. Yuka must be tired. You should take her home and let her rest. I'll head off too. See you tomorrow, Yua. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Kotomi. Yua called out, catching herself before she reverted to calling her Izumi-san. There was a slight blush on her cheeks as she realized how much she liked using Kotomi's first name now, it made her feel closer to her. Kotomi smiled knowingly and waved goodbye. Yui would get used to it soon enough. When Kotomi finally returned home, barely 40 minutes had passed since school ended. Normally, she would still be at the art club during this time, painting or sketching. The satisfaction of having taken a break and indulging in a little me time was immeasurable. Nothing compared to the joy of slacking off every now and then. As she entered the living room, her younger sister, Amy, who had been lounging on the sofa, turned around, surprised to see Kotomi back so early. Whoa, you're back already, An-chan? What happened? Art club finished early today, Kotomi lied smoothly, holding up the box of Baumkuchen. Since I had some extra time, I dropped by the dango cake shop and picked up some of my favorite cake. Want some? Amy raised an eyebrow. Again with the Baumkuchen? You really like that stuff, don't you? Hee, I love all desserts that aren't chocolate, Kotomi teased as she prepared to dig in. Amy sighed, sitting up and rolling her eyes. Wait. Save me a piece, and don't just start eating it with your hands like some barbarian. Kotomi grinned mischievously, but as Amy approached her, she suddenly stopped short, sniffing the air suspiciously. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Wait. Why do you smell like baby powder? Kotomi froze, caught off guard. What kind of nose does she have? She had only held Yuka for a little while, yet Amy had noticed the lingering scent. Are you a bloodhound or something? Kotomi tried to deflect. Don't change the subject. Who did you hug? Amy demanded, eyes glinting with suspicion. Seeing no way out, Kotomi sighed. Alright. I stopped by Uagahama's place to pick up her little sister, Yuka. She's just a kid, so I gave her a hug. She's adorable, and that's where the baby smell came from. Happy now? Amy blinked, piecing the story together. Wait. You went to pick up Yu's little sister? And who's this Yu anyway? She's just a classmate of mine, Kotomi explained, realizing why Amy was starting to get jealous. Yuka is still in kindergarten, in the toddler class. Amy visibly relaxed, the tension leaving her shoulders. Oh, I see. A kid, huh? Well, as long as she's not competition. You do smell pretty nice with the baby powder scent, though. Maybe you should start drinking baby formula, An-chan. Amy teased. Kotomi rolled her eyes, raising her hand in mock warning. Watch it, or I'll smack you. After sharing the Baumkuchen, Kotomi leaned back, satisfied. She had already eaten takoyaki, a slice of taro cream cake, French butter biscuits, and now the baumkuchen. Her stomach felt pleasantly full, but maybe just a bit too full. "Mom, what's for dinner tonight?" Kotomi called, peeking into the kitchen where her mother, Akina, was preparing vegetables. "Beef curry, cream stew, and fried chicken, your favorites." Akina replied, smiling. "Ugh. Thanks, Mom." Kotomi groaned, rubbing her belly. She loved cream stew, but after all the snacking, she wasn't sure she'd be able to eat dinner. She knew she needed to work off some of the food before dinner, so she decided the best way was to go for a run. "Alright, time to change into my workout clothes and go for a couple of laps around the block," she declared with newfound resolve. However, no sooner had she sat down on her bed to change, Kotomi's phone buzzed with a notification. "Oh, the new event in Azur Lane just started. I'll just check it out for a few minutes," Kotomi thought as she opened the app. A minute later, her workout clothes lay abandoned on the bed, and Kotomi was sprawled comfortably, engrossed in her game. Who has time to run when there's an event to grind? Priorities. Kotomi murmured as she began strategizing how to clear the event shop. Her goal was simple: move at her own pace and completely clear out the shop. For now, running could wait. Chapter 96, Soy Sauce Bottle. After dinner, Izumi Kotomi returned to her bedroom, ready to continue grinding the new event in Azur Lane. However, her attention was quickly drawn to a message notification on her phone. It was from Tomoka Uegahama, Hamui-sensei. "Tomoka, Kotomi, I've finished 2 draft illustrations for Volume 1 of Sword Art Online. I've sent them to your email. Take a look and let me know if any changes are needed." Kotomi's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, she replied, "Kotomi, got it." She rushed to her computer, logged into her email, and soon saw the files Tomoka had sent. Clicking on them, she eagerly viewed the drafts. The first draft was the cover illustration featuring Kirito and Asuna. The poses, expressions, and overall composition perfectly captured the dynamic energy Kotomi had envisioned when writing the scene. Every detail was meticulously crafted, from the characters' iconic weapons to the ethereal atmosphere around them. The second draft depicted Kayaba Akihiko's first appearance in the world of Sword Art Online. The scene showed him as a towering, faceless figure in a crimson cloak, looming ominously over the players trapped in the game. The oppressive atmosphere, accentuated by the swirling red patterns in the sky, was captured flawlessly. Even though these were just rough sketches, Kotomi could already feel the overwhelming presence of Kayaba's introduction, exactly how she had imagined it when writing the scene. "Oh wow, this is it. This is exactly the kind of pressure and fear I wanted players to feel when they first meet Kayaba," Kotomi exclaimed in awe. Without wasting any time, she typed her response, "Kotomi, I've reviewed the drafts, and they're perfect. There's nothing to change at all. Choosing you as the illustrator for Sword Art Online was the best decision ever." "Tomoka, haha, you're too kind." "Kotomi, by the way, I'm curious, how did you come up with Kayaba's look? It's so close to what I had in mind, but I don't think I gave that much detail in the text." "Tomoka, funny story, while I was struggling to visualize him, I happened to glance at a soy sauce bottle in my kitchen. The shape, the way the light hit it. I squinted, and the next thing I knew, I saw Kayaba Akihiko in it. So I used the soy sauce bottle as inspiration." "Soy sauce bottle?" Kotomi couldn't help but laugh. Who knew that such an imposing figure came from something so mundane? "Kotomi, that's amazing. And honestly, hilarious. You've got some serious imagination, Uegahama-sensei." "Tomoka, glad it worked out. I'll keep working on the other illustrations, so expect more soon." "Kotomi, thanks. Take your time, no rush." With that, Kotomi leaned back, smiling to herself. The fact that Tomoka had already completed 2 drafts within a few days was incredible. At this rate, they might even finish all the illustrations for Volume 1 well before the mid-month deadline. The thought of her first light novel being published soon made Kotomi feel a mix of excitement and anticipation. Sword Art Online was not just another story for her, it represented her rebirth, her second chance at life. With her adrenaline still buzzing, she decided to wind down by playing Azur Lane. Before she knew it, it was 11:30 p.m. Realizing how late it was, she set her phone down and prepared for bed. Kotomi had learned to take care of herself in this life, and that included not staying up all night like she used to. "Ugh, I forgot to do my homework. Well, guess I'll do it tomorrow morning," Kotomi muttered to herself, unconcerned. As she turned off the lights, she also remembered her decision to sleep without pajamas after constantly waking up with misaligned buttons. As she slipped under the covers, she sighed in relief. "Yeah. Sleeping like this is so much more comfortable," Kotomi mumbled as she drifted off. The next morning, Kotomi woke up before her alarm. Not only had she slept incredibly well, but she also felt strangely refreshed, although her body had this lingering sense of comfort. It was almost as if she had been gently held down all night. Maybe it was sleep paralysis? Kotomi wondered aloud as she got dressed. She shrugged it off and finished getting ready. After meeting Megumi Kato, the two walked to school together. As they entered the classroom, they were greeted by an anxious Yui Uegahama, who immediately ran over to Kotomi and grabbed her shoulders. "Kotomi, you've got to help me. I forgot to do my homework again." Yui wailed. Kotomi sighed, shaking her head. Yui forgetting to do her homework had become almost a daily occurrence since the beginning of the term. "Yui, I'd love to help, but..." Kotomi paused dramatically, her tone turning solemn. "I forgot to do it too." "You forgot too? But today's first period is Nakamori-sensei's math class." Yui panicked even more. Just then, Megumi spoke up from her desk. "If you both need help, you can use mine as a reference." "Thank you, Megumi." Yui cried out in relief. "You're the best," Kotomi added, quickly sitting beside Yui to borrow Megumi's homework. As they both rushed to finish before class started, Yukino Shida, who was sitting nearby, looked over at Kotomi and raised an eyebrow. "It's unusual to see you without your homework finished, Kotomi," Yukino remarked. "Everyone has lazy days, Yukino." "Yesterday just happened to be one of mine," Kotomi replied nonchalantly as she worked on the math problems. "Yup, slacking off is part of being human." Yui chimed in, fully agreeing. The three continued their work, making sure they completed the assignments before Nakamori-sensei arrived. In the back of her mind, Kotomi couldn't help but feel grateful for the little moments like these, balancing her new life with friends, work, and maybe even a little bit of mischief. It was all part of what made this second life so precious. Chapter 97, Hope they're okay. Did little Yuka eat dinner last night? Kotomi Izumi asked while multitasking, chatting with Yui Uegahama as she hurriedly copied her homework. Clearly, she was experienced at this kind of borrowing. "If I didn't know she ate a whole box of takoyaki on the way home, Mom and I would have thought she was sick." "Normally, she eats 2 full bowls at dinner," Yui replied. "She's at that age where she's always hungry," Kotomi nodded knowingly. When she was Yuka's age, her appetite had started to grow as well. "Yesterday evening, Miss Shiru-sensei called and told me and Mom most of the details. I didn't realize Yuka and you got along so well." Kotomi smiled, feeling validated. She had guessed correctly. Shiru-sensei had indeed made another call to the Uegahama household. "Maybe it's because Yuka and I are both big eaters," Kotomi joked. "Just like how stand users are drawn to each other." Sitting nearby, Megumi Kato narrowed her eyes, her usual calm gaze hinting at something deeper. After a few moments of silence, she finally spoke up, her tone light but suggestive. "It seems like you and Uegahama-san have become quite close. While the rest of us are still addressing each other formally, you two are already on a first-name basis with Kotomi and Yui," she said with a subtle, meaningful chuckle. "You're right, I didn't even notice," Yukino Shita added, chiming in from her seat. Kotomi thought for a moment, then replied, "You and I decided yesterday to drop the formalities. We've known each other for a week already, so why not switch to first names? Using san all the time makes us feel distant." "Oh, so that's what it was. Great. Then I'll follow Uegahama's lead and call you Kotomi from now on." "Yui, is it okay if I call you that too?" Megumi asked, flashing a bright smile. "Of course, that's fine." Yui nodded enthusiastically. Kotomi then turned to Megumi with a grin. "How about I call you Megumi? What do you think?" "I'd be happy if my friends called me that," Megumi responded warmly. "I guess. In that case, you can all call me Yukino from now on," Yukino said after a moment of hesitation. "Hee, but I think I'll stick with calling you Yuki apostrophe," Yui teased with a playful grin. Yukino sighed but couldn't help smiling as well. Ever since meeting Kotomi, Yui, and Megumi, she'd found herself smiling much more often than before. She had once thought making friends would be difficult, but now, maybe not so much. A small but genuine smile tugged at the corners of Yukino's lips as she looked at Yui. "Yui, class is about to start soon. Are you sure you're going to finish your homework in time?" Megumi lent you her work, and Kotomi's almost done with hers. Yui, suddenly realizing how little progress she'd made, panicked. "Ah. There's only 15 minutes left, and I haven't even finished one page. Kotomi, you're so sneaky, getting so much done without me noticing." "I was just writing while we chatted," Kotomi replied, her tone casual but amused. With a final burst of energy, Yui raced through the remaining questions. Just in time, she finished her work with only half a minute to spare before the bell rang. Both Kotomi and Yui breathed a collective sigh of relief. The thrill of doing last-minute homework was no less exhilarating than extreme sports. Red Bull should sponsor this kind of intense, high-stakes endeavor. Finally. Thanks so much, Megumi. Yua said, standing up and stretching. Don't forget to do it on time tonight, Megumi reminded her gently. Don't worry, I definitely will tonight. Yua declared confidently. But this wasn't the first time she had made that promise. Megumi smiled and switched back to her seat. Just as she sat down, the bell rang, signaling the start of the first period. It had been a close call, but they had made it through unscathed. The first class of the day was math. However, their usual teacher, Nakamori-sensei, was away at a meeting, so the school had sent in a substitute, Tomoko Hayakawa, a notoriously strict math teacher. Even though Nakamori-sensei wasn't there, and math was as dull as ever, no one in the class dared to slack off or doze during Hayakawa-sensei's lecture. Her reputation preceded her. She was known for her precision and deadly accuracy with chalk, capable of hurling a piece with pinpoint precision from 60 meters away. Rumor had it that even the slightest whisper or the passing of a note would result in a chalk missile to the head. As the class dragged on, Kotomi glanced at her empty neighbor's seat. "Where's Garagiri-san today?" she asked, curious. She had something to take care of at home, Yui whispered back, leaning slightly toward Kotomi. Almost as if summoned by their conversation, Hayakawa-sensei's eyes locked onto Yui with the intensity of a hawk spotting its prey. Her fingers curled around a piece of chalk with a well-practiced grip, honed over years of experience. "Yuagahama." Hayakawa's voice boomed. "Pay attention." With a swift motion, she launched the chalk across the room. It sliced through the air in a perfect arc and struck Yui squarely on the head. "Ow!" Yui whimpered, clutching her head. Kotomi cringed. If not for Hayakawa's terrifying accuracy, she would have burst out in laughter. Nakamori-sensei could throw workbooks like ninja, but Hayakawa-sensei wielded her chalk like a sniper rifle. The math teachers at this school were terrifyingly talented in their own way. As more students fell victim to Hayakawa's airborne projectiles, the class finally ended with the blessed sound of the bell. As soon as Hayakawa-sensei announced the end of the lesson and left the room, the students erupted in cheers. "Ah, I'm so late." Seiko Garagi re-entered the classroom just as the math teacher exited. She looked around sheepishly before making her way to Kotomi's group. "Garagiri-san, you're really late today," Kotomi remarked. Seiko smiled apologetically. "Yeah. My sister's got a fever, and with our parents not home, I stayed to take care of her this morning." "Your sister's sick? Is it bad?" Kotomi asked, her tone concerned. "It's not too serious. She didn't wear her pajamas properly last night and caught a chill. Her temperature was about 38.5 degrees, but I made sure she drank plenty of water and took her medicine. I'll probably head home at lunchtime to make her some porridge. Autumn's coming soon, it's definitely the season for catching colds,